Hello, hello, hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? Happy Diwali. क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है? दिवाली की पोस्ट गए था, शाम को करेंगे। इंस्टा पे थोड़ा सा प्यार दिखा देना। बिकॉज दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट। मैच शुरू हो गया है वैसे। हम लेट है। समवॉट में बता रहा हूँ ना, अपन लेट है। मैच चालू हो चुका है। अब उन वीएलटी के गेम से पहले ही एक स्टोरी डालेंगे, दैट इज फॉर श्योर। क्योंकि 3-5 का ही स्कोर लाइन है, पहला ही मैच चालू है ना। वैसे भी देखो, ये गेम का रिजल्ट एक चीज बात बताओ, ये गेम का रिजल्ट ग्रुप पे कोई डिफरेंस नहीं डालेगा। अपने गेम का रिजल्ट ग्रुप पे डिफरेंस डालेगा। अरे यार, दिवाली की थोड़ी सी दिवाली तो हो जाए। सब हो गया। ओ भाई 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 भाई, पब्लिक झूम झूम आई है।
They want the fight. Laz sees the hand of Soldam, but does he know there's another? Yatsuka will confirm it, and Riddle will get their fourth.
Man, I have no words, man. It just seems like Riddle Order are starting to get that steam up.
चार लोग देख रहे हो, make sure to hit that like and subscribe,
The
man.
dish has got to be again Minty here. Like you mentioned, like he's 4 kills just a while ago. Now he's like 6, nearing. I think that was Kaide and Soldem's overall knockouts.
बाय द वे गाइस गाइस गाइस, मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सबने अपनी अपनी दिवाली कैसे सेलिब्रेट की, बताओ एक बार। 4 लोग देख रहे हो, मेक श्योर टू हिट दैट लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब। सबसे पहले आए हो तो दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। दिवाली वाले दिन मैं और कुछ मांगूंगा भी नहीं तुम लोग से। वेगल भाई भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं।
Yo, what's good YouTube? This is
विगल भाई भी लाइव रहते हैं, पर विगल भाई को इतने कम व्यूज क्यों है?
Soldam's hands to punish the light armor here, as Full Sense will look to go for the Stinger Rush into C.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Gotta be careful though. Seems like it's gonna be Yatsuka that will
here,
be
that goes
the gatekeeper of the seaside. Depending on how fast Full Sense go, we'll see if maybe Yatsuka can put out that damage and just deny the attackers.
Yatsuka has had his moment. Ewok had him in the first list here for Ascension. And as Yatsuka plays the backside, gets scanned on out. Potter picking up the kills! He found the Vandal, and he runs away with it. A triple already, and Full Sense. They even need to bring out all the stingers there. They scrounge some guns to get the spike planted, and Riddle will just have to concede the angle here.
Yeah, talking about sensor
भाई साहब,
just seems like
दिवाली
Yatsuka
भेजो
had
यार।
way too many things on his plate to try to disperse, deal with. Yeah, they're hearing the footsteps of Soldem. He's just rocking away. Jojo now making his maneuver towards garage, but again, it's 1 versus 4.
Oh, the
रिडल
order
तोड़ रही है रे.
from 2v4 to 2v2. The numbers now making it possible, but Leviathan shows up, and Laz is there to be stable like a rock. Full sense. That's 6 on the board here, and coming into that round with a lesser buy. It's just an incredible timeout conversion there for Full Sense.
Absolutely.
भाई साहब, I am
Again,
really sorry.
When you
कल
have
बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है.
around the Haven map
ठीक
and
ठीक
you
की हालत
know
खराब हो रही
that
है.
your opponent has a Sentinel, if you have the strat, the execute for it, you just go see. And you see how well Full Sense is able to, like you mentioned, have that timeout conversion.
Guys,
And
अपना मैच
it puts
इधर
them
बूम
back
से
on
है
track at least
और
in terms of
SLT से
economy
है,
and even
क्योंकि
just the
इनके
momentum
सारे
of the
गेम्स हो
game.
गए हैं.
One of those rounds where Coach really proving his
Oh.
worth all throughout the year. Soldam, though, still shining on the entry kills. He's been a big...
साला SLT 4-0 है.
For Full Sense do get shut down. Just Riddle challenging again, taking that kill and running away with it.
And that gives them options again to start moving
मोटिव ने एक
around.
मैप हराया था, देखते हैं कौन सा
Minty
हराया था.
gonna be
सब चेक करिए,
resmoking
टेंशन ना
A
लो.
here. He has saved up maybe another smoke potentially for B.
Kaide over onto the corner. Been effective from Riddle. They also want to play into the smoke. Soldam again, though the spam is solid. And here comes Opinia trying to find a trade, but no dice. Full Sense. They need an opening here and fast. They're going to try to get it courtesy of Laz Yatsika this time. 1 sense to just
Oh.
forward. Sights are trained, and Yatsika gets the kill there. Opinia, though, nice shot onto Kaide. You gotta give that one. But at this point, Full Sense, they're hobbled here, and their positions, it's known. Minty in position, can't find the kill onto QQ.
Wow.
But nonetheless, Riddle are
भाई
all
रिडल
over the
आज
map,
परफॉर्म
and
कर रही
eventually
है.
get choked
टुडे
out by Full
परफॉर्मिंग
Sense.
what
There
happened?
was no
कौन से मैप पे हरा है लोकोमोट भाई? 13-3 हरा है हेवन पे. फंसा सकते हैं एसएलटी को भी अपन. वीएलटी एसएलटी को भी फंसा सकती है.
sense. And
फंसा
it's
देगी.
take real
कल
orders
गेम
just
रहेगा
there
अपना.
to, well, stop them on their feet and just stop them from moving.
I mean, it's been back and forth in the half, but truthfully, this has been a first half defined by first kills. More often than not, it's been the 5v4 advantage that have defined.
एक
winners
सेकंड
here.
गाइस, तुम लोग
Soldam,
देखो, मैं आया.
he just wants to get more done. QQ God, though, the flick away! This time around, QQ God survives his initial lurk here. Job's not done, and the range advantage is too much to handle. Riddle finds you across the map. They did hear an overdrive, but it was immediately snuffed out there by the Cypher. Yatsika now taken down by Leviathan, and Full Sense, they do make their way into C.
So this is the moment that Full Sense have been waiting for. It's been nitty and gritty, but that is how it's supposed to go. Neural Theft as a counter for Full Sense. They're going to have that information, and they will try to plant this spike.
अरे
No
अरे
big
अरे
limits for them.
गाइस,
This
मैं
is
1
over
मिनट
for
के लिए
Defense
क्या
could
जाता
be
हूँ, तुम
brutal.
सब गायब हो
Yeah,
जाते हो.
it does slow one over to the corner. Kai that finds the easy target. The last in position now to still hold in the front.
No plan.
There's still time remaining though. 40 seconds. Opinia's making it. Trying to
Wow,
make it.
double
The
peek,
double
अच्छा था.
swing is well coordinated. And Riddle order tie it up at the end of the first half. 6-6, as even as it can get.
They tried to bait the plant as well on that second one. This was where it gets kind of messy again. Potter sometimes just moves way too fast for his team. I don't know, maybe, or he was a distraction. However, Full Sense wanted his presence to be known. It definitely was not as felt. Anyways, we're going to have a quick little halftime break. And when we come back, it's the second half of...
अभी देखो गाइस, I will वैसे भी मेक वीडियो जब खत्म हो जाएगा. आज का दिन खत्म होएगा, मैं बिना शूट किए तो मैं उठने भी नहीं वाला हूँ. वह सिंपल सी बात है भाई. आज का दिन खत्म होने में शूट के बिना मैं उठने भी नहीं वाला हूँ. वो शूट करना जरूरी रहेगा. प्लेऑफ्स के ब्रैकेट्स आ गए. मोटिव लोअर में चली गई है. अपना या तो बूम के साथ रहेगा या एसएलटी के साथ रहेगा. अब लेट्स सी कि किसके साथ रहेगा. मैं तो बोलता हूँ अपने को दोनों ही टीम्स के साथ खेलना पड़ेगा एक बार तो. क्योंकि अगर एसएलटी के साथ अपना गेम होता है तो मुझे लगता है एसएलटी और अपने में अपन जीतेंगे और फिर यहाँ से बूम जीतेगी। जस्ट सी आज अपन एक मैप जीतते हैं या नहीं। अपना एक मैप जीतना जरूरी है। वो पीपल लविंग द फोटो। हो गया। भाई यार ये बहुत ये लगा बे, दिल पे लगा। अंग्रेजों के जमाने के जेलर हैं। ही इज नो मोर मैन।
The game so far. He's gonna want to farm up those kills, get that overdrive as soon as possible. Brings out the outlaw over at the anti-eco. One
हालत
thing I
खराब हो
noticed
गई है
with
कल।
Riddle Order a while ago, they did play that lurk just to get into A. They were selling that fake over onto B. Just at least hedged their bets in that way. Concerning though. They sent out a shot dart into garage. You also have Laz tucked away at the corner of C Long. Riddle, you're not in that direction as of yet. Just looking for the moment across the map here.
Yeah, they have to call Leviathan back as well because you can see that Laz is all, or excuse me, not Laz, but yeah, it was Laz all the way there on C long. Boom, easy kill for Potter.
Yeah, I mean, it's free for Potter, but that was hard work by Kaide, and he deserves the reward here. Potter, and the Colat to confirm the third. Soul down with the Bucky in his face, sure, but Potter's done some damage. Riddle
2v2 हो गया।
making this quite a fight. And actually, Riddle have the guns now. A Bulldog and a Bucky. But Leviathan, what was that shot? Trick shot from Leviathan, sure. Spike's not even planted yet. And Laz, long time coming.
बच
Finds the
गए।
angle, gets the shot through. And full sense.
बहुत weapons
will
गिरे
stave off
लेकिन।
that round.
Jeez, Leviathan is coming out. Not from the depths, but from above and just sinking his opponents to the nether realm. Incredible stuff from them. But this
वो
was
हेवन से जो
very
मारा नो
close.
उसको।
That catch that they had on Long was so close for comfort. Thankfully enough, Potter just hit that nasty collateral with the outlaw, or else maybe there's just more bodies for Riddle to, well, answer this, question of how they're gonna potentially win a thrifty round like that.
Yeah, I mean, Riddle put full sense to the test there. But because of the kills, as you mentioned, especially for Potter, he's one away from the overdrive and still has an outlaw in hand. Problem is, full armor here for Riddle Order. Their buy looking strong after the damage in the last one. Confirm presence into long.
दो गार्डियन है क्या?
Want to stabilize around that fact and then send in Soldam and Kaide to do what they do best.
They are so close on this contact. I wonder if Opinion's even aware that he's kind of out in the open. I love how he repositions, but this could be a quick little slide from Soldam on the push on A.
Oh, they got the Scando onto the Neon, so Kaide has to play it alone in the front for a little bit. Soldam playing it safe, and at least he makes Leviathan sorry. The Guardian gets the hit
गलत
at
हो
the
गया
very
भाई।
end of those taps, and the spike is planted here for Riddle Order.
This is beautiful of an execute from Riddle Order. Once they knew
एक
that
अंडर है,
opponents were
आवाज आ
so
गई।
close to them, they just pressed on the button. They pressed on the pedal, man. They just never let up. And oh, Potter. Okay, that's a little bit off there.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Kaide just daring to peek. They got the intel. He's holding Outlaw. Sure, why not? I'm gonna survive the shot anyway. The time ticks away.
Wait.
Laz trying to at least do some damage. But you said it. Riddle Order.
Nice shot.
So well. They played the double duelist style, and it's just syncing up with Soldam, really. What they look for.
Nice shot.
Soldam falls. Damage has been done. Exits, though, from Full Sense. Can QQ God reach for another? The Bucky at that range?
NT.
Impossible. Riddle now with a round.
Last can save actually. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Handle
at least
them, I
having a couple opportunities for an exit frag for a Full Sense at that interval, like you mentioned. But again, it's the same thing. As soon as they figure out that you're just so near them, there is no reason not to go for the chase. You just do not give Full Sense the ability to react. And Riddle has been slowly building up that understanding and that reaction time or response time. And it has kept this match very, very close on the first map.
I mean, we've seen the gap closers from both the
Wait.
Waylon and Leon. And Riddle, they know that.
As
trick.
Omen,
They've
you
been
don't
doing
give
that
fights
for
like
so
that.
long with their own Omen, right? So Leviathan, an easy target there for Riddle Order. They silence now their approach. The Owl drone used by Opinia. Broken by Kaide from afar. Full Sense still knows pressure is here into A. But it doesn't have to be a commit for the attackers here.
Yeah, no push just yet. Probably waiting on something to happen. A minute on the clock is definitely a lot of time to maneuver around. But you can't.
मैं आया guys. Washroom जाना है भाई.
Not really going for those visual peaks yet. They're just kind of waiting and seeing if they can maybe get a catch. You do see the alley-oop that the Pina was trying to do for Potter here, but A-Long is exposed, but he does get a couple of kills here and there. 2 for Pina, 1 for Potter, and this scares Riddle out of the sight.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been the decisive blow. They thought they could overrun Opinia after they heard the Reiko Dart thrown over into short. But no, Opinia holds his ground and Full Sense. They are shooters here, ready and waiting. Laz as well in position. It's been the bread and butter of the defense. Hold the corners, be willing to hold close. And the challenge from Full Sense will reign supreme here. 9-7 now.
That was just great, great timing for Full Sense. This entire first map, it really does feel like just countering each other's tempo from the looks of it, right? Every single moment. Look at this replay. I thought Opinia was done for, but somehow he manages to pick up the to go to another level, another speed, and it just stops whatever Riddle wanted to do.
I mean, they brought in Opinia back from his run in stage 2 with them. And a timeout called by Riddle Order again. It's been a while since we've seen the double timeouts from Riddle. I'd love that adjustment. At least get everyone back on the same page. But back to Full Sense, right? There's so many roster swaps that they've had throughout the year. At least, bare minimum, one of the finalists with the VC throughout the splits. Championship back in split 1. And they had Killua for a while, then they had Opinia, then they had QQ God. Now they have QQ God and Opinia together without Sephiroth. It's been quite a ride for the home team here, Asarai, and
yeah,
it's fine to see them in relatively good form right now, still feeling confident with their shots.
Absolutely. After what was a very, I guess, non-stop, taking L's against other teams. It is very good to see that they have that consistency locked down, and it's something to always keep looking forward to when you hear a team such as, Full Sense compete.
I mean, the results have been slipping throughout the year, but Full Sense, we still know they're a force to be reckoned with. In position now with the gun advantage. Riddle, though, seen them work with these scenarios before, and Laz, he knows that his side is under duress. Fast lane into play. Here we go with the dashes too. Laz, he can't hit the shot through, and finally Leviathan able to work off the reconnaissance, but Riddle Order, they do get the kills anyway. Onto the site. QQ God, though, in position. Spike finally reaching the objective, but QQ God, it's all a matter of timing here. Opinia will send out the Owl drone as well. Now QQ has to fight Kaide, but Kaide hits a deadly shot, and this gives Riddle Order a chance to pull this off. Convergent Pats avoided by Opinia. Riddle, they want to go for the double up, but now Jojo goes back to the site here. He'll hear that though. Opinia might get the
One enemy
timing.
remaining.
Sees Jojo,
Spike
a
down,
free
C.
target here. It's all up to
Oh my
Apinya
God.
and Kaide. You can't afford to miss those shots. Apinya, look to punish that now. Low HP for Kaide. Apinya still healthy. In position again to try and go for the spray, and Apinya, he will deliver with the Zowie clutch.
How does Apinya win those? I don't know what was the read for Riddle Order when they just called. When they were planning the spike, did they think that he was just gonna wrap around, or what? I kind of get this fight though, where you just see an exchange between Riddle Order and Full Sense, but this one allowing Apinya to go to the C site unchallenged when your spike planner is planning the spike out in the open. I mean, I kind of get that, you know, you'll have a stronger post plan because many angles, sure, but Apinya just doesn't care about that.
Yeah, he just takes the direct path. Real Order perhaps overthinking things, and right now under the pressure of Full Sense, we go again. Smokes being lobbed onto the side. Apinya here stays at the corner. We've seen Soldam clear this corner before. He does so again with impunity. Kaide in the front. Riddle gets the glad.
Spike planted.
There's a TP from the Omen as well, denied by Leviathan, or excuse me, by Yatsuko. Does get some information though, but they have to wait for the entire squad. It's gonna be a 5 versus 4 here. With Jojo still having his ultimate, so they can just delay for days, and having that Hunter's Fury just be so good for the post plan.
Yeah, cheeky fast lane there for Potter, but into the smoke. Kaide has been willing to challenge, and here we go again. The spray comes through. Kaide is good for the one before he's felled. Now Potter in position, but Riddle have the crossfire set up, and this is looking impossible to penetrate through. Laz will give it up. Save the gun for the next round. Soldam though doesn't want to let that happen. He peeks, he tries, but will be denied. And Riddle will at least get the round back here. It's gonna be 8-10 now coming into the next round.
Yeah, it's just again a very, very tight game of back and forth, push and pull, tugging of ropes. You love to see it. Anyways, this one, like you mentioned, it seems like Soldam, as long as they can isolate that short position, he can always win that fight. And Riddle knows this, and they are making very much use of it. As long as they know that the front of the A site can be theirs with little to no effort, they're gonna keep pressuring this particular site, and you're seeing Full Sense want to counter that.
Yeah, and Full Sense adjusts the toxic screen. Soldam has been using that against the opposition to get those forced 1v1s. And now, Full Sense, they do have to deal with the push into B. Scout here from Kaide. Now, uses a refract to get back into mid. Kirito gets the tag in the bag over onto Jojo. Soldam still in the front, wants the target. Apinya! How does he survive these moments? Well, Full Sense, they'd be thanking their lucky stars, but the job's not done. Yatsuka has crawled his way into C. This could be a moment here for Yatsuka. Lazdo crossing through. Neither Cypher sees each other. How awkward this can be. And Laz the one to get the jump on. Job's not done. Laz will back away, but this is so many angles now here for Full Sense. Kaida's even scanned. Challenging. Denied by Potter. Up to Minty, but it just all falls apart for Riddle Order there.
What? Just happened.
Right?
Yeah, between Yatsuka and Laz. Laz, he was opening his camera multiple times. I think he knew where Yatsuka was, and Yatsuka just had no catch, no idea how to catch him. And then Laz is just like, freebie kill, backs away, and then that. And then, of course, the thing that we just cannot, or we should mention, is how does Apinya keep surviving? It looked like Potter was just giving up his teammate to the wolves.
Yeah.
It seems like Apinya was the the K9 himself, the alpha.
You know, there's full armor and there's Apinya armor. Okay. No.
Plot armor.
The plot thickens. The hometown buff maybe here for Full Sense at the last moment. And with it, Full Sense have really just gotten the jump onto Riddle. Hunter's Fury though here from Jojo. Trying to barely suss something out. Laz didn't expect the second peek there. Brings at least a neural theft with him to get the intel. But here comes Riddle now. Kaide looking to prime the dashes. Potter actually already leading the front end. No one's looking. No one knows that Potter's here despite the sound cues. Jojo and Widow. Jojo, where are you looking? He's right behind you. And Full Sense just dismantling Riddle Order again. Oh man, the mystery of how these rounds are going into Full Sense's favor. Well, Kaide's trying to solve it here, Asarai, but at this point, the 1v3 is looking tough.
True, but at least he will get to plant the spike before anything else, realizing that his opponents are all the way right in front of him. Okay. I want to just keep looking at this minimap, what the rotation will be for Full Sense, and it's just to go straight to the spawn. There is a world where, okay, I think Kaede is, yeah, just timed out. I'm about to say, there was a world that maybe he lines up like 3 kills if he can hear them coming through spawn here, but he is unaware of this rotation.
I mean, there is a possibility. Kaide now with a saturated.
Oh!
Wow! QQ God with the statement, welcome me back to the server, because despite the hinder, I will not slow down. It's Full Sense on map points.
What? Okay.
How are Full Sense getting away with these rounds? I would never know, man.
Yeah, where was Full Sense? Where was this Full Sense? This is insane. Look at the fights. They just kept flanking, and then Riddle Order's like, look at this. Just like, is someone beside me? I'm gonna check, and then bam, goes down, falls down.
I'm surprised Jojo didn't even hear the sprinting Neon on the other side of the wall there.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it's tough for Riddle Order. You know they want to try and bring a win back at least home to Japan, and they picked even despite some of the struggles they've had in Ascension. But this is also a playground for Full Sense in the sea region. They're accustomed to this map. They're ready for whatever Riddle throws their way. And now you get the standard A execute into the converted fast. Paranoia also gonna be played here. Apinya still with a miracle kill, but Soldem finally with the overrun. QQ God though just dodging bullets. At this point, what can stop Full Sense? Riddle Order onto the A site. No plant as of yet because QQ God is lurking, lying in wait. Finally, the kill comes in. It's 3v3 here.
Okay, I was about to say that maybe Full Sense just cannot do any wrong. But it seems like at least they've been thinned down. Laz switching weapons with Potter as the retake seems to begin.
Yeah, fast lane now, Potter in position. And with Potter's movement, they get backside control of Vartan with him. Full Sense, they're doing it here. A spectacle to be made, and that's the show, folks. Courtesy of Potter. Take a bow, Full Sense. You're taking your opponent's map pick 13-8 to kick off the series.
What a show of force from Full Sense. The sensory overload definitely is felt here. Dax says it just seems like Full Sense were everywhere. Riddle Order, where were they supposed to look when their opponents were coming from all avenues? That was just there, right? It just felt like we saw how good of how good Full Sense can be when they have their setups work for them, and it works so well, especially in that second half.
I mean, they're just slipping by at this point. First half, quite contested. 6-6, back and forth. Good counterplays there. Good traps, really, from Riddle Order, and them also shutting out QQ God's lurks towards A, right? But once it comes to the second half, I don't know, Chief. Everything was just Full Sense. The Valorant gods were smiling on Full Sense. They were getting away with things that you could debate they shouldn't be. Shots ringing faster, of course, the quick reactions from players like Potter. And this is the Potter you want to see on Full Sense, right? No fear at all, no hesitation, because you know they can get away with it, and that's exactly what Full Sense did throughout that second half.
Yeah. I'll say, though, Real Order made a very good case for their team as to how well they can maneuver like players like Minty that was starting to get those impact frags and really disrupt the tempo here from Full Sense. It just seems like Full Sense took a very long time to figure that out, which was good for, again, Real Order at the start, but then you just figure out again that Full Sense is just doing Full Sense things, to be honest, in that second half. I think it's as simple as that, right?
I mean, to quote Team NKT, right? Welcome to Thailand from Full Sense, and they say those words through the game itself. It's a taste of what they've done throughout C challengers throughout the year, and a Full Sense looking comfortable on the home soil is a Full Sense to be feared. Great to see Apinya doing well here as well. You know, those rotation changes in Full Sense has been a thing throughout the year, whether some players being picked up, whether themselves picking up players into split number 3. This is a full sense that is looking very happy to be here as Sarai, and I can't wait to see what we'll get into the second map. But because of that, we'll toss it over to our panel. Bella, Morgan, what you got?
Full Sense finally able to show their true potential in this match. No stakes as well as no pressure. This is the Full Sense we've all been waiting for. They simply hit their shots, fluid with their adaptations, solid in their decisions and executions.
Yeah, I mean, this is the full sense we've been wanting to see the whole tournament. They looked so sharp, despite not having as many first kills. They looked comfortable in these rounds. But one thing I really do want to say is I was so happy to see them a lot more composed. You know, this first half, they were up 5-2, and then it's a 6-6 half. I think that's when that choke factor can come in. That's when you can start to doubt yourself. But then into that second half, they just explode out and it becomes very easy from there. So really happy with that on the side of Full Sense. They should be happy too because they didn't let their own mentality get the better of them. We take a look at the scoreboard and Potter absolutely cooking them. I mean, this is the duality of Potter. When he's in form, he looks insane. And this was just one of those games.
Yep, it means like our hypothesis, right, in the pre-match, proven in this match alone. Like what you said earlier about Potter, he's been electric in this map in Haven. Meanwhile, Riddle, I feel like they showed another great gameplay in Haven, especially in the first half. But somehow, like the fighting spirit we saw in the first half no longer visible for them in the second half.
Yeah, definitely. That felt like it started to fall apart a little bit. I do have to feel for this Riddle team. They need to regroup fast heading into map 2, or Potter here is just going to have another monster game. I mean, I love watching this kid play when he's really at full power because he looks like an absolute world beater. He looks like he can go toe-to-toe with the very best in this tournament. And this map 1, he just absolutely dominated. How many times did we see big multi-kills from this guy? I mean, very, very impressed. And I think this is someone with a long career ahead of them.
I am
Absolutely. I
sorry
feel like
guys,
Potter here,
कुछ तो भाई साहब तुम
he
लोगों को
just
मेरे को
have to
हिदायत
handle
देनी
one
पड़ेगी.
thing, I guess, like
आज
the
थोड़ा
pressure,
हाँ
right? The
दिवाली के
tension
हिसाब से भाई बहुत
from
लेफ्ट
the
राइट भी काम
matches
चालू है
before.
इधर उधर
It
सब
makes
कुछ वी आर
him
वर्किंग वेरी
unable to perform this
मच
well.
लेफ्ट एंड
Like
राइट कोई बात
today,
नहीं
he's just
happens.
different. He just doesn't think about like the hard stuff. He's just
Yeah.
gonna play his own game.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, especially on the duelist, it should be so freeing when you can cut loose. You can take your jewels, you can just start fighting the opponents. And especially if you're someone like Potter, who has the capability to just win so many of them. So very, very impressed with Potter there. And I'd love to see him continue this really sharp form into map 2 of Abyss.
Of course, this is
माइक म्यूट है आपका, माय बैड, सॉरी। कुछ तो भाई दिक्कत हो गई थी, हमने अब ठीक कर दिया। हाँ, अब ठीक है। हैप्पी दिवाली। भाई तो वे दिवाली विवाली बीजो थोड़ी, बड़े भाई हो यार। एक मैप जीतना है, वीएलटी हैज टू विन वन मैप एटलीस्ट। गाइस मैं सबके पिकम्स चेक कर रहा हूँ रैंडमली। देख भाई देखो, रैंडमली मैं पिकम्स चेक कर रहा हूँ। वीएलटी फुल सेंस में पब्लिक ने फुल सेंस पिक किया, रिडल ऑर्डर में और वेलोसिटी में रिडल ऑर्डर पिक किया, वेलोसिटी नाउस में नाउस पिक किया, वेलोसिटी नोंगशिम में नोंगशिम पिक किया। सबके पिकम्स की वाट लगा दी भाई। इधर देखते हैं, ये वीएलटी वाले हैं। वीएलटी को जितवाया, वीएलटी को जितवाया, वीएलटी को जितवाया। इधर नोंगशिम जितवाया है, अब देखते हैं। शिवम वीएलआर का क्या सीन, मतलब भाई मेरे को कभी कभी गुस्सा ऐसा आता है ना कि फ्लैग देखने के बावजूद तुम वीएलटी क्यों नहीं पिक कर पाते। वीएलटी फकिंग एवरीवन्स पिकम्स। भाई वीएलटी पे उम्मीद किया करो। वो 3 प्लेयर थे जो वीसीटी स्टेज जाके आए थे। पंत अपना यूट्यूब भी एक्टिव रख रहा है, पंत को पता है क्रिकेट खत्म हुआ कंटेंट क्रिएशन में जाना है। क्या क्या वीडियोस बनाती है पब्लिक। टिपुन भाई का ही वीडियो देखते हैं।
How I'll be standing in front of Indian Pack when he asked to declare if I have any color. The fuck, dude? What the fuck is that?
ओ जी।
Well, that's something new.
जोसेफ अंग्रेज।
200% की ग्रोथ चाहिए, ठीक है? बहन का लोड़ा 200% की ग्रोथ मांग रहा है और सैलरी देने में उस भड़वे की गांड उदास हो जाती है। जी करता है उसके मुंह में दे दूं बहन के लंड के। बिल्कुल सर, हो जाएगी ग्रोथ। एक बात तो बोलूं माय डियर सर। हाँ बोलो। मैं आपकी कंपनी छोड़ के जा रहा हूं, तो 200% ग्रोथ करके आप रंडी खाना खोल लेना और खुद बैठ जाना उसमें।
ये डायलॉग मार रहा था मेरे को एंड पे जब मैं छोड़ रहा था आईटी। तू मेरी ड्रास से पैसा
चोरी कर रहा है। पापा वो भैया सिगरेट पीता है।
भैया की लगा दी।
पापा छोटे की गर्लफ्रेंड है। पापा याद है आपने भैया को 2 लाख रुपए दिए थे इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए? भैया ने वो पैसे जुए में उड़ा दिए। ये ज्यादा हो रहा है
दादा अब्बू।
पापा याद है पिछली ईद पे दादा अब्बू सीढ़ियों से गिर गए थे? वो गिरे नहीं थे, इससे धक्का दिया था ऑफिस। पापा जो पिछले साल आपकी ऑफिस में डाका पड़ा था वो भैया के दोस्तों ने मारा था।
बेसिकली पापा की लग रही है. क्या क्रिएटिविटी है बे चैट.
पापा जिस लैला से आप रात को फोन पे बात करते हैं वो भैया
Fan, it's not RP day, but you are a masala hunter.
क्या प्लान था पूरा स्क्रिप्ट
साला.
स्क्रिप्ट क्या थी
मैच चालू हुआ क्या हो गया
Here's just that way too many opponents, and Soul's gonna be on the first contact here, and he's just gonna make quick work of them. Oh, okay, Leviathan fighting back.
Yeah, crispy aim here from Riddle all throughout. And Leviathan, it's not just tough, it's looking quite
Nice try.
impossible. Jojo, okay? You missed the stun, you don't miss the shots. And Riddle Order will get this pistol now.
I love how it all started on mid and somehow mutated into a very quick push into that B site.
The old ever.
It seems like, yeah, Riddle had the great read to just pressure on the middle position, knowing that there's really not a lot of utility that you can use while you're on that pistol round, right? So
Yeah.
having more numbers, it just means that you can just overwhelm with that, and it works.
And it's good to see Riddle at least standing up a little bit, trying to get that hype going here. That energy will bring him so much success into the series, and that scan too is utter perfection. Yatsuka catching up Potter, and full sense call for the
Niche utro.
we're done round.
Yes. That's how it sounds when they're, you know,
Yeah.
falling.
You're really good at sound effects, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? I could be a Foley artist.
You can be a soundboard.
Yeah. That's what they're called.
दोनों लो हुए दोनों को पता है दोनों कूदेंगे
I've been thinking like you have those little touch pads.
फ्रैग वैसे भी जाने हैं
Your face with different emoticons basically.
And then, oh,
Okay.
another
Okay.
easy for Kaide.
So I'm a little confused. Full sense. Half the team decided to bail out. The other half still wanted to play for some reason.
There's a calculation there, man. If they gave 4 kills, that would be 4 ult charges.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Chief.
They only want to give half,
Yeah.
you know, it's a discount.
50% off.
अकल लगाओ थोड़ी कास्टर्स
Take your deal now. Okay. That's a flash deal. Okay.
कास्टर्स ने अकल नहीं लगाई कास्टर्स का
I
गलती
mean,
if
they-
you
they
give
did prolong
damage
the round, so gave them a bit more time to discuss things, which I think usually some of our teams here don't really utilize, right?
Actually.
Yeah, so I like that. Oh,
And I guess to consider too, they might have gotten.
अरे भाई एक तो फोन भाई नोटिफिकेशंस आते हैं ना
It's time for Full Sense to bring out the buys. And Laz is the one anchoring on the B site here. So the Razor Vice in position. They're still trying to break any close utility. Like Yaldro now from Yatsuka Soldam also dashing forward, light speed. But it's such a dangerous predicament. He's literally
Look, Kaide गिर
on
गई.
the edge of the map. And Kaide, what happened? Kaide, where'd you go, my friend? He gets pushed off by the sheer, I believe, that Full Sense had there.
काइडे
so
गिर गई
he's Kai down there.
Oh no. You're,
All right.
you're getting your energy back, huh? You're
Yeah,
making
a
your
little
puns,
bit,
eh?
a little bit. We're
little
getting it. Oh, but
Short.
Leviathan though, is still Leviathan. He will get retraded though, but they're rather picked off for that revenge kill, but still pretty good in the end.
Yeah, counter kill there from Riddle Order. Bit
30
by bit,
seconds
looking to
left.
work the middle of the map. Was successful a while ago during the pistol, but that has to hurt Riddle. They would be very suspicious of these next few rounds about that
Oye.
setup.
Oye.
In position and Potter pristine again with the aim. The double there.
भाई साहब
Through the wall, Full Sense in control. And that's going to be their first round on the board here.
Yeah, pretty solid hold. All things considered, really have to see that replay on how what happened with
Where's
Kaide.
the shear?
It really
Kaide?
is.
Oh, there you have it. See, the shear just nudges him off.
I think he nudged himself off. No? Am I crazy?
Bit.
अगर आगे जाता
I want the third person. It just looks like something got activated.
Okay.
to me.
All right. In any case, that was a very big blow to whatever Riddle Order were trying to do on the B side. They were probably
FS
waiting for
निकालने
the
वाली है,
high
ये
tide to
2-0
fall
है,
and
Nongshim versus
they have,
VLT
like, a
का
nice
game
little
जल्दी
peek.
दिखेगा.
He has a nice little pocket there, but I mean, all things considered, it happens.
I mean, look at that. Still, the vice wall's there. So I'm just gonna chalk it up to that. I'd rather give credit than no credit to Full Sense. But in any case, that was just the Riddle bonus round. And despite them not getting much done, they do have the lay of the land now.
Yes.
Knowing about Laz's setup would be very important for the success here in the attacking side. Yatsuka. Charge here, Leviathan.
कुछ तो damage, हाँ दिया है.
Spray comes through box there. And with it, Riddle just getting that
दिया
more pressure.
damage दिया.
They're looking to rack up as many ult points as they can. Try to farm it up for the Hunter's Fury into the next few rounds here.
Yeah, I don't understand why some teams don't really do that often, because especially when you're on these specific maps as the attacking side, there's very little chance for the defenders to counter you, and if they try to peek you, you have more numbers, you could probably just get a kill, and then you cascade that to a bigger lead, excuse me.
Yeah, it does require a big investment from Full Sense to challenge those angles, and something Riddle Order has relied on for the round here. Soul Dam though.
हिंडर बुंडर कर दिया है. ओए हक दिया.
To do it the hard way. Kai's already been flying onto Apinya. Into the backside though. Full Sense still having presence. Leviathan hindered, sure. Soul Dam can't find him. Minty does though. And with it, it's now a scrap on the
NT
A
हो
side.
गया.
No safe ground though for Riddle Order as of yet. Potter trying to spray through the smoke. Jojo repositioned, and Potter even
भाई फ्रैग मिल गया.
on the board.
Oh.
Finally, spike planted. 2v2 goal comes through.
1v1.
Slam, though, in position, and now the Rolling Thunder does it bout.
1v1, 1v1, 1v1.
No. Down to 1v1. Jojo thinking about the intercept here, but Laz with height. This could be a great angle. Jojo into the corner. Laz peek.
Anti
drops
रे.
someone down, and there's no escape from Jojo's wrath.
कूदना नहीं था.
It's Riddle with a third round now.
Beautiful, beautiful use.
Can you disturb your best friend for no reason? Lay she.
ओके दा डार्लिंग व्हाट्स अप
I mean, don't start with serious discussions, okay?
गो एंड
वाकई क्यूट है. वाकई. ऑस्ट्रेलिया में. When you don't
मार
eat
पड़ी.
healthy, so you drink some water. Bro, chat अगर तुम्हें नहीं पता, मेरे क्लासमेट था जो दुबई में रहता है, वो फुटबॉल खेलने के बाद ठंडी वाटर को ऐसे किया, सर पे डाला उसने ताकि थोड़ा चिल रहे, चिल माहौल हो जाए. कोमा में आज तक 3 साल हो गए. गाइस, जब भी तुम्हारी दिमाग गर्म होती है, नहीं डालने का.
आपकी चीज आ गई है. अरे ये बापूजी, फ्रिज में चीज पड़ी ही है. दया भाभी, वो खाने वाली चीज नहीं, लान खड़ा करने का तेल चाचा जी ने मंगाया.
वाह सड़क.
And these two have just great timings to just catch things. Yatsuka is going to be in such a dire situation here as he tries to approach through A main. Thankfully, he does have a recon dart and some time, but again, it's a 1 versus 3, and he has to try to get a first pick before anything else as he bumps up to the top. And of course, that's just going to be an easy win for Full Sense.
Yeah. Fully regrouped by Full Sense, and they've been daring on these defensive angles here. They know that Riddle Order loves to creep up towards mid, and now that they're playing early on into the round to try and get the damage before the orbs get taken. And exactly what you were talking about a while ago, perhaps that lax attitude towards those orbs, kind of false sense of security right now there for Riddle Order.
Yeah.
And Full Sense, when they play aggressive, that's when they look confident. And coming into the round, it's Riddle who is forced to play the eco here.
I thought there was going to be an aggressive play here for Full Sense.
Nice try.
Okay, this gets a bit of information though, but they don't know that Laz is the back of the side, but it seems like it's going to be a quick execute here from Riddle Order.
Nice.
Oh! Quickly though, taken down by Apinya. Just shut down immediately. Yeah,
Spam, spam,
here for
spam.
Riddle. No trade available thanks to the sheer. And really, Full Sense is getting a read of the round so quickly. They send Laz to A site this time around, and it works out in dividends for them.
Potter still holding this A side just in case, but Riddle Order has decided to go
बाकियों को पता है भी जा रहे हैं
quickly
ना.
rotate to B. As for things, oh, that beautiful timing as well with the Soba drone.
ये भी पता था.
I think he's gonna have a quick time here as well, just delaying, denying.
किस तरीके से फ्रैगिंग पोटेंशियल है बे.
Yeah, looks like a done deal here. Full sense, pristine.
FS
on
ना
the
रुक रही,
anti-eco,
FS ना मान
confirmed the
रही.
flawless. And now this is where it gets tough for Riddle. When they get separated, right? Sure, it's an eco round, but those are the cases you're afraid for Riddle. Will Soldam get in there, can't find the refract out in time, and then the rest of the team can't follow one up. It's been their success in the past few rounds there, as right, especially towards A, when they can actually use the space that Soldam creates. But in this case now, full sense, they're bringing the gates closer to the opposition.
ये दिवाली
It's an
कंटेंट
earlier
और
success
कमबैक
for
का
Full
नाम
Sense
हम
all
भी यही
throughout.
बोल रहे
Yeah,
हैं.
and it seems like Soldam isn't really timing this with his team. That at least they cross the sheer together. Because, sure, I mean, there's utility that Soldam can feed off of, but no teammates to feed off of him if he, you know, kind of sets something up.
भाई रिडल ऑर्डर नेक टू नेक दे रही है, लेकिन FS है. हम FS के फैंस क्यों थे, मतलब पैसिफिक के अंदर आफ्टर VLT. This was the only reason.
It becomes a trade.
Well,
This was the only reason हम
pretty good
FS के
trade, I'd
फैंस
say,
थे.
for Riddle Order. Now that the Pena is like down to 2, this man has somehow managed to survive this insurmountable potential kills from Riddle Order. Oh, this push from mid though only has QQ God as the defender that could open up the B side.
Hey!
So walking straight into each other and Soldam in the face of adversity. Just smacks QQ God down. Dashing now. Might just let go of the refract here. He's committed into heaven. And also Apina, despite being spotted, despite having 2 HP, it will be a hero's death for him. And all
लेकिन
should
nice
work for
try.
Full Sense though, as Riddle make it convincing to keep the lead.
Wow. I just can't believe how he's able to still have that ability to get kills. Even though when he's just so down in terms of HP. Still though, like you mentioned, it was just a quick rinse and repeat from Riddle Order, just making sure that they slowly pushed, went for the fights. Seems like there was no more utility counterplay that we would be able to see from Full Sense, just because they lost so much at the very beginning trying to contain that mid position.
I mean, they kicked it off with a default, and you said it. The utility investment by Full Sense was a bit more than you'd expect, because the Harbor of Kyukugad threw everything he had to keep Apina in position. Soldam now looking to push out as well into B. Lightspeed here.
Whiff kiya!
Life. And this is huge for Riddle Order. They got the pick. They're looking healthy. And on to B, they go for more. Thinking about the Steel Garden though. Does Laz find the moment? Conversion pass into play. Now, guns.
सब कुछ लगा दिया.
Away, but Kaide out in the open. Full Sense still hold. And Riddle are forced back for the time being.
It sounds like a
Ultimate heavy round.
Ultimates are used. It's the reckoning of the Steel Garden. How the hell do you
with the convergent paths?
Oh my! How do you even like get any kills with that? You have only your pistol. You're stunned. Oh, hang on. Oh, it's a big one.
Menti, that's fresh. That's good. And Laz just wasn't looking that way. But we get the scraps yet again.
Okay.
Cape scene, and Opinion's there ready to help. Full Sense thrive in the chaos. And with a spike in a bad spot, Riddle have to fight their ways out of this one. Crossing through. It's back in spawn. 23 seconds left, and it's Apina they need to take down, but Apina is unrelenting. There's no beating this guy in the series right now. Soldam, he's forced to rush now towards B side, but the intercept is possible.
Perfect timing for QQ God out here.
Soldam taking the tower spot, the leap on through, the leap of faith, but there is no belief there from Full Sense. They deny Riddle any kind of chance.
Apina again and again and again. Okay. This one, you know, the collage of ultimates definitely put a wet towel on what was supposed to be the B site for Riddle Order. But that hold for Apina, making sure that he gate kept that spike for as long as he possibly could, was spectacular, to be honest. Like, no words could describe how, I think, devastating that was for like Riddle Order. That was
Fast लोग देख रहे हो यार, make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Particular round.
Brothers blessed. Honestly, this series has just been a blessing from Apina. Yes, the higher power smiling on Full Sense right now. Soldam.
Nice.
Right behind
It's
you.
over.
There is Leviathan, creeping monster lying in wait. Leviathan looking to feast for more, but Riddle, they refuse to be the meal here of Full Sense. The challenge comes on through. Leviathan being getting the quad, and Full Sense now will take the lead.
wow. Just, again, it just feels like Real Order, again, looked like they just wanted to go for a quick little rush play. But then, they're not able to check all of their bases. The trap was already sprung. Once, again, Soldem just passed the middle of the site and just did not look behind him. It's one of those things, man.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate.
And it's just because of that utility cell as well. It's tough for Soldam himself to have to turn on around and clear those angles. Expecting
Shot
to
re.
do that for him. And Potter now bring out the operator. That was quick. And Yatsuka's already gone. Full Sense now feeling the heat here. Rolling Thunder sent out by Riddle in response just to get the orb control.
Evan.
But wait, there's more here for Full Sense. Leviathan's
Here
not
too.
done. This monster is happy to play on either side of the map. Here at A, he's the gatekeeper here.
Oh.
And Riddle, they're just knocking on any kind of doorstep.
कहीं
No
मिल
one
रही है
is
chance,
being a
वो
good
थोड़ी
neighbor
भी
here.
रे.
No one wants to let them in.
Did you see that? He should have seen his head. I think he did, and then he just looked away. Oh, no.
Nice try.
Still, can't count RID out at all. If they can find this pick onto QQ God, that could be the opening that they need to take this B site. Minty's been solid so far. The Cascade gives him an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that's Cascade also giving cover
No.
for Minty, but okay. Well, it was a tough round anyway, and he just wanted to face the music. 6 rounds here for Full Sense.
I honestly thought he was gonna commit to fight for B site. But I kind of see what he was hoping to maybe get, you know? Oh, they might not think that I'll, you know, double back and then maybe get a kill or so, but so far, it hasn't really worked out. No mix-ups, no fake-outs, no nothing that can really shake the reads, I think, that Full Sense are, well, doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Riddle have relied on mid for so much of their attacking side. More and more Full Sense. They've understood how this works out for them, what they can get away with the aggressive push on the defense. And as of now, Soldam, he's tracked down by the Owl Drone's dart. So Soldam still seen here, over into vent.
Bhai, hello!
Pinya! Absolutely fearless! What was that from a Pinya?
गाइस आज थोड़ा लेफ्ट एंड राइट ही चल रहा है 4-8
Still have that operator in hand, Leviathan. He's gotten away with these angles before Asarai, and at this rate, Riddle will need to be very careful of that corner.
Oh, they are pretty aware of it.
Nah.
Oh, wait,
Nah, the TP missed.
A chance for Jojo and Minty. A bit of a misstep. Timing, though, is going to be crucial right now because Jojo is just by himself. So Minty's going to have to go dig deep quickly or else his teammate has fallen down. The defuse just could follow right after.
Yeah, they can actually try and stick it here. They're pressuring Minty to look into the side.
Nice.
Apinya doesn't miss. Apinya doesn't miss.
Khatam.
The humble king. He thought about it again. You saw that, right? You saw that on the chair. 12-4 for Apinya. He has had his day here today. And speaking of fours, Riddle is nailed to 4 points right now as Full Sense will wrap up the first half with 8 on their side.
That was so messy, too. Look at, again, that TP back from Soldam, and he just eats like 200 Furies. They really are starved, I think, for openings, and they're trying to pry the site open for themselves, but it's just not working. Nothing is budging for Riddle Order. In any case, a quick breather for us as we prepare for this second half.
गाइस लेकिन एक चीज है, बहुत ज्यादा ऐप्ट देखी मैंने वो चीज पूरे गेम में। रिडल ऑर्डर अलग थलग खेल रही है। ठीक है, सॉर्ट कर लिया। कितने पिकम्स लगे हैं भाई। ओके, वेलोसिटी पिग्ड, रिडल ऑर्डर और वेलोसिटी। भाई तुम फुल सेंस के सामने जितवा रहे हो। आज अगर नोंगशिम को हरा दिया तो बात बनेगी।
Wow, sold out. That's brave. That's brave. And sold out collects two. The collat comes in. Yatsuka as well in position. And Riddle, we've seen these plays even in the last map. Ready for the commit. Ready for the trap. Leviathan though.
Nice.
Linking in. Finds Jojo. And Leviathan's not done. Priming the paranoia. Gets the blind.
Nice.
Minty, a free target for Apinya. And Apinya, this is a bridge. Rename it at this point. He has done everything he can on that small bridge on A, whether on the attack and the defense. And full sense now. They have that backside, but then again, Riddle.
Spike
Wait for the
planted.
sound cue on the plant. Kaide, Yatsuka timing. Oh, Apinya getting away with the recon dart for now. Keep an eye out for CT as well.
Eh, nice.
The isolate fight. Apinya with 15 HP gets the kill there. Yatsuka on the other side. One bullet should do it. One bullet, that's all he needs. But Yatsuka feeling the pressure. Apinya still
Nice
around
try,
the
dude.
ankles. But now, just overreading the situation. Yatsuka confirms it. It's Riddle with his pistol.
Gotta love Yatsuka and his ability to fake out. Like you mentioned, over-reading situation for Apinya there. He heard the quote-unquote jump up, and then he just thought that his opponent was right above him. And Yatsuka was like, no, I'm right down here with you, bro. I'm grounded. Yeah, but this one, I guess, like, try to deny the push towards vents by Soldem was huge. I saw the one kill, and I think he just shot someone
Behind
beyond
the
the
cove.
smoke.
Yeah,
exactly.
So the cove shattered and then it collected one with the collat. Crazy timing there for Riddle, but they'll take it. And speaking of taking rounds, so the first game, both pistol went full sense. This game, both pistol rounds have gone in Riddle Order's favor. Could that be a sign for Riddle's success? Or for now, Soldam in position,
ना हो पाएगा।
holding the outlaw steady. In full sense, actually, it's a full eco for them here. The Shorty and Potter, that's pretty much all they've really invested here. Wouldn't even be too surprised if they just forfeit the round if they can't find any kind of space to work with here.
Well, they're gonna try to brute force their way regardless. There is a bajillion like utility available right now from Riddle Order.
Yeah. Cyber cages, perfect setup here from Kaede. And no one gets through his gaze, and no one gets through his maze. It's two for Kaede. He wants to run. He does get overrun by Laz.
Whoa!
Still in position.
Doable हो गया है।
They're doing damage here. They're actually making this dicey. No one looking from height though. It's Yatsuka in position. 2 bullets in the Sheriff, none in the Bulldog. He needs to make these shots count if he wants to get the kill now.
Nice,
they
man.
spot the target.
Recon नहीं होता तो शायद कुछ बात बनती।
Get the anti-eco, but that was more damage done than full sense than anyone expected.
Yeah, especially with, like you mentioned, it looked like they just had complete control of this. With Kaede just hitting every single shot. And then I think he, for a second, felt incredibly confident, which, you know, you can't really fault him. And then he just gets traded. And then everyone else from, I think, right behind him just lost bullets, and they couldn't really get the frags to go their way. So, well, that makes it expensive. But still, you know, a round win for Riddle Order is a round win nonetheless.
Yeah, and coming into the bonus, they do have some guns to work with, especially in Soldam's hands. Quick push there from Soldam. Blast it. Plays behind the boxes. Lassie is coming. Seems like he does. Device ready for the angle. Forces the refract there. Apinya on the other hand, sending out the Owl drone already in full sense. Putting their pressure onto A. The numbers are here. The Cyber Cage in position. Kaide trying to activate any angle for Minty to work with. Opportunity knocks, but it's Leviathan who gets the door swinging his way yet again.
Let's go.
They find the intel, but they can't hit the shot. Full sense also within the vents right now. Getting so close between these two teams. They're just embracing distance with one another, but QQ God springs to action. Could be collected though here by Yatsuka, but Yatsuka line too late to assist. Full sense all across the board getting these kills. And QQ God!
team को open कर दिया. तुम plant करो, तुम enjoy करो.
With a spike planted, with the conclusion almost foregone, it's up to Jojo to change that fate, but Apinya we'll just get the nice shot in the end. 6-9 here for Full Sense now.
What just happened? The commitment to chase down QQ God from an easy kill to what the heck? Look at this. Okay, we'll see it here. And then, what was the POV for Kai? Yeah, exactly that. That was wild. He just held his position and he gets 3 kills. And like you mentioned, that fault line whiffing or not connecting in time was a huge upset for QQ God.
In the round.
You can feel a hesitation from Riddle Order. Which angle will they check? And you could say, is it an overcommit to watch into mid? It feels like there's also an undercommit with the timing. That's the desync that Riddle Order have suffered through this whole Ascension run. And unfortunately for them, it is just hurting them in these games. Let's see now if Riddle can get this double buff to work their way. Aldrone goes for Leviathan, 8 HP for Soldam, but we wins the fight. Now the contest comes in from Riddle 2. They send out the utility from Jojo, who will respect the heaven position from
Fooled him 8 HP hai, but hug diya.
Now, oh, Minty's still at the elevated angle here. I don't think he knows, but this one, the kill on Potter, denies that mid control for Full Sense.
What?
What? How, Laz? Okay, Kaide makes sense of the situation into the neural theft. Full Sense again with a miracle kill, but Riddle Order, this is looking to be themselves in prime position to take this one. Kaide confirms
Cypher बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है
the
defense
Cyber
में.
setup from Kaide is just so oppressive on that B side. Full Sense, they don't know where to go. They're getting funneled towards danger, especially, and it's been Riddle Order coming to collect towards that side of the map.
Now 20 seconds on timer. There. Ooh, look at the trap still available here on that B side. Is there gonna be a chance where Apinya just sends it? I mean, they have some money. I think he could just try to clutch.
10 seconds left.
I think he's just gonna save it. Yeah. Yeah,
If you get the if you get the 1v4 clutch in this situation, in this position with 10 seconds, dude, I'm gonna stand up for Apinya. I'm just gonna do it for him at this point.
Stand up and just give him a nice little slow clap. Well done, bravo. But no, not this time, not this time.
Yeah, celebrations instead for Riddle Order. Great round for them, and you'd love to see more of this from Riddle. Just these coordinated angles, just two players watching out for one another. These fadeaways, these utilities, really trapping.
Last but that operator.
It's been effective when they can play off whatever Kaide and Jojo do set up for the team.
Now, let's see how Full Sense still not giving up this mid control. You know, gotta give them props for that. I think they are very confident with the high tide plays.
Yeah.
But you can see that Riddle Order now are starting to really press their advantage.
Oh no,
being this close.
Yeah, Soldam could have been, but Opinion now will fall. And you said it, I mean, Riddle Order, they're taking alternate angles here. A great push-up there from Soldam. He's still happy to challenge, and he gets QQ God as well. 2 for the price of none. It's looking clean here from Riddle Order. And as Full Sense have brought an operator in the hands of Laz, he just sees no one at all in his crosshairs. That spike, picked up by Leviathan. Luckily, it's into the corner for him to claim. Leviathan, though, what's going on? Utility out. Kaide gets another freebie. Now the op's known, but Laz doesn't hit the shots. And this round, just a collapse for full sense.
गलत हो गया
Does he
पूरे
just
round में.
throw the operator away so that Soldem doesn't pick it up? I mean, I'm just, throwing it out there. Potter, though, like you mentioned, very far from his teammates. Can make a bit of a splash here, but again, eyes are darting everywhere for Riddle, making sure that they're not getting flanked and they have full control of that spike, minus maybe getting exit fragged by full sense here.
Yeah, this is good for Riddle. Minty's covering those bases. And at this point, yeah, full sense will have to give it up. Suck themselves away into corners, save those guns, especially that operator. Riddle have no real semblance of where the Vice went after the first shot. Potter, and he exits. He sees the flick, gets the head of Jojo. Tied it too, and suddenly, full sense gets some kills at least to find value in the round.
Laz as well, keeping that operator in his hands should be a big boon here. I was about to say, again, maybe they throw it out, but you know what? That's the mark of a coward. And full sense are, brave in this fight. Real order as well. Again, this mid control has not yet bore any fruit of success for full sense. So I don't know if they're gonna keep doing this, because if they do, Real order have a very serious chance of just bringing it all the way back, because you're looking at the rounds differential right now, and it's just one. It's just a single round.
Well, there were some rounds where I think the mid did play pivotal, like when QQ God was there, right?
ये दिवाली में गाइस मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों कन्विक्शन आ रहा है, अगली दिवाली तक में कुछ तो भाई बड़ा होने वाला है, मजा आने वाला है. आओ बीजीएमआई खेलें. Diwali party at Prerna House, Sapphire reimagined, Zonal Head versus Manas, Zwigato. Green boy, how to make a perfect cheese grill sandwich, cheese garlic sandwich. OMG, timer is insane. At least ये easy sniper नहीं है? अरे यार दीदी छोड़ो, जाने दो, मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं. Style or comfort? Obviously comfort.
Potter, I thought he was gonna try to go for a wraparound, but he had the didn't realize that was what happened there. He realized he could just hold hands together with his teammate and just make sure with QQ God that they had all their angles, all their bases covered, because they knew that their opponent still had to get close to them and start defusing that spike. It's that kind of simple approach that, again, put a lot of pressure onto Real Order.
Be right back.
And Full Sense has been so good at winning those isolated fights to begin with.
What if?
Potter now, just still as daring as always. And doesn't even need to clear Soul them there. Full Sense watching the
मैं
angles
तो
and
सिर्फ
the
एक
one-way
चीज है,
setups.
what if FPS जीत रही है
Stars
और
here,
रोंगशेम हार
Riddle
रही
just
है?
want to slow things down. But at this point, full sense, they've hit the turbo button, and Potter, he's ready to go again. Dip in and out, get the kill onto Yatsuka. Now the light speed into position, Hinder also onto Heaven. Catch out Minty, Hinder there in position, and all in all, this is just clear
मैं
for
तुमको एक ही
full
चीज
sense.
पूछ रहा हूँ, what if?
Crispy and juicy. It's another round here to get them to 11.
Yeah. All they had to do was just, again, wait. There is gonna be that chance, that time when there's not really a gun round from Riddle Order, that something like that happens, you know, where Soldem just pulls out. You have a feeling that he does that, and it's right. It's just one of the things that Soldem does, you know, tries to maybe bring back the team with a huge play,
नहीं हो
but
पाएगा.
it gets read very
बाहर हो
quickly by
चुकी है,
opponents.
1-3 रहेगा.
Yeah, and the confidence is here for full sense here from Leviathan himself.
Noxian
Let's
already
go.
दो
Let's
दी.
get our dub. Hunter's Fury. The blind comes on in, but Minty still catches out Potter. Great contest here from Riddle Order at the very least, but they're stuck in these angles. And Yatsuka finds one onto Leviathan. The response here from Riddle is a statement. The Rolling Thunder with doubts. And Pinya. He's holding out to Heaven here. Kaide tries to play this angle. He's been getting away with this for so long. Laz, no Laz! Just destroying anyone in his path.
सबको बेट कर दिया काइडे ने.
Left unchecked. Here the spike to be planted. Now Laz gets to jump in here. And Laz wants
सबको
to try
बेट
and
कर दिया भाई ने.
It's Capin instead with the trade. Time taking Jojo. 20 HP. In full sense. They always think it happens through the hard fights. But Jojo, the sign, the shots, and the chance here. 1v1. And for the first game here for QQ God, the first series, he's on this stage. The spotlight's on him, and he delivers the goods. Series point here for full sense.
Yeah.
जल्दी खत्म करो यार.
QQ God not always having the spotlight, at least for this series and for this tournament, honestly, because again, that was the discussion right from the panel where he was just subbed in, but you're seeing how good of a support he really is for his team, able to just time things effectively to what Potter might want or anything else from the rest of the players of Full Sense. And you really feel that now we're here on Series Point where Full Sense, they've got everything to just get the dub. Their opponents, Riddle Order, 3 of their players, 4 are on Guardians here, Dax.
Yeah.
4.
It's just a force buy from Riddle Order. For full sense, everything to gain now coming into the round. Cosmic Divide, we've seen this set play for full sense before. Go for the blind over onto the backside. Riddle, they do have answers. Minty, hit the shot. Yatsuka still over in heaven. He's been good playing from tower. But right now, it's only good for the double. Spike Tail hasn't been planted full sense. They don't want to force the issue because they know Riddle are just lying between those walls. It's QQ God in position now. Kaide catches him in the act. And Laz with the shot. Laz versus Kaide. Is the battle of the Sentinels. And Laz can't hit the head. Kaide feels the wind, the breeze. Just that bullet whizzing through. And Riddle Order still alive here.
They're alive. 3 rounds is not that far of a distance of a gap. If they can have this kind of hold again and disrupt the flow from Full Sense, it would be absolutely stellar for them. Obviously, the one big thing that Riddle Order did have there was that Cosmic Divide to play around with. But all things considered, again, it's 3 rounds differential, and you're feeling again that want to keep the potential momentum of that 1-round win to get to overtime.
Yeah, and signature very late timeout from Coach Vors. It was a win for Riddle Order, but at this point, just getting everyone on the same page. They're gonna have a better buy coming into the next round. They've understood some of the executes from Full Sense, especially towards the B side. And I mean, you don't want to go out of the competition without a win, right? Riddle Order, they've had a
Plant easy.
You're gonna have to play the electric boogaloo as you try to just dodge left and right. The hit onto Laz is gonna be tremendous though. And now, like you mentioned, this is going to be a very, very awkward position for Full Sense to hold on the post plant.
Yeah, they're stuck here and they need to clear out Kaide if they want to even have a chance to succeed here. That Hunter's Fury bought some precious time for Riddle Order to reposition. But speaking of time, it's ticking now. The high tide recedes. It's Soldam trying to get up on height. Yatsuka, stellar shooting. Leviathan falls to a single bullet. Kaide waiting on the timing. And this is so well executed here by Riddle. The retake, utterly flawless there with the 4 still alive. And Riddle Order, they're going to get to 10 now.
Yeah, they came in crashing together as like a waterfall. And it just was too much for Full Sense to handle. But this one, I love the call from Riddle Order to go for that 3-man squad. And just pushing outside of B main, getting that catch onto Apenya was huge because, like you mentioned, as soon as the Reckoning came out from Full Sense on that mid split, quote unquote split, before they thought they still had Apenya, that might have been something. And then just after that, absolutely nothing. And then they were like,
might have
we're gonna
been
get pinched
something.
from, like two locations. How are we gonna try to play around that? They just could not. And Riddle Order, like you mentioned, had such a great execute on that retake. Nothing was really left unturned, and Full Sense just could not bear it.
I mean, they've been playing well off the cues of their opponent's utility. We saw that in the first map rather, against some of the Viper walls that we'd see from Full Sense. In this case, sure, you play the Reckoning, you get the intel that there's no one there on site, but also Riddle Order sees the direction where that's coming from. They understand that, okay, they're just player at mid, and we can play it
Lao yaar,
slow
bahut
and
kuch
steady.
paisa lao
Crystal
bhai.
with the ultimate as well from the Sova, and Riddle right now, a fighting chance to make this happen. This timeout for Full Sense to try and draw up a different play here. You talked about mid so much, Asarai, but coming into the eco round, it's a bit different here from Full Sense.
Well, they can try to do that again, but they're gonna have less firepower. Seems like they might be more focused on... Oh, instead of the B split, it could be the A split. I mean, the weapons probably going to be better at that interval then. Cove used just to get control of Vents, and it's on.
Yeah, and you said it, right? All drawn up here by Full Sense. Half a half fight with those stingers into play. The hinder comes into Jojo here. Gonna get caught on that. Potter still brings it to the grave. Full Sense again, just daring to cross through these smokes. QQ got the position. Riddle Order right now, making it tight, testy, sure. But at least it is Full Sense fighting on back. Spike still in the hands of Leviathan. A sliver of HP from the shadows towards B, but QQ God, the backstab of the century could be his moment. Riddle Order, though, are gonna run through the other side of the map and look to play the retake from the opposition's advance.
Hang on, though. Once he realizes that no one's home, he's gonna have to start running towards his teammate, but he hasn't picked up a different weapon yet. He's still on the stinger. Oh, no. I think he's trying to catch them, but then the timing is gonna be very good for Riddle Order here.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. As soon as Leviathan establishes contact, that's when QQ God should hustle towards the site. Leviathan now, here's the sound cues. There's the dart. It's QQ God also getting in position towards Link here. Leviathan left
timing,
and there you have it. The kill comes through. And Soldam still standing. Time is not on his side. HP low. And Leviathan ready to drag Soldam to the depths. It's a sweep here for Full Sense. They get the hometown win. And they will get a series on the board for their last hurrah here in Ascension.
That was... I don't know how to put it into words. It just felt like that should have been a Riddle Order pick, and then just started marching onto the site.
गलत मरे भाई हेवन पे दो, एक बाकी से गया, एक स्टिंगर से गया, वहां नहीं मरने थे, और शेरिफ से जो मारा ओमन ने वो भी लेवायतन ने गलत मार दिया. चलो अपन वैडल वूडल कर लेते हैं. इट्स वेल फ्री ऑन पीसी। वैल तो है ही ना, तभी हम वैल खेल रहे हैं। एजेंट, आज दिवाली है, दिन 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 दिवाली। हेलो, मैंने तो ऐसे ही सर्च किया था। फिनिक्स है। स्प्लिट है। बोला ना, है तो स्प्लिट ही। मैप भी स्प्लिट नहीं है, पर मिड है। स्प्लिट नहीं है पर मिड है। और मिड कहाँ पे होता है? सनसेट का मिड तो नहीं है। हेवन पे भी मिड नहीं होता। कौन सा मिड है भाई? हाँ, मिड शॉप्स है। वीडियो दिखा देना।
Right here.
उधर मार्क करके रखा कि मैं उधर रिकॉन करूंगा। हाय बैम।
One enemy
Bam.
remaining. You had your fun. My turn.
11-11 पे अपोनेंट।
One enemy
भाई
remaining.
क्या अपोनेंट्स के हिसाब से गोल्ड सिल्वर ही लग रहे हैं? डायमंड है। आई स्पैम्ड एक्चुअली। अबे क्या एबिलिटी है? आज बहुत टफ टफ क्यों लग रहा है? रेना है। वेस्टलैंड है नहीं, विंटर वेस्टलैंड नहीं है। पता है वो विंटर वेस्टलैंड तो नहीं है। जो नहीं भी है मैं उसको भी क्लिक किया जा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है एक दो सॉन्ग स्टील भी नहीं होगी, रूडल बर्ड्स भी नहीं है, वेस्टलैंड भी नहीं है, पता है मेरे को। इतने गंदी मार्शल स्किन कौन देता है भाई? हेलो एम्पलीफाई, लुक लुक, आई एम ग्लैड यू आर हियर। मैं सोचता भी नहीं इनिशियल 5 में तो।
Look, I'm glad you're all here. There, I said it.
ये ले भाई, पहले 5 में मैं सोचता भी नहीं, एजेंट में फर्स्ट में सिलेक्ट हुआ था। और सुनाओ, हैप्पी दिवाली कास्टर भाई स्ट्रीमर। आइए, कास्टर स्ट्रीमर को थोड़ा सुपर चैट ऊपर चैट, दिवाली हो जाती तो दिवाली मन जाती। हाँ एम्पली भाई, कैश है, कुरियर करता हूँ। अरे कुरियर क्या, अरे यार ये कैश वाला झंझट अलग है अपना। अपना कैश का झंझट ही अलग है भाई। मैच चालू हुआ नहीं नहीं, अभी तो फर्स्ट गेम खत्म हुआ है 2-0, बोला ना। 2.5 2 घंटा लगता है रे एक BO3 खत्म होने में, इफ इट्स 2-0। ट्रेनिंग सेशन टोस्टी बाय। एक्चुअली ये बात तो है, साइड से टॉक्स और सेंटिनल्स कुछ रेड ऑन द मेटा भाई, बराबर है। मेटा नहीं रीड कर पाया इस बार कैप्टन। कैप्टन इस बार मेटा रीड नहीं कर पाया। आई एम सॉरी बाबू। ये 10 मिनट का ब्रेक दे दिया भाई साहब, बहुत ज्यादा लंबा ब्रेक नहीं दे दिया। अपन वर्डल बूडल खेलते हैं तब तक, और क्या एंजॉय करते हैं। डेवॉन, डेवॉन। अब ऐसा कौन सा वर्ड है भाई? डेकोर। डिपॉय। अरे भाई, हिंट से ऐसा खुल जाता है? ना 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 ना, फिर क्या मतलब? फिर नहीं, हिंट से अगर ऐसा खुल ही जाता है तो फिर क्या मतलब? और क्या वर्ड हो सकता है? ये हो सकता है भाई साहब, कभी कभी कुछ कुछ तो मैं तुक्के भी मारूं तो सही हो जाते हैं, कभी कभी इतना अकल लगा के भी गेम खेलूं ना। बक्स, बुल्स, जैक्स, क्वींस, स्पर्स, एसेस। गलती कर दी, थैंक गॉड ये नहीं गलत होता मेरा। गराज डोर्स, हैंडल्स, बक्स, हॉर्नेट्स, बुल्स और स्पर्स। ये तो पता था मेरे को, एनबीए टीम्स है। नहीं है ये गराज डोर्स हैंडल्स। टैकल्स और डस, वन अवे। ड्रोन्स, टेलीविजन्स, हैंडल करना, एड्रेस करना, करना और टैकल करना एक और चीज होती है। टेक्स ऑन करा, ये वाइस क्या है भाई? फ्यू तो ठीक है, ये वीस क्या है? अभी भी 2 मिनट बाकी है भाई, टाइम क्यों नहीं कट रहा? Eco played member games as well. Best aces of all time.
आप हो भाई प्रो असली 17
श्रुतियों की तरह एक ही साइड आ रहा है, थोड़ा लर्क करे तो हो जाएगा अपना।
पुशेंगे मत पुश कर ब्रो, जे आने दे रीटेक खेलते हैं।
रिकॉन दूंगा चल प्लान कर रहे थे।
कभी कभी इनका गेम देखने में बहुत मजा आता है, गेम से ज्यादा इनको देखने में मजा आता है, ये इंसान को देखने में बहुत मजा आता है।
गराज इन होगा, देख ले, गन आउट कर।
नहीं वापस ए पे
अल्टे मार के यो का
Alexa, room AC 26.
Spike down A.
अरे भाई क्या नाच क्यों रहा है वो भाई?
They will cover.
Blind दे blind. अरे nice शक्ति. Super blind. Oh.
One enemy
अरे
remaining.
शक्ति.
शॉट टाइम
मार मार मार. Nice one.
Grenade. Satchel out.
भाई
Last
वो
round
PUBG
in
में
the
ऐसे
half.
Crowd
Wait
and
and
drop
drop.
नहीं करते हैं. वैसा कर रहा था उनका.
Crouch and crouch PUBG में.
Thank you.
This var एकदम take. The soul.
Lower 8. Lower 8, okay.
Satchel out.
Again.
Begins. Get out of my way.
नेट कर प्लांट पे नेट कर आजा हां का डिस्कनेक्ट सारे डिस्कनेक्ट वापस
ये क्या फालतू गिरी है? Oh. Not another step.
Spike planted.
किसी को पड़ी नहीं. Smoke खत्म हो गया. DC है. Right.
बैटो को पता नहीं.
One enemy remaining.
अरे भाई.
ये शेष किसी को पड़ी नहीं और सबकी भी पड़ी है.
अरे टट्टी भाई क्या कर रहे हो?
For you, Bima.
टट्टी भाई. अबे.
Switching
ए
sides.
भाई. टाटो को टट्टी बोल दिया भाई उसने.
That recharge.
टिबन भाई क्या कर रहे
So there is this one financial trap that
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यार इतना होशियारी
थोड़ा ग्रूमिंग करनी चाहिए. मैं कल बीमार.
हैं? घर जाओ. ग्रूमिंग.
Absolutely nothing is confirmed in terms of placement in this group Omega. Every single team can still finish first, or they could still finish third, which means that lower bracket. So that's something that's so keen to be avoided. Velocity, probably the favorites heading into today, have the easiest path to shore that up, but absolutely nothing is set in stone. So it makes this last game of the group stage so exciting. Still so much at stake for all three of these teams.
Absolutely. Velocity, their story from being the underdogs coming here into VCT Ascension Pacific, becoming one of the fan favorites, I believe, here because they have never failed to surprise us. And I mean, in this late stage of the tournament, this is no longer a surprise. Like how well they have been playing. But of course, we have to discuss about Nongshim as well. Well, they have a rough start coming here into the group stage, but I've seen them getting their footing back into this tournament. Seeing Dumby back on that duelist.
Yeah, it looked rocky, I can't lie. This team came in and I immediately became very scared that it could be a quick goodbye for Nongshim Red Force, but they've turned it around, especially that last series against Riddle Order. We saw shades of what we would come to expect from this team. So they are not indestructible, they're not Goliaths anymore in this tournament. They've shown that they can be cut and they will bleed, but they're looking to find that stability, find that consistency, close out with a win today, and ultimately get into that upper bracket.
Yep, absolutely. And Nongshim Red Force, seeing their map selections or their maps history going this far in Ascension, I feel like they have to avoid the maps where they don't have Dumby in this duelist spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely still a huge talking point. The roles on this roster were not what we expected. I will say they are yet to win a map when Dambi isn't on this duelist. It does seem like a clear and obvious weakness. If I'm coaching Velocity and I feel like we have it in the map pool, I would love to ban out Lotus, pick Abyss, but I think that's the exact opposite of what we will see today. I think Velocity coming into this wanting to play their own game, so I think they'll lean more towards their own strengths. And when we look at a highlighted player, we want to talk about RB, easily the most experienced player in all of this Ascension. He's been on every single stage internationally at every single level, so this is a guy who knows his way around these tournaments, knows how to make deep runs in playoffs, and he's putting up great individual performances even while IGLing.
Absolutely. I think that's the main reason as well for Nongshim Red Force able to bounce back, right, in this group stage. Because as we've said earlier, they've had a slow start coming here into Ascension. But then again, with the leadership of RB as their new IGL, I feel like Nongshim being able to get back into their footing in this group stage, especially today, they will be battling Velocity for that first seed because, oh my, who would have believed, Velocity coming here, trying to grab that last win in the group stage, because we know if Velocity, if they will be able to get this 4-0, that will be a huge surprise for us.
Yeah, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. No team had more doubters than Velocity did. I think so many people had this team going winless in this group. We saw how the players comparing teams, trying to rank them in that content done with Ewok. How many in Group Omega put VLT right at the bottom, and they're looking to turn that all the way on its head. This has been such an impressive team. They're adopting their own style. We're seeing them play in such a consistent manner here at Ascension, and I've just loved it so far. I mean, this is the wrong compositions here, because we know from Velocity what to expect, and it is that breach. They love it. We're going to see it time and time again.
Yep, that bridge and that chamber, of course, from Rossi, right?
Yeah.
I love Rossi on chamber because I feel like he has that extra confidence with playing chamber, like with that AWP and with that headhunter. He has been sharp all over this tournament here in Ascension, putting up numbers for Velocity, of course. But again, I want to highlight, of course, with that one-on-one earlier during the break with Lightning Fast. I agree that this guy is on his peak right now.
Yeah, I absolutely have to agree. This is a player I know very, very well, and I love it when he's sharp like this. And I've just been so impressed. And when we see the whole mentality that the team brings, they're very focused in the present. They're very, well, it's just Nongshim next. We'll approach that. And I do think a huge part of that is the leadership coming in from Russ. We know this guy's the IGL, and he's also going to be the emotional leader of this team. You can see something that's big about Russ is he has such a healthy life outside of the game. He prioritizes his health, his fitness, and that's clearly bleeding out into all the team so that they can become better players and a better well-rounded team and not just sharp shooters. But his own individual performance has been absolutely insane this event.
I can't agree more with your statement there. And yeah, we have to discuss about this map veto.
Once again, guys, last match of group stage. आज पता लग जाएगा हम playoffs में seed 1 पे जाएंगे या seed 2 पे. Once again, VLT खेल रही है Lotus का map, Ascent का map और Decider एक और बार sunset होने वाला है. तो जल्दी से link पे tap करो. आओ VLT अगर एक map भी जीतती है, so they will finish on the top spot of the group stage.
They don't have to adapt to what Nongshim are doing. They're going to play their own game. They're going to come into this with their style. They don't care what maps Nongshim are good on, which is such a confident place to be in. I think both teams going to be pretty happy with the way this veto has gone. It's very straight down the middle as far as vetoes go. And how many times for Velocity have we seen them play Lotus, Ascent, and then Sunset? I mean, this is the veto they've been pushing for this whole group stage, so they're going to be feeling very good. I think if there's a highlight map here, Bella, it's going to have to be Lotus. I think if all goes according to plan, we're going to be seeing Dambi's Neon versus Damara's Neon. New school versus old school. It doesn't get more hype than that.
Absolutely. I'm trying to keep on my chair now because I just want to jump out of my chair seeing this map video. I'm so hyped, honestly. Like what you said, map number 1, we will have that neon battle. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Like Lotus, we've seen both of these teams played in Lotus before. Velocity with their own style, like what you mentioned earlier, with that trio aggressive playstyle with that Breach, Fate, and Neon. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, they have always been comfortable as well, right? In Lotus, and they still have Dambi, which I feel like Dambi is a different person when he's playing duelist. Like he's just being that confident that brings the team together.
I mean, in that previous series against Riddle Order, he really came alive. We saw him topping the charts in both maps. He's looking like 2024 Dambi. He's looking like last year's Ascension Dambi, which is what this team so desperately need to get themselves motivated, to get that boost of confidence. I think the big question is, how do Nongshim deal with the textbook aggression and this? They do this. The way Velocity play, right, it is very aggressive, but they're not afraid to freeze and slow it down and then burst. It's definitely a little bit different, but I think if there's one team in the world that should be able to handle a breach Neon and should be able to understand it, it should be Nongshim. Now, like they love this style, they played it for years, so it's all about a Nongshim.
he's playing India, eh?
How do they counter what Russ is going to be bringing?
Crazy, bhai, crazy.
Earlier with that breach, Neon, and the most important thing, the thing that I wanna highlight from Velocity is also how well
5 मिनट दो
they
गाइस
are
मेरे को,
able to
मैं
sync
फटफट लंच कर
everything
लेता हूँ, मैच चालू होएगा उससे
together.
पहले मैं
Like
लंच
what
खत्म कर लूंगा,
Vaibhav
कैम
said
ऑफ कर रहा हूँ, तुम लोग
earlier
मैच
in,
देखो,
the
मैं हूँ इधर
one-on-one
ही.
with Ewok, he said that this squad, this team, they have that team play, they have that chemistry going on inside and outside of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, synergy is everything. It's so important, and you see how this Velocity roster have been able to put it together. As we heard Ewok say, they only need one map today. One map will get them that top seed. That's what they're really playing for. But they have to get through these guys. Last year's winners, Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, Nongshim Red Force, but we've seen them bleed in this tournament. We've seen Nongshim difficult to take their win, to claim the victory. So of course, Velocity coming here with that confidence, being that underdogs, but now they're not underdogs anymore. I feel they're one of the favorites in Pacific.
Exactly. I mean, if you came into this saying, oh yeah, the last map of the group stage is Nongshim Red Force versus Velocity Gaming, who do you think's the favorite there?
Even
the most die-hard South Asian Valorant Velocity fan would say, yeah, I think Nongshim would still be the favorites in that game, but absolutely not anymore with how this team are playing on the side of Velocity. I mean, they're just going from strength to strength. A win will get them that flawless group stage, but one map secures them that upper bracket, which is really the goal here, is to give themselves an extra life as you move into the playoffs.
Absolutely, and it will all start in Lotus, a map where both
और मैं
teams
तुम लोग
are
को बता रहा
very
हूँ गाइस,
familiar
मैच चालू
with,
होएगा उससे
but
पहले
is
मेरा
going
खाना
to
हो
be
जाएगा.
picked by Velocity, seeing how they are very confident, seeing how that execution, that synced, team plan, game plan coming from them, as well as the adaptations being called by Russ. I feel like Velocity, they want to take this win right here, right now, in the first map to secure that first seed in Group Omega. But again, Nongshim, led by RB, they also have tremendous experience going into that setups.
Yeah, I mean, experience is the name of the game for this Nongshim Red Force team. They've had a year in Pacific, really getting familiar with that top level of play. But of course, this core of Velocity, no stranger to Tier 1. 3 out of the 5 of them have been up there as well. This is truly a clash to watch out for. It's a big clash of styles. I think that IGL matchup of Russ versus RB is huge. In my mind, Russ has probably been the most impressive caller coming through this group stage. I think the way he works this team, the way they've been able to macro and make it work for their own individual style is incredibly impressive. But as I mentioned before, if there's one team that's going to understand this Neon Breach, that's going to know the counters, it should be Nongshim Red Force.
Absolutely. But again, if you have the counters, if you have the answers to the aggression that Velocity brings, I feel like from the side of Velocity, they have been doing everything without any signs of reluctance.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I love most from Velocity.
Yeah,
this
I agree.
far into Pacific. Yeah,
Like,
and we're gonna see the agent selection here for Nongshim. No changes so far.
Nobody is changing anything
You
actually.
gotta highlight down beyond that Neon there, he's going to be facing off against Demara in that head-to-head matchup. I love the Velocity coming into this saying, I don't care if you know what we do. They don't care who the opponents are. They're playing to their own strengths. They're not worried about getting countered because they believe in what they're bringing. There's no changes on the side for Velocity, exactly what we would want to see from them. I want to see SK Rossi get active on this chamber. That's the big thing. If he's heating up and he's hitting all of his shots, this Velocity team goes from scary to an absolute monster.
Absolute monster. I like it so much. The way you put it that way for velocity. But of course, Nongshim, we've seen Dambi in that neon. Yeah, we have discussed this as well. How Dambi is putting up numbers while playing Neon, but of course Francis with that Yoru, he's been an absolute monster as well in the server. But again, this is it, the battle of Neons, the brawl between these Neons, Damara versus Dambi, as well as Velocity Gaming versus Nongshim Red Force, fighting for that #1 spot in Group Omega. Of course, our actions here will be brought by our casters, Dax and Asarai.
Hearts racing, and our panel is on fire here. They're making so many good points because you know that this is the matchup that absolutely matters. It's a battle for the top of Group Omega, and it's a battle between Velocity Gaming and Nongshim Red Force. Asarai, Bella was saying it right before we get into this game, right? Dambi versus Damara. Neons that have defined their years. They're gonna clash here on Velocity's map pick, and honestly, Velocity's home turf throughout the year.
And again, I love that we're seeing that Nongshim did not put Dambi on the controller. Of course, we already know. We already know that, excuse me, that Dambi does play controller from time to time, depending on the map, but I will say again, having them both on duelists is a much needed reprieve. I think, considering how okay, that baby door is still closed, but yeah, considering how aggressive Velocity is, and like Morgan mentioned, when SK Rossi is lighting up with the chamber, it is going to be very difficult, I think, as Nongshim to find more ways to break him down if Dambi's not on that duelist.
And speaking of a duelist right now, Francis is on Yoru duty throughout this tournament. Catches out Madeline. Baby door not broken. Ross able to get the catch onto RB. So the IGL taking the other one down. But this Nongshim do get the plant on A side. Velocity, the bread and butter. Putting that neon bridge together. Nongshim, no strangers to it, but there is no one who can handle a bullet from SK Rossi. Francis goes down. Paranoia coming in from Lightning Slash. Response is there from Nongshim though. Next Ross, he even has a smoke to work with here. Time taking Velocity. Over the numbers though. Bursting through the smoke. Nongshim collect 2, but Velocity, they're in position, lightning fast! Off a hot game versus Naos, gets the double to end it on a high note. It's Velocity Gaming with the first pistol.
There is
well
nothing
played.
that is gonna stop. Again, just how electrifying I think these kind of retakes have been for the Velocity roster. Again, so quick, so fast, and they're just able to cascade so well into the site. The trades just smooth right after.
Hey, we're getting very fun here, and we just off to the first round. But you said it, the retakes, the utility usage from Velocity on Lotus has been second to none. And you want something amazing, Asrai? They've played this map 22 times before throughout the year.
Wow.
Only losing once. Perfect in Ascension so far. 23rd time right now with the same composition. It's finally tested, and SK Rossi is in position. Dambi though sliding in with the Bucky, at least causing that chaos and giving Nongshim the seaside take.
Yeah, Damara though. Oh my god! Sliding step though, but you can't really take out of the equation Ivy as well with the 2-stepper on the Sheriff, leaving SK Rossi in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, it's just domino effect thanks to Dambi. All fall
towards
Mound. A good effort from Damara to try and get a pick or two there, but in the end, Nongshim, now they have the numbers, they have the guns. And SK Rossi just looking to punish a team like Nongshim though. Very experienced, as Morgan has mentioned, been to VCT Pacific, know to cut this noise.
भाई ये राउंड नहीं जाना चाहिए था. We were expecting 2-0.
SK Rossi, so much on his shoulders here, not to lose any bit of momentum. Oh, he's trying to read it. They're gonna try to maybe wrap around on A.
30 seconds.
It's not a bad read for sure.
Spike.
And of course, now that he's approaching there, he's like, yes, no beeping. I gotta go back to C.
Yeah, sound cues all the way on the other side of the map. In an interview before, SK Rossi coming into this year, right? Holding his talents, focusing on himself, and he's found a role here in Velocity. that makes him work at its best. With the 1v2, it's tough because RB's into the
Hell no,
corner.
the Thrifty
and a
was
terrific
not on the
Thrifty from
cards.
Nongshim to answer back with.
Yeah, that's gonna break the economy here. It looked like they had such a well-laid plan. It's like, oh, SK Rossi's hitting shots, and then you see Danby just overwhelmed, and then Ivy fast 2 kills. Looks like he was just playing aim labs.
Nice
The
try,
range,
yeah,
however you want to call it, but the snappiness is gonna give them that big thrifty win. And again, breaking economy for Velocity is always a good thing.
Yeah, there have been slow games from Ivy before in terms of getting the kills. But right now, when he's to a hot start, it's going to be so helpful, given that Nongshim rely on his utility down the line as well.
चप्पल तो फिर भी बजाएगा
Rossi. It's crazy how Velocity know this map so well. Some of the pre-fire angles, the setups that they have. It's a kill they claim, a gun to scrounge. And even more so now, Velocity ready to challenge. Tamara is fearless. Now taking on down. Russ is there for the trade. Danby! Snappy! That was quick from him. And Nongshim, comfy with Danby being the tip of the spear. They'll see a free A site.
Yeah, I think they also realized that potentially their opponents would be pushed up. So might as well just trying to counter them out, utilize the better weapons that they have for the meantime, and just make sure that, again, they could bulldoze their way to the A. SK Rossi having to rotate all the way from A stairs to C. Not having his presence is going to be somewhat felt. And now that he's here, there's a chance for him to pick up that weapon in a 1 versus 2.
He's been getting some great shots all throughout. And does he have the confidence now to try and fight the 1v2? The setup though from Nongshim, solid on the other side. Crossfire looking relatively unbeatable here unless he isolates the angles. Arcros comes up through. No confirmation. Ivy with a third. And it's Nongshim to the second round.
Yeah, slightly bit of a expensive round there, but I think considering their opponents, that is kind of what you would consider or what you would have to expect every single time. Still though, dropping down to SK Rossi that quickly on A main or A stairs. Gotta be a bit of a point of concern here. Wonder if there's enough money. Yeah, there it is. He's gonna go for the glass cannon, of course, with the operator.
If they can't catch you, you can just rendezvous out of there. Nongshim, though, it's something Morgan mentioned also on the panel. Wins come from Danby Duelist, not from Danby Controller. Right now, is this the Nongshim that we saw from 2024 and in Pacific? We'll see as Danby wants to do it all over again in the face of the chamber. Also gets the jump peek onto SK Rossi. They send the Prowler in to force the chamber away, but Tamara and Madeline, the two imports, happy to play together as one. And there you have it, Velocity just picking apart Nongshim 1 by 1.
Wow, it felt like they focused so much on Rossi that once that door started opening, Velocity was just, we're gonna keep the fight going, and we'll see how that goes. Aye! RB.
Yeah.
Haven't thrown it away.
Not like that, not like that. The IGL has to back away, sees it get thrown.
ये राउंड निकालना चाहिए. ये राउंड anyhow निकालना चाहिए. अब यहाँ से नहीं throw, अब यहाँ से नहीं throw करना.
RB who gets his first. Ivy also tracking good. Steel Garden out of desperation. Will it be enough to turn the tides here? Ivy right now, this is his no-name. This is his home, and he is just unbeatable here. The Garden grows in favor of Nongshim, and it'll get their 3rd round.
Dang, the metal foliage blocking all of the chambers.
मैं ये बोल रहा था यहाँ से नहीं throw करना. 2v5 था.
They were down to, that was what, 2 versus 5? Yeah.
Yeah.
A great kill for sure from what we saw from our Fate here, but that Steel Garden really just hampered the firepower, obviously, of our opponents. And at that point, they were just, again, throwing rocks to someone that has a gun.
Yeah, this is what you should be fearful of when Ivy is this good this early on. Some great utility from Velocity. Just wasn't enough. Francis now challenging again. Sees the Mara. There's going to be Russ in behind. And while the paranoia is lobbed here by Lightning Fast, Nongshim can still back away and take the kill from there.
Fake teleport.
All right, so far.
गलत राउंड थ्रो किए रे.
A bit of a slowdown here.
ये 3-1 होना ही नहीं चाहिए था. At least ये उल्टा 3-1 था.
They do want, from the looks of it, just to compress or rather group up.
मेरे को लगता है 3 सीरीज जीत के chill हो गए.
Which is, one of their stronger suits. Now that Haunt is being thrown, they got to be careful to just hide themselves. And they're trying to give them as much space. But no will be had.
They caught Madeline. They got the scan a while ago. And as of now, Nongshim know they can go for the overrun. Beautiful blind into the spray. Dambi just letting it rip. The full clip to cut 2 down to shreds. And the spikes planted here by Nongshim.
Swap of weapons. Francis now charging out. SK Rossi. Oh, he has ultimate too, and he will have no picks whatsoever. Just the amount of blinds going his way. Too much to handle.
Yeah, flawlessly done here by Nongshim. And I guess one concern for Velocity as the games have gone on, right? This has been the comp that they have mastered with the Neon Breach. This is a map that they're so good at. And while we came into Ascension Pacific with lots of local tape for them in South Asia, now you also have that regional tape as well. And Nongshim is a team that loves to do their homework. Even Goki Kamondo mentioned the other day that they could be that star pupil. Would love to see more tape, more extra work for the prep coming into the series.
Aggressive approach on Rubble scares away the offense of Nongshim, or maybe just, you know, forces them back. Look at how close SK Rossi plays with
Nice shot.
And it's all good measure when you hit shots like that.
And SK Rossi, he doesn't miss those kind of shots. When he's confident he can get away, he's happy to look for that first pick. Stark difference when he used to just be that duelist years ago. Nightfall comes into play too. The shadow is gonna get utilized.
Nice shot.
All in all, SK Rossi. It's just the Guardian that cannot be beaten. He holds the angles, keeps it steady. He's always on Overwatch duty here for Velocity.
The other reason why Lightning Fast is looking on that A site, he doesn't know if X-Ross actually TP'd across.
Let's go!
Checking! Lightning Fast with 2 kills.
And that's what really put Naos to the test last time around.
Badhiya.
Cheeky corners from
Good
Lightning
round.
Fast into the rest of Velocity coming
Good
to collect.
frickin'
A second
round.
round here for the defenders, but now you're seeing the strengths of Velocity Gaming on the defense. No stone unturned. You have to check every single corner, every single angle when you're facing off against the 2 Indian players that have gone to Tier 1 and beyond.
There you go, just having fun. Again, having that positive tone to the Velocity team. Looking at the kills, pretty well spread out from the defenders. But now they got to be careful. Nongshim, they have Francis with his ultimate ready to invade that C site.
Yeah, and immediately, right, you saw the pings towards Waterfall there. Rolling Thunder the response. Damara again, willing to challenge it to Mal. Francis right now making it tough for his opposition. Lightning Fast straight into his face. And with it, Nongshim, they overrun the C site again. So aware of Waterfall there, Asarai. And with it now, they do get the spike planted.
That was tricky. You saw Russ. Oh, okay. SK Rossi, though, caught on the lurk. I was about to say, it's very tricky for Nongshim, especially when you saw Russ rip out his Rolling Thunder. But they were able to respond in time, and a couple of flashes and counter util just definitely stopped the counter play that we saw from Velocity.
I mean, I think at this point, it's like a pseudo anti from Nongshim, right?
Huh?
Ivy also with the third, but you know that when Russ lets that Rolling Thunder, Damara will be happy to use that.
Nice.
Francis, even though he falls, he's done his job. The human recon dart with Dimensional Drift, you can't shoot him when he's in his alternate form. And all in all, a great showcase from Madeline with the shots. Nongshim, just a single round to adjust to give them a 5th.
That will... Let's just look at that replay again. I was about to say something, and then I just remembered, oh, it's replay. This is what I wanted to see. This where it got a little bit confusing. I think Lightning Fast might have also not had an idea where Francis was about to pop out. So he just went and TP'd back to just get out of harm's way, and then Francis was already right up in front of his face. You know, one of those kind of situations. That being said, though, Velocity, lots of pressures on their shoulder. 3-round deficit and a call on a tactical timeout just to mull things over once again. So much is on the line here. The power struggle between the top 3 teams in this group lies in this first map.
Bajaj साहब अभी तक stage पे नहीं आए ना?
Coach Godspeed, who has really helped this Velocity squad make their system make this composition as fine-tuned as can be. Right now, their concern are just how Nongshim are playing against some of those strats right now. And sure, the Mara has found moments from door into Mound, but coming into that last round, it was a bit more readable there from Nongshim. And at the same time, you were talking about how Lightning Fast had to TP back to the site. He was kind of stuck with the Mara falling. There was no way to hold on to Mound. And immediately, right, Francis in position to catch him in the app. So a solid start here from Nongshim. Whenever we see Dambi on the Neon, it really just brings out the shades of Sinprisa that we saw from last year.
I love how we're seeing highest skills coming out from our Sentinels here as well. Oh, that flash though. SK Rossi forced back, and I think this is one of the few times that we're actually seeing him not be on the operator. I think he just, did he have not enough money to buy it? Yeah.
Nah.
A little bit of a shallow amount of cash there, and you can't always go for the, you know, the naked op or the glass cannon. It's just not well worth it.
Just gonna get a cycle, especially in that round where he did get shut down with a tour de force. But don't count out SK Rossi. He knows how to hit these incredible shots, playing onto heaven right now. Dambi clearing backside with the slide, sees the head of Francis, but Francis is even sharper now. Flash comes on in, utilities there too. Nightfall right now, the response. Nongshim will try to respond here with the overdrive. The Prowler should get the catch onto Dambi, but it's looking tough here. Francis onto the corner here by drop, cleared by Damara. RV also the next station, but the overdrive will just sizzle on the opposition. It's just so frightening. It's just lightning here from Damara. Electrifying now on the retake. Ivy trying to stand tall. But Damara, oh man, it is just damage here done by Velocity.
That was great. I honestly thought that it was going to be, you know, a strong post-plant scenario for Nongshim. They were throwing a bunch of crowd control where Dambi was just to kind of assist him, and you kind of see that there. But then, after all of that, there was still plenty of time for Velocity to keep their composure, wait a few seconds, and then attack the site once again to take it back from the opponents. And it works out so well. Especially those flashes that just kind of assisted Velocity here. The two players on drop from Nongshim were just easy pickings.
Yeah, exceptional timeout conversion there from Velocity. And it's always a good go signal from Damara when he hits the overdrive. They get scanned onto the isolated Exhaust as well. Suddenly chaos between the fast lanes, but Dambi's the one who gets that extra beat of speed going his way. Nongshim still looking for more though. Does Lightning Fast stay around? Never mind. Prowler will force him to give up the angle.
Yeah, and losing their one controller of Nongshim. I mean, their options to go A is probably non-existent anymore, right? They just do not want to force a fight when there's so little angles to try to deal with without the smoker, without the controller. So I do like that just re-hitting the C site, and in a way it actually works out for them because, well, you can see that Velocity are just going to be going for that wraparound. Still, Steel Garden was used, so this won't be available once we go for that retake situation.
Yeah, Ivy on flank, watch duty right now. Because of the door being open, the sound cue causes hesitation, and Velocity get one for free there. Now it's Nongshim stuck in no man's land. We've seen how oppressive the retakes have been from Velocity towards A. Does it happen here towards C?
Nice!
Francis, Lightning Fast with the connection. One by one, Nongshim Red Force falling here. And it's up to RB and Dambi to try and pick up the pieces. The flood now on the retake. Here comes Velocity, and quickly as they come, quickly they will kick out Nongshim. 4 now here for Velocity.
Yeah, that's last time Ascension
like you mentioned, so confusing to be in the shoes of Ivy there. Are they gonna quickly rush out from the doorway? Do I
हमारा
look
पहला
behind?
गोल
And at the
ये है
time
कि
it was
अपने को एक
just
मैप जीतना है.
so Velocity coded. How was he supposed to deal with that? There was this part where both of the walls, the neon walls, was just again too much coverage, too much shrouding.
ultimate goal एक ही है, एक
couldn't really deal with it, and then this just happened. Yeah, lightning fast.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, at this point, that door is the 6th man for Velocity right now. It has.
और आज मैं बिना रील्स बनाए नहीं उठूंगा भाई. मैं बाद में करके मैं थक जाता है, फिर मैं बनाता ही नहीं हूँ. आज मैं बिना रील बनाए नहीं उठूंगा मैं मेरे सेटअप से। रॉसी को बोला शिट डाउन।
B. And I dare say, the strength really for Velocity are those retakes, are those post plants. Because I think it's similar to what Niles ran last time around. Nongshim have no real utility to force someone off the spike besides what the Ivy Razor Vines, and you still need to move anyway.
Yeah.
So that's what one thing Velocity has in their strengths here with the breach, of course. Given that Nongshim, they got the pick. They force Velocity to play into A, and we're back to the C side.
Yeah, they really love to plant this spike on that C site.
They changed it up. Like, because this time, Ivy's there, lurking towards B because of that doorway to begin with.
Ivy could still be in a bad spot here. He is... Yeah, I'm about to say. There's just so many angles that he has to really look forward to as that lurk. It's just difficult to be in that situation.
Well, you're absolutely right. And now Francis looking to make something right here by taking down Damara. One more target though, and it's the same conundrum. Where do you look if you're Nongshim? As Velocity look to flood from the door again. Another Rolling Thunder! Russ! Where are you getting these ultimates from? And like fast getting in position now, but he's spotted here by RB. 30 HP here for Russ. And no real chance to make that claim happen. A good effort from Velocity, but this is stronger on the shots from Nongshim. And Dambi wants more. He wants to get the punish going. A single bullet should be enough. The spray, there you have it. Confirmation in the 6th round from Nongshim.
That got awkward though. I thought, yeah, there was the Rolling Thunder. It's like, oh, this should be an easy win. And then you see RB throw out a well-timed haunt just so that no one could go through the Rolling Thunder or follow through from the Rolling Thunder as Velocity without being noticed.
Yeah.
And there you go. That kill onto Lightning Fast was just because of that one haunt, and that was enough to stop Velocity from feeding off of their own ultimate.
I mean, RB, the most veteran player right now in this lobby. The leader here for Nongshim. And he started and finished that round effectively with a critical haunt. So Nongshim are back to sending Francis out for a journey. And they immediately converge onto the B side.
They open it up. Dambi. I like how, again, he just immediately goes for the close.
Whoa, nice!
Francis gets overwhelmed. The beautiful flash, though. But there is an off-cam kill onto SK Rossi.
Yeah, Nightfall also just silencing the intentions of Nongshim. Dambi, he needs the tracking. He finds Damara quickly there. From this point on, Nongshim just play the corners and play with the time.
Save karo, 5-7 karo.
Give up the round just to have something to bring to the last round.
5-7.
Yeah, for sure. There's just so much heat, too many angles, not enough bodies to throw. Dambi's just, you know, he has a judge. He can just keep doing this all the way. Oh, he upgraded. Well, you know what I mean. You can just hunt for weapons and take that out of their hands.
This is a great angle. It's the first time I've ever seen this angle. Give the prod raise real quick. Shout out to you observers. But yeah, in any case, that was quick decision making here from Nongshim. They sense weakness on the B side thanks to the intel provided by the Dimensional Drift, and they just took the site and called it a day.
I like it. Again, it's very straightforward.
Damdara having a bad game, I guess.
It has such a big impact. And now, look, speaking of impact, they really did a number on the economy.
Ivy is 15 and 6 actually.
Of the first half.
Reason why NSS 7 and 4.
Nongshim, yeah, they got basically what they need, I think, to get things started, especially with the overdrive available for Dambi.
And you can see how Velocity has been affected by Dambi's presence again. Judge in hand, don't see much of the op Or the sniper from SK Rossi, the shotgun. He's trying his best. Desperation there to look for a pick. A great rendezvous to at least survive. Nongshim will take the side.
Please, जिंदा बच के आया.
Yeah. What an aftershock, just barely missing RB there. And I like how RB not really planting it on the middle of this side. It's just slightly elevated just in case maybe someone gets there. At least you can spot it from waterfall as well.
Yeah.
But here's the fight from the retake.
Whoa, the flash!
Perfect flash and Francis! What was that? Snappy again, quick flicks to get two. Overdrive as well here from Dambi, so he can play against any kind of range. SK Rossi,
The flash was so
Rossi with the vibes,
perfect.
but damage done here by Dambi. Damara getting in position. Dambi, Damara, they spot each other. It's Ivy and RB to come to collect.
Nice.
Nongshim Red Force will stop authority throughout this first half.
8-4.
8-4 to end it here.
Wow.
Sides.
Yeah. That flash from Francis, incredible. Look at that. And even through the... See the second kill? It was just a quick flick through the paranoia as well. Just had it memorized all in his head. How to go for the quick spray transfer there. And that was a big, big boon to just, you know, neuter the capabilities of this retake from Velocity. With that being said, we're going to go for a quick halftime break. And we have returned. Second half gonna go underway. 8-4, Nongshim to Velocity. What is happening here? Feels like there's a lot of counterplay that we're seeing from Nongshim. It's non-stop.
They came into this game more than prepared. Velocity, they're gonna have to claw their way back. We've seen them do that before. Damara quickly in position here. And B, looking free for the taking. So Nongshim will just go for the 5v5 retake.
Yeah, they're gonna push through on Baby Door here, but you can see the Velocity just has other plans.
The other blinds there, and here comes Francis immediately. Suddenly Damar, though, finding out Dambi. Velocity
Good
bringing
trades.
out the trades here. Good hold so far, and they're willing to peek on Francis again. The Sheriff just rings through.
What?
Winning fight there, and Francis, he does not miss. Nongshim with the pistol. What a contested mini door angle, but hey, it's a defense to
ये
claim.
मैप गया भाई.
What? Yeah, that's just about as good of a reaction as I can do. It looks so good already for Velocity. I think one of maybe the biggest things is they overcommitted to the fight. Having to push towards Baby Door is probably the biggest no-no in that situation. They really tried hard. Like, they had every single utility perfectly placed to deny Nongshim from forcing themselves into Baby Door. And if Velocity tried to wiggle themselves out, I think that might have been the way, right? And Francis, like you mentioned, just does not miss that situation.
Rossi gets one.
Well, he's gonna miss out on the round right now, even though it was yes a while ago. In any case, Velocity, an interesting call coming into this one as right. A force buy here, despite losing the last round. 3 stingers to look for the rush down, and look at the Mara if he can find any value here. High-low setup though. courtesy of Ivy and RB. Forces the utility now, the stun,
Madeline
paranoia.
gets
Madeline
one.
with the catch on Ivy here, and RB the one to also play the sheriff in this situation. Nongshim at least keeping the numbers in check, but Velocity, they've done the good work to take the C site.
Spike planted.
Plant कर दिया.
This will be definitely paid for. Oh,
But
the
yeah.
push out from Lightning Fast. The bait out with the haunt. We take those.
Yeah, it's been brilliant there from Velocity. Lightning Fast is not done though.
Crazy.
No Stampy's low, and here comes Lightning Fast yet again. He's quick, and he makes sure 2 are dead. X-Ross now found on out. A sliver to work with. The Bulldog sure, but against the
For
Outlaw,
sure उसको hit
against
लगा
Russ
है.
as well. It is just too tough to handle.
Ball जाना
X-Ross,
चाहिए.
time's not on his side. Tries to go for the paranoia play. Also with the smoke. The tap comes in, but Madeline heard it. The Prowler too for confirmation. Velocity. They kept their cool there, Asarai, and they make the force buy work.
Yeah, just giving Nongshim a taste of their own medicine, right? Seeing the eco from just a while ago.
Oh.
SK Rossi though with the Outlaw. Always getting value, never disappointing. That's always going to be a cause of concern for Nongshim here. And I will add it for X-Ross as well.
Yeah.
Awkward smoke for him, if you saw it.
Rossi is actually happy. He's looking happy. He's delivering things. बहुत बढ़िया है भाई ये चीजें.
Also didn't help his case. I'm not sure how big it was of an impact, but still.
I mean, at that point, the panic sells
Oh.
in, right? And you also have to compound it with you blinding only one player, deafening only one player. The other will hear it anyways. So in any case, Velocity turning things around on a
Wow.
dime. Paranoia, Nongshim trying to contest into rubble with the lesser buy.
Whoa, hell
And
no.
RB
Okay, well
makes them
played.
work for it. But besides that, Velocity again.
Yeah, RB.
stable. Never mind. Shaken by RB. And as Madeline gets a 3K, RB has a hot hand.
Oh.
Shut down by SK Rossi. Can Ivy pull it off? A 2v1. An incredible Prowler as well. Madeline, the voice of reason here for Velocity. Headhunters out. The pistol here trained onto an angle Ivy can take. But the round's not over yet. Ivy's trying to find a better place to fight from.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, is that the trap deactivated? Could have been a nice little flank. SK Rossi, though, already
Let's
trained
go.
on the position, and there's no way in heck that Ivy's going to be able to cross that without taking punishment.
Yeah. Nicely done again by Velocity.
भाई एक मैप निकालना है. Anyhow, DC आया.
To stabilize around whatever they control.
Anyhow,
near
एक
the map,
मैप निकालना है.
which is some
Anyhow,
incredible
I
shots
would
from
say.
RB. Like Nongshim are hot with the sheriffs coming into this game. And some great fortitude here from Velocity to just handle that one. SK Rossi as well. From the trademark to the outlaw, he's been consistent here so far.
Creative here, Fridge बैठा है. और कौन?
Even
भाई
to the
साहब.
point that I think he just can keep using that weapon throughout the entirety of the game and still be such a threat.
Hello.
Anyways, moving on.
Hello.
I think it's
भाई ये मैप जितवा दे
based on
यार.
the pace Nongshim has been playing. And speaking of Dambi, he's already breaking the
Matter
trademark,
खत्म हो.
causing all the eyes of Velocity to suddenly turn on the round.
भाई बोल रहा हूँ ये मैप जीतेंगे. मैटर खत्म हो.
By the pillars and Madeline actually catching out
हम इस
Dambi.
बार सीरीज की तो बात भी नहीं कर रहे.
Nongshim
मैप
taking a
चाहिए
step
हमको.
too far. Velocity are there to punish.
जीतेंगे आराम
Yeah.
से.
Thought
Nice stun.
X-Ross. Oh my god.
Stun
that's
अच्छा है,
really
but
cool. Where is he
TP
gonna go? Nowhere.
मर गया.
That hurts for X-Ross.
खत्म हो गई मस्त है.
Velocity stellar with the punish so
5v3
far.
ये राउंड नहीं जाना चाहिए.
All just
एक
waiting
2v5
for
थ्रो
Nongshim
कर
to
चुके हैं
barrel
पहले
down
ही.
their
नहीं
way.
रहेगा.
एक 2v5 पहले थ्रो कर चुके हैं.
You peek at the one? No, it's 4. In whatever direction, you will be felled. RB
ये
learns
open
that the
करेगा,
hard way.
मरेगा.
Velocity.
पर ओपन अभी थोड़ी करेगा ये. रुक के करेगा.
करेगा देख
They
तू.
have so
अभी
much
करे
time to
रुक के
work
करेगा.
with.
थोड़ा करेगा वो रुक
Now
के
they're setting
करेगा.
things up.
ये किया.
Smoke over at the waterfall. Fault line as
एक
well.
मार
First
दिया.
wicket come on
स्पाइक
closer.
स्पाइक
Francis
भाई
position and
ये
Ivy
कैसे
given a
राउंड थ्रो
chance
करते हैं.
to whittle them down. 1v2. Ivy again in a scenario where he has to clutch. He's got 21 on the board. He's had a monster game, but will he bring fear
भाई इतना
here?
टफ नहीं
So
जाना था ये
close,
राउंड.
but Russ is fearless on the other side. Velocity handled that one.
And they definitely did. Oh, it was so close down to the wire. Let's just break down this incredibly hectic, I think that's the best word to describe it, round. First part, a big punish for Velocity as again
इनको के
Nongshim.
लिए रुकना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए था, बट नहीं
Saw
देखा, अब क्या
Madeline's
बोलेगा?
eyes like
नहीं, इनको के लिए
roll
ठीक है,
to the
चल
top of
पता
his
था
head.
एक ही
The
बंदा
sigh
था.
of relief.
You heard it, insane Russ,
ये
insane
recon
from the
तोड़ना!
IGL. Nongshim though are making Velocity work for these rounds, and right now when they have the advantage, that's a concern here for Velocity. Damara though in position, Lightning Fast gonna be there as well. Damara still
Let's
looking to
go.
continue the
Right,
threat, and there
Damara
he
ने
goes.
बचा लिया
The
round.
train never stops here. Damara has no brakes, and the damage has been done here by Velocity.
When push comes to shove, seems like Nongshim are going to get just completely repositioned, shoved off.
इनको पता होना
Ivy,
चाहिए साइड पे होगा.
always good on the aim. 1 versus 3, he's got a chance.
तो वो बैक साइड चेक करेंगे,
made us
अब
believe
अगर
this
नहीं भी
before.
करेंगे तो ट्रेड में मार ही
It's
देंगे,
been
ट्रेड में
close
मार ही देंगे.
मर गया.
Map. But there's the one, picks up the gun.
हाँ, ट्रेड
Suddenly
में
though,
मार देंगे, वो
Velocity's
ट्रेड पे
there.
खेल रहे हैं.
You know, we keep saying close, but not close enough. Velocity.
मैन पावर है तो ट्रेड पे खेल सकते
away
हो.
from tying things up here, Asarai, and I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim call a timeout soon.
They kind of have to, right? There's just, they're trying to change the pace. We've seen two, I think, styles already from Velocity here. A controlled way and a very aggressive in-your-face way. And neither has worked out so far. But that being said,
ये राउंड अगर अपन
we'll see.
जीते
Maybe
तो 10-9 होने का
another
पूरा
round
पूरा
and that's when
चांस है,
they're
और
gonna be
अपने
calling
पास
a
दो
timeout.
विन
For now, they
कंडीशंस
have their
है.
gun round, they have the
सामने
Steel
वालों के
Guardian.
पास भी है, but
Ivy's
अपने पास
still
भी
pretty
है.
cracked. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, it's been 4 rounds in a row for Velocity, and remember, they just need to win one map.
क्या
They just
डमारा
need to
क्या
win one map
गुस्सा
with
है.
one pick. It's
भाई मजा आ जाता है देख के.
Francis though still here by
Wow!
Pillar. Dimensional Drift.
Well
There's
played.
no way you can escape Lightning Fast Wrath. It's in the
Ult नहीं है
name.
उसके
It's
पास.
in the
Ult
game.
use हो गई
His
थी.
aim has been so true so far. Double for him. Spike to be planted. Dambi right now finding Madeline. And on the retake.
एक सेकंड लगता है, वो एक माइक्रो सेकंड लगता है पॉप होने के लिए.
The crime, the paranoia.
उसी में मर गया वो.
Velocity have decided to play offside here already, but look at that spike plant here into the
है
rolling thunder.
ठीक है ना?
Disrupted ultimate courtesy of Velocity. Lightning Fast. He's done this before. I've seen this in the cards
Lightning
for
Fast के
Velocity.
टीपी के लिए
The
किया वो,
off
और कुछ
angle.
नहीं.
Extros is wary of it. They go for the tap on the spike.
अब बोला था Lightning
It's
Fast
a
के टीपी के लिए
freebie.
किया.
Lightning Fast commanding the round. And while Dambi tries to at least make something happen, it's just all Lightning Fast again. Godly from Golu. Velocity. Tie it up.
Godly from Golu. अरे तो स्पिन टाइम है ना कास्टर तो. भाई ये जी वाला स्पिन टाइम है.
बहुत कर रहे.
हाँ
बहुत ये कर रहे पता है. मैन पावर हर रहे.
अपन ना
बहुत हाँ.
तो तभी तो अपना इको नहीं बन रहा है. इको देख.
No way that Nongshim would have read that
हम
situation.
लोग खाली
They
राउंड
would have
जीत
been
रहे हैं
this
नाम के लिए कि भाई हाँ
laser
राउंड
focused
जीतते
on
राउंड
C-Bomb.
जीतते राउंड जीतते.
And that risky wraparound
इको नहीं बन रहा है.
इको
just
बिल्कुल
works
नहीं
out
बन रहा है.
so well for Velocity. And
देख,
again,
इको देख.
those kind of plays is
दोनों
just
का almost same है.
incredibly Velocity coded.
Oh, and there you have it. The timeout finally called by Nongshim.
पर मैं एक चीज बोल सकता हूँ भाई, इस इंडियन टीम ने काफी ज्यादा इम्प्रूव किया है विद इंडियन प्लेयर्स इनसाइड द टीम.
फोकस्ड है.
इधर उधर की बातों में नहीं है.
सी
स्ट्रीम व्रीम पे नहीं करना कुछ.
इनको सिर्फ असेंशन नहीं जाना था.
इनको पैसिफिक स्टेज चाहिए था.
हाँ. बाकी के जब तक गए ना सिर्फ गए. मतलब चल जी जब गई थी, VLT जब गई थी पहले वाली.
हाँ
मतलब अमातरसो वगैरह.
अमेतरासो वाली. हाँ बरोबर. वो टाइम पे सिर्फ जीतने
हाँ.
नहीं, खाली ये करने के पार्टिसिपेट करने गए थे. इस बार जीतने गए.
हाँ.
ए नहीं क्रेडिट्स कम है लेकिन बाय फिर भी मैनेजेबल है अपना.
हाँ. एनिग्मा गई थी तभी भी सेम था.
एनिग्मा गई थी, आरएनटी गई तब कौन सा अलग था. तब भी रॉसी, लाइटनिंग फास्ट और डीजे स्किल्स तो थे ही.
नहीं एनिग्मा गई थी पता है.
हाँ याद है.
Shim happy to respond. And RB
RB
taking point here, but SK Rossi, he's ready again. Overdrive. What overdrive?
RB के एंटीडोट वही ना.
Will just
RB के
hit
भी
the
था
brakes
वही.
onto Dampi's face. And Ivy, it's the same scenario for Ivy.
RT में था.
Nongshim go for the full send
VLT में
onto
था वो
Rubble.
बंदा.
And Velocity, they feel the
Race खेलता
tempest
था.
rising. They weather the storm.
VLT में race
Navi has
खेलता
to do
था.
it all again for the defense.
That's kind of awkward though too, right? Is you mentioned it. Russ is so
VLT में
good
race खेलता
at
था.
tempering his skill set as
Enigma में भी
that
था वो बंदा.
breach, where he saved up the aftershock to just
एक
force
तो
out
कौन सा OG में भी
Gabby
एक बंदा
here,
था ना
who
जो
wasn't even prepared to use his
फिलीपींस
overdrive. He
वाला
was just
था.
like, if I try to
एक्स काली की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं.
अच्छा काली की बात कर रहा है. काली रेस
काली की
हाँ
बात कर
काली
रहा हूँ.
रेस खेलता था बरोबर.
comfortable fight with the overdrive and just hope for the best.
अभी भी ट्रेड्स पे खेल लेना.
At this point, Nongshim are the ones falling for the tricks of Velocity.
1v1 गलत
But these
दिया.
isolated fights are always good
30
for
seconds.
Ivy. The score
पर
is
गन मिल गई ना उसको और वो पूरे मैप में वही मार रहा है.
But this is a bit of deja vu. This is a very familiar scenario for Ivy. And you see him immediately double take and back off. Rotate towards spawn instead to try and contest into B.
Unless he does have a
कास्टर भी क्या
nice little
बोला
upgrade on
क्या आईवी ऐसे
pistol,
राउंड्स
and
ये
they're
मैप
still
में
guarded,
निकाल चुका है.
so
पहले निकालता था वो तो
there is a
अलग चीज है.
potential,
ये मैप
but
में निकाल चुका
can't
है.
forget that
और समझ
SK
यहाँ पे
Rossi is
अगर
playing
क्लोज
with
राइट चेक
no
होता है मैडलिन मर जाता है.
rifles or
रॉसी को आने में
primary
जमाने
weapons.
लग
Does have
जाएंगे.
the tour de
बहुत
force
doubtful
though. Oh, Ivy
नहीं
doesn't
check
even
करेगा
look
वो.
at it too.
Madeline was
क्यों पता
trained
है?
on it.
प्लान
Probably heard the
ट्रिप
sound
ट्रिप हुई
keys
थी.
from
हाँ
spawn
वो
as
है.
soon as he
पर ट्रिप
planted that
टाइम हो गया
spike.
ना कितना तो
And
ट्रिप ट्रिप
Velocity
हुए हुए कितना
have
टाइम हो गया
truly
वॉल को ट्रिप हुए हुए तो.
1v2 है इसलिए भी होता है ना.
हाँ वो है कि एक मेन पे खेलेगा और एक इधर खेल सकते हैं. क्या बोलते हैं बेबी डोर पे खेल सकता है. वो भी एक क्रॉस फायर है कांटेक्ट वाला. 1v2 में बहुत सारी पॉसिबिलिटीज है रे.
has defined their ascension
हाँ
run
1v2
so
में
far.
बहुत होती है.
Yeah,
We,
for sure.
हमें
like
सारे
Morgan
एंगल्स
has been the
देखने
truest
करते हैं.
believer since day
हाई लो
one.
का
We became
सेटअप
believers the
एंगल्स
first time
खेल
we watched
सकते हो.
them. I still
कांटेक्ट खेल
remember we were
सकते हो.
together having a
वेट
little
खेल
watch
सकते
party,
हो.
but everyone's talking about Velocity Gaming right now.
Nice.
Alright.
And
Oh.
even more so when you shut down Dambi just like that. He didn't even get to play the game here. Now Damara
Nice
trying to
trade,
come on
well
through.
played.
Trades immediate courtesy of Madeline. And it's Velocity putting their forces onto the A side.
उनके पास ऑल कौन से? Okay.
You try to take an inch, they'll take
मैडलिन के आ
a
जाएगी.
mile. Every single trade is net positive for Velocity. And
नहीं
you
घुस रहे
can just
क्योंकि
feel how
उनको पता है.
thin
रोटेशन जल्दी
Nongshim
आता
are
है.
stretched, not just in the positioning, but I
लेकिन
think
रीहिट कर रहे
they're
रे.
trying to maneuver against their opponents. Their positioning might be
Read
fine,
नहीं
but
कर
then
रहे,
again,
जीते जा
it's
रहे.
just how they
हाँ, तो
respond,
बरोबर है.
react to it.
बोला ना.
It
जीते
just
जाएंगे.
doesn't look comfortable from Nongshim at all.
बी
on
भी नहीं.
this
मैं तो बोलूँ
defense,
B2C
whether
जाना
they have
चाहिए यार.
space on the
हमने
site
अभी
or
C नहीं जा
not.
सकते.
Spike
वो
got
भी
planted
TP है.
here by Madeline. Straight onto the center. We've seen Velocity play off site before, but they go for the Nightfall to just get that time going in their favor. Steel Garden, though, has been strong for Ivy.
बढ़िया.
Nongshim, though, caught in the crossfire. Lightning fast in position.
भाई,
The
Golu is
Shorty doing
feeling
some
it,
damage.
actually.
Ivy still
Actually,
in the
Golu is
lead.
feeling
Looking
it.
to get a bit healthy here. Lightning fast confirms the kill. It's all up to Francis now. The Yoru here of Nongshim. He's trying to do it all, but there's too much to handle. The pressure's on Nongshim now as Velocity are pulling away with the lead.
Nothing that they're trying to do in the
भाई
firefights is
वैलोरेंट जैसे गेम में आरएनजी होता है ना
It's
बहुत
just-
गुस्सा आता है.
hitting. Look at this. Lightning Fast is just playing around against them with a sheriff, mind you. I mean, he even has a vandal in his hands. Yeah, Mad Lion. Oh, sorry.
दोनों जीते तो भी चलेगा.
Mara.
एक को
Tomorrow, my
जीतो.
bad. Yeah, I was looking at the others for a while.
वो 2-1
My
जीते
bad.
तो और विलन गुड होगा पता है.
Oi, he's just been
Booster होगा.
so solid
Booster
at
होगा.
contesting Dambi.
क्या होगा?
बूस्ट होगा.
मतलब मोराल तो ओ भाई डमारा क्या मारा. क्या मारा.
The red light, green light. Tamara's just showing them the door instead. This is one game. Velocity lost
कोई
the
बात नहीं,
play.
कोई बात नहीं,
And
कोई बात
Tamara, he was hot there. He got
Overheat कर
3,
लिया.
finally taken down by Francis.
Where's the TP from Francis gonna go if he
उसके
goes
चक्कर में.
back? Or did it, okay, it's gonna go up back to A heaven. So we can at least use that to reposition
वॉल तो है
somewhat
ही.
faster.
शेयर वॉल किधर लगी हुई है दिख नहीं
But
रही है
this
मैप
call
पे
from
तो.
Velocity is just gonna hurt. Again, Nongshim's shot to take at map control with their 2 players remaining. This
भाई
is just
लेकिन
gonna
अच्छा है वे
be-
लोग
I mean, I don't think
अपनी
Ivy
स्ट्रेंथ
even
पे
heard it.
खेल रहे हैं.
Now
ऐसा
he's
नहीं
gonna
कर
be
रहे कि
hearing that
सामने वाले को
fault line
काउंटर
end,
करना है.
as
ये
well
बोल
as
रहे
the
हैं हमको
hunt,
काउंटर करो
and that's
तुम.
gonna be the signal for them to start rotating. But again, with the 2 versus 4, no smokes, no ultimates, no nothing. A few rifles and maybe a flash.
सेव कर रहे.
How is it going to be enough?
नहीं ट्राई कर रहे
against
हैं.
this
अच्छा 9-11 है.
monster of a
सेव भी नहीं कर
Velocity team?
सकते काइंड
At
ऑफ.
this point, the track is just on loop. It's been a broken record from Nongshim, but at least Francis and Ivy can make the contest happen. Ivy now creeping forward. They look to perhaps pinch onto Russ. I will clear it. The flash comes through. Get rid of the
Badhiya.
breach, but there's still more of velocity on the site
Badhiya.
itself. Into the smoke. There is nowhere safe from Velocity Gaming. Can you feel it now? It's velocity on.
जितना ग्राइंड गोलू करता है ना, सच
वो
बात
देख, वो देख, उसका बाजू वाला देख,
पता है, उठता
10
है
सेकंड पीछे वो बोल रहा है कि ज्यादा ये मत कर,
हाँ
वो ऐसा कर रहा है, शांत।
सी मैडलिन हमेशा बोलता है, मैडलिन मैंने इसके यूफे के व्लॉग्स में देखा ना, मैडलिन बोलता है मेरे को इसको ठंडा करना पड़ता है, डमारा को। दोनों टीममेट्स है ना, दोनों इनिशियल दोनों
हाँ।
साथ में ही थे, दोनों बीटीआर में थे ना।
हाँ,
बोलता है मेरे को इसको हमेशा ठंडा ही करना पड़ता है, पागल हो जाता है ये, 2-3 मारता है तब।
Is all.
तभी तू एक चीज नोटिस करेगा,
Nice one.
हमेशा बैठे रहता है, मतलब ये इसके बाजू में ही बैठता है। अरे रोसी मर गया।
यार
अरे क्लोज करो भाई।
Nightfall comes
अरे
on
मत
through.
कर लाला,
Damara,
मत कर।
too much decay, too little life. Dambi, what are you doing? Not their throw with some mount, sure. But Nongshim, they should have this one in the bag. Double digits here for the defense.
ठीक है।
Yeah, great stack on that C site, able to just basically again somehow deny that contact that we saw from
पेड
Velocity.
अल्टी के बाद वो रुक गए रे,
Velocity
और
fell way
रॉसी
too
मर गया
fast,
ना, तो
but
उनके पास एफ के
these
दर्द का भी
starting
इन्फो
kills
रह
onto
गया
SK
खत्म।
Rossi always is a measure.
ना
I
बीच
think
मर गया
that
ना वो।
Nongshim knows that they have
दिक्कत
that
हो गई, वहां नहीं
pushback
मरना था
against their
ना, और
opponents.
शिराल्टी पे लोग
But
शांत हो
still,
गए।
2 rounds of a deficit with 8 straight a while ago from Velocity. This isn't going to be easy if they want to get to that
मैंने बोला
to that
पता है ना,
overtime.
ये एक ही मैच चाहिए जो
Just one more
playoff
time
के
out from Velocity.
upper bracket के लिए।
This is the perfect time to use it from Coach Godspeed. Just because they suddenly see Nongshim
English करो,
getting some
English करो।
good confidence despite
English.
the early losses there. It's all about wrapping it up, right? Sometimes that
इसमें
pressure,
टैब में देख
you
रहा
can
हूँ,
feel it
फोन
creeping
से
in.
व्हाट्सएप किया
Can you close out the map?
मैं
That's really the tough here for
यूट्यूब पे डाला
Velocity.
मैंने।
अच्छा।
Well, I mean, they still have a buffer of, I think. No. Okay, they have this last round, I think. Last 2 rounds.
इस तो बहुत
to
कम बार
try
दिखा दे पता है,
to
WATCHPARTY को।
figure that out. But honestly, so far it has been pretty good. One of the biggest struggles I think that their opponents, Nongshim on the other hand, have been making is them trying to overextend themselves to match the pace of Velocity. When Velocity is just, you can't really do that. So we saw the one successful round from Nongshim was
Yeah.
them just wait for Velocity to come in and then just, not take the full brunt of the utilities at the start of the contact. It's after that they start moving against Velocity.
I think just trying to match Velocity speed is always asking for trouble. And there we have it again. X-Ross, the first to fall. Velocity also clearing
Bueno,
corners
very
despite the
good
disengage from Nongshim. And so clear
Khatam,
to
closed.
be that C plant, a 5v4 situation here for
Close,
Velocity.
close.
The perfect chance to try and do it all.
Not more than
but
this.
then again, the utility from Nongshim to make it tough. Velocity do answer back.
Yeah.
Dambi in the face of adversity! Straight on through, he makes
Yeah.
the judge count. Avi also
एक
gets
लो है
a
उसमें
bit of
तो।
attention away from
3
himself.
HP है
Finds his
वो।
moment. 2v1.
हाँ, मार दे। मार दे।
About the wall bang here, operator shot. He gets Ivy first. There's
मार
the
दे।
chance. There you have it. The quick throw into the wall
Rossi!
bang. As was stated, as is done. SK Rossi with the Zowie clutch, and this cements.
ये लास्ट राउंड थ्रो किया था, ऑलमोस्ट थ्रो किया था।
ऑलमोस्ट भाई, रॉसी को ये हो गया कि ठीक है 3 एचपी था, इसके लिए मार दिया वॉल बैंक में। पर अच्छा मार रहा था रॉसी आज, अच्छा
अभी
खेला।
अपर ब्रैकेट में गए।
परफेक्ट अपर ब्रैकेट गए। अभी ब्रैकेट्स आ जाएंगे अभी अपने, अब नहीं आएंगे,
अभी नहीं आएंगे,
मैच खत्म होने के बाद ही आएंगे।
मैच के बाद ही आएंगे।
पर अच्छा खेले, अच्छा खेले। गाइस जीजी बेट पे भाई मैंने कभी उम्मीद नहीं की थी नोंगशिम पे 2.24 मिलेगा, वेलोसिटी पे 1.59।
हाँ वो तो होगा ही।
भाई मैंने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि अगले 5 साल तक कोई इंडियन टीम ऐसा ये करेगी।
अरे वो सिर्फ माइंडसेट होता है उनको। अभी तक 5 साल में सिर्फ उनका था कि असेंशन जाओ,
वापस आओ।
इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे जाओ, सिर्फ इतना ही था। जीत के आओ या कुछ नहीं था।
अबे भाई वी वर डाउन 4-8, वी वन 10-13, मतलब 13-10, व्हाट द हेल।
वही माइंडसेट पे पूरा होता है रे।
आईवी ने 30 मारा है, थी कभी सोचेगा बेचारा 30 मार के हारा हूं।
अभी 30 मारा।
हाँ आईवी 30 मारा है।
तीस मारा रे।
भाई साहब। अब गाइस मेरे को एक चीज बताओ, मैं तुम लोग को एक चीज सच्ची सच्ची पूछता हूँ, मैं हर रोज ये चीज कंपेयर कर लेता हूँ। एक्सरॉस जो है वो 8 और 18 है, उसकी ऑडियंस उसको गाली नहीं भरेगी, साउथ कोरियन ऑडियंस गाली नहीं भरेगी उसको। अगर यही रॉसी कहीं 8 और 19 होता, 8 और 20 होता एक आधे मैप में, भाई तुम उसका जीना हराम कर देते। आरबी ड्रॉप 26 एसेस, 26,002 VLT। शर्म आता है क्लाउन वर्क्स ऑफ इंडिया। पर इस बार रॉसी एक्चुअली बहुत ज्यादा डेडिकेटेड दिख रहा है, उसको ऐसा लग रहा है कि भाई अब मेरे को, क्योंकि इतना टाइम हो गया है ना, इतने टाइम के बाद एक्चुअली फील क्या आती है मालूम है, कि नाउ माई रिटायरमेंट इज वेरी क्लोज, 3-4 साल मैक्स, 4 साल मैक्स आई वुड से, इससे ज्यादा थोड़ी।
उसके बाद बॉडी ये नहीं करते ना, मतलब रिफ्लेक्सेस कम होते हैं।
रिफ्लेक्सेस स्लो हो जाते तो 4 साल मैक्स। अभी रॉसी का एज क्या है, इसके रॉसी का एज क्या है अभी, 22 या 23 होगा।
पता नहीं, 23 के आसपास था।
1997 है, ही इज 28। व्हाट द फक, क्या मजाक कर रहे हो, ही इज 28। 28 साल का है ये लड़का।
कंप्लीट।
हाँ
28 साल हो गए कंप्लीट।
वही बोल रहा हूँ, लड़का 28 साल का है। यहाँ 5 साल से तो खेल रहा है,
तो पहले से सीएस भी खेलता था ना वो।
वही 5 साल से ये खेल रहा है, पहले सीएस भी खेलता था
ना। he look like old, not old but not young, like 22 वाला।
मैं
बंदा
25
कोई भी
सोच के,
अलग
मैं
दिखता है।
मैक्स 25 सोच के बैठा था इसका, मालूम है 25 साल का होगा भाई। लेकिन जो इसके लिए हाई टाइम है एक्चुअली, मजाक से हटके हाई टाइम है इसके लिए।
इसके बाद नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर से ग्राइंड करना पूरा इतना, फ्रॉम क्या बोलते हैं,
अरे
स्टेज
तू
1
कितना भी
स्टेज 2।
कुछ भी कर भाई, एक एज के बाद तेरी बॉडी जवाब देती है, तेरे रिफ्लेक्सेस जवाब देते हैं, कमर भी पकड़ती है।
वो तो ठीक है रे, वो उसका मैटर नहीं करता रे, ठीक है वो रिकवर होता है, बट रिफ्लेक्सेस मैटर करते हैं ना हाथ के।
स्लो होने लगते हैं रे एक टाइम के बाद। भाई साहब ये 2018 से compete कर रहा है, 17-18 से। ही इज competing since 2018 गाइस, 7 साल हो गए compete करते हुए।
सीएस तो पहले से कर रहा है।
वही 2018 से compete कर रहा है सीएस में। बंदे ने ग्राइंड किया है यार, he deserves to be on the global stage. Welcome to Thailand.
और नीचे लास्ट ईयर की जीती हुई टीम है।
नोंगशम ना,
हाँ,
हाँ विनो नोंगशम जीता हुआ है।
and he faced against Rossi. Rossi faced against them.
हाँ
बोल
पता,
सकता है।
पर जीत गए भाई, अब हो गया, अपन अपर ब्रैकेट तो पहुंच गए। अब नाउ 2 more सीरीज, जस्ट 2 more सीरीज, like for real, just 2 more series. बट व्हाट आई थिंक इज इनको वीसीटी स्टेज पे जाके चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि हर बार चेम्बर काम नहीं करेगा वीसीटी स्टेज पे।
वो चेंज करेंगे ऑफ कोर्स।
यहाँ तक
चेंबर इज
ठीक,
नॉट अ
यहाँ पे
गुड
ठीक है, तुम
ऑप्शन।
रॉ एम पे खेल सकते हो, वहां जाके मेरे को नहीं लगता तुम रॉ एम पे खेल पाओगे, वहां पागलपन है
अरे
स्ट्रिक्टली।
तभी तो नहीं, तुझे बताओ, अभी रॉ एम भी चाहिए तो फिर नो,
अभी हाँ,
क्योंकि
अब चाहिए,
रिफिल्स कम हो
अब
गए।
सेकेंड अपडेट में चाहिए।
अभी तो अपडेट आएगा ना।
हाँ,
ये तो ठीक है, असेंशन के बाद तो अपडेट है ही ना।
हाँ, वो उसमें रॉ एम चाहिए तेरे को, उसमें तेरे को पक्का रॉ एम चाहिए, मतलब तेरे पास यूटिलिटीज तो मैं बोलूंगा तेरे पास बहुत कम रहेगी, रहेगी ही नहीं, इनिशिएटर यूटिलिटीज तो खत्म है।
कम
60 ब्रो, ठीक है, तू अर्ली जो फर्स्ट फाइट है वो तू ले सकता है। और मैं तेरे को एक बात बताऊं, लोटस जैसा मैप एकदम कचरा हो जाएगा, लोटस हेवन ये मैप्स कचरा हो जाएंगे।
हाँ, इतनी उटिल है ही नहीं ना, फिर कर ही नहीं सकते।
फिर वही चलेगा, स्प्लिट चलेगा, बाइंड चलेगा, असेंट चलेगा, और से
मतलब ब्रीज आना चाहिए रे, बट
ब्रीज को निकाल दिया है शायद, सुनने में आया है।
निकाल दिया रखा क्यों है फिर?
मतलब थॉट प्रोसेस से ही निकाल दिया है राइट वालों ने ब्रीज को।
नहीं यार, इट्स नॉट गुड।
शायद सुनने में तो ये आया है, आई एम नॉट सीरियस, मतलब लाइक
अरे ब्रीज सही वहां पे रे,
पुराना
खेलने में
वाला
मजा
ब्रीज
आता है।
वाज गुड, पुराना वाला।
पुराना वाला क्या अभी भी वैसा ही है, पुराना वाला
हाँ
जो
वही,
था।
बीच में, अरे नहीं, बीच में एक बार मिड क्लोज किया था ना, जो हेवन मिड जो था वो क्लोज किया था ना, याद है, ट्यूब वाला।
मिड जो है ना, ठीक है, मिड का जो क्लोज किया हुआ है, मतलब ये नहीं, टनल्स नहीं बोल रहा हूँ,
हम्म।
जो ऊपर चढ़ के वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, प्रॉपर मिड जो है ना,
हाँ
वो जो रिवर किया है, मिड क्लोज किया है लेफ्ट हैंड साइड वाला, वो
हाँ,
ठीक है, उसका प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। बट एज सच डबल कंट्रोलर लेके खेल सकते हैं, बताए।
डबल कंट्रोलर लेके तू खेल सकता है, लेकिन वही बात है ना यार, तेरे को एक वाइपर कंपलसरी है।
वो बात तो लोटस पे कितने लोग वाइपर खेलते थे, माइंड पे खेलते हैं।
खेलते हैं, तेरा एक देख, ब्रीज पे तेरे को एक वाइपर कंपलसरी है, एक वुमन कंपलसरी है, ठीक है।
हाँ,
ए साइड तू कैसा होल्ड, अब सोवा कंपलसरी है, इतने बड़े मैप में आई वुड से कि बिना इनिशिएटर यूटिल तो तू कुछ कांड कर ही नहीं सकता है अपना।
बट अब बनना है, ऐसा थोड़ी है, मतलब कल को उठ के बड़ा मैप आया
नहीं
तो
बनाएंगे।
क्या
अब देख तू,
कुछ महीने रहेगा?
मैं तेरे को एक सच बात बताऊं, कितनी टीम्स पर्ल को बैन करेगी तू देखियो। पर्ल आया
पहले
है ना,
बेटर यार, पर ठीक है,
बड़ा मैप,
सिर्फ बी साइड
बहुत
का थोड़ा सा चेंजेस किए।
बहुत सारे, अरे वैसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन बहुत सारे बड़े मैप्स बैन होंगे, अभी तक तो ठीक है, पुराने अपडेट पे खेल रहे हैं।
भाई तुझे एक चीज बताओ, पेपर एक्स शायद से
क्या बंद हो गया?
दवाई को थैंक यू बाय बाय किया।
नहीं रे, वो मजाक किया।
पोस्ट डालिए।
देखा मैंने, उसका कैप्शन पढ़ा तूने?
ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट करके लिखा है।
कैप्शन पढ़ा तूने उसका, वो पोस्ट का? गाइस एक सेकंड में तुमको दिखाता हूँ, वो मैंने उसका पूरा कैप्शन कुप्शन सब पढ़ लिया।
उसमें लिखा है ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट करके।
अरे हाँ हाँ, तू उसका कैप्शन पढ़। ये रुक, एक सेकंड, पेपर एक्स, भाई पब्लिक को लगा था, लेकिन ठीक है, ये देख, Trolling Stone, breaking news. Jing walks out. PRX wants Shanks. Update. We
For no
got
other reason
FNS.
than saying thanks.
आगे देख. Paper X will never go to Bangkok.
किधर लिखा है?
Official announcement. Paper X says thank you to Dawai for no other reason just than saying thanks. For no other reason than just saying thanks. Comments देख. Paper X giving us heart attacks even outside the matches. Almost got an heart attack. Nice try, Paper X.
इसको तो माइंड फ्रिक को तो किया.
हाँ, माइंड फ्रिक को करने का देख वैलिड रीजन है. आई वुड से माइंड फ्रिक अपना करियर एटलीस्ट 2-3 साल बढ़ा सकता है. पेपर एक्स में बैठेगा, प्लेइंग 5 में जगह नहीं मिलेगी, अब नहीं मिलेगी. पैटमैन सेट हो गया है.
नाइस बेटर.
पैटमैन सेट हो गया है. एज एन इनिशिएटर पैटमैन सेक्सी तरीके से एकदम फिट हो गया है.
सही से कर रहा है वो.
बहुत मस्त खेलता है. उसके जो फेड के रिकॉन या सोवा रिकॉन्स देखता हूँ ना, मजा आ जाता है. बी का सेट प्ले तो कितना फेमस है उनका माइंड पे, बी लॉन्ग का. कि
तुझे एक चीज पता है अभी, ये तो ठीक है, वीएलटी वालों का 2 मैप अभी तक खेले नहीं.
हाँ,
इन्होंने
वो तकलीफ है.
बाइंड एंड हेवन है.
वो तकलीफ है, वो तकलीफ है.
कौन से 2 मैप नहीं खेले?
अबिस
अबिस
नहीं खेला है. अबिस परमा बैन है.
तकलीफ नहीं है, अच्छी बात है. पता
हाँ, काइंड ऑफ अंदर तुम
एक
क्या
अच्छी
कुक
बात
कर
है,
रहे हो
पता है?
पता नहीं. अंदर तुम क्या कुक कर रहे हो पता नहीं.
हाँ, प्लेऑफ्स में जाके ले लिया
और कुछ अलग ही
तो
अलता
सामने वाले को
बलता
पता
कर
ही नहीं
दिया.
है ना
हाँ, कुछ अलता
कि
बलता
क्या
कर
है
दिया.
ये. हाँ,
मैप लगाया गया ये लोग ने. हाँ, लगा दिया.
गलती से रोसी खेल रहे वेले.
सेम एज नैट्स. याद है नैट्स ने उठाया था
वो
अबिस
तो
पे
पता
वेले.
नहीं भाई, मैं क्यों लिया था बट उसको.
मैप हारने के लिए.
Absolutely. And for Nongshim as well, no changes for them. We've seen their ascent before, and it's a well-rehearsed ascent, in my opinion, for them. The question
पर ठीक है,
is
VLT अब
whether
chill होके खेलेगी, पता है?
are they
अब stress नहीं
able
लेगी.
to read velocity? Are
हाँ,
they
अब
able
stress
to
नहीं लेगी.
bring
उनको
that
पता है
counter
now
जीतने के लिए
much
खेलेगी.
velocity?
खेलेगी
Because
जीतने के लिए,
before,
लेकिन अब
when
stressfully नहीं
velocity was
खेलेगी.
attacking Nongshim, it seems like they
Now they
are
will play
stuck.
like it's ranked.
But
वैसे तो
yeah, well, let's
Ranked
see
जीतने के
in
लिए
the
खेलेगी.
second
अब
map
देख तू.
here in Ascend whether Nongshim will they be able to
प्रॉपर सेट प्लेस वगैरह सब करेगी, लेकिन वो बोलते हैं ना, एक शक्ल पे वो एक स्ट्रेस दिखता है, शक्ल पे वो एक टेंशन दिखती है, वो खत्म है अब.
सब देख रहा है, शांति से करेंगे.
माहौल एकदम चिल हो गया है रे.
इनको भी पता है अभी माउस को.
मैं एक चीज सोच रहा हूँ, इफ 2-0 कर देते हैं नोंगशिम को भी. नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स
हाँ,
अगर 2-0 मतलब वीएलटी अगर नोंगशिम को 2-0 कर देती है, जस्ट थिंक अबाउट वन थिंग, दैट पैसिफिक की टीम को भी 2-0 किया, हर रीजन की हैशटैग 1 टीम को 2-0 किया, एक टीम को 2-1 किया. नाउस जैसी टीम जो एक मैप नहीं हारी थी, उनको 2-0 किया.
Previous map, it
वो
felt
करना
like it
चाहिए
was SK Rossi versus RB against maybe Ivy, but not so much. Anyways,
वो
looking forward to see
सर में नहीं
how
चढ़ने
this
का पता है.
attack from
इनके सर में
attacking
नहीं
side start
चढ़ेगा.
from Nongshim
इनके सर
will
में
be.
चढ़ने का मैं बताऊँ क्यों नहीं चढ़ेगा. इनके सर में पता है क्यों नहीं चढ़ेगा, उसका एक रीजन है. कोच कौन है इनका? बजाज साहब है. बजाज साहब सर में चढ़ने नहीं
वो भी
देते.
है. हाँ,
वो इंसान थोड़ा अलग दिमाग वाला है. उस इंसान को भाई जब मैंने दूसरी टीम्स में देखा है ना,
Set up here by Nongshim. Two already here for velocity.
पर अच्छा
Here's
किया. मैं तो
so
बोलता हूँ
confident
बजाज
on
साहब
their
को लेके बहुत
shots.
अच्छा किया.
And this is
क्या
gonna be a
क्लीन
flawless
रीटेक
one.
किया है.
Wow. A statement to continue the trend. And Morgan was saying it a while.
क्या क्लीन रीटेक है गाइस ये.
खतरनाक. योरू का होना बेटर था, बेस्ट था।
बहुत
Love
क्रेजी
to
और
use it
क्लीन
योरू को
every
नहीं
रिटेक्स है।
मारते
single
ना
time, and it just keeps
तो
working.
बहुत तकलीफ होती।
Russ is such a general, a floor general, I think, for Velocity here. He's able to really set it up for every
रॉसी
single
कहाँ लगा
round.
रहा है अपनी
You know how
आउट
we
लॉबी
mentioned
में?
sometimes that, oh, you know, this breach is
वैल्यू
just
नहीं मिलेगी
for
उतनी,
maybe Damara,
कुछ वैल्यू नहीं
but it
मिलेगी।
works for everyone. Everyone is able to just fall in line, use it, and then it just works.
Yeah, it's just been so disciplined there for Velocity
Ah, ooh.
overall, but this is where it gets concerning. Nongshim never count out their prowess. And throughout the series, they have been stellar at these eco rounds, making these sheriffs count. Make it tough for Velocity to have those numbers. And bit by bit now, Nongshim back away from A and look to rotate towards the B side.
Yeah. That big kill from Ivy.
दो किल करने बचे,
That is
पता है
gonna make them
आउटलॉ
a
में।
lot
दो गोली से दो
more
मारना ही पड़ेगा, ऑप्शन
confident
नहीं है।
with the push out here.
Yeah.
But of course, SK Rossi is going to be the one to
मारने को
return
3 भी
the
मार
cross.
सकता है।
And SK Rossi, oh, the light
एक
speed
भी नहीं
making it
मारा।
tough. He scopes out at an inopportune moment. The flood from
भाई, ये
Nongshim
round
looking
क्यों हार
strong,
गए
and
हम?
with the pistols, they're getting the job done. B now right for the taking, and Ivy.
Are we losing this as a flawless?
But hey, it's the right answer
Flawless ना हुआ।
anyway. Spike to be planted. Velocity didn't expect this kind of hard hit from Nongshim. Francis gets the intel. Dambi with the trade,
क्या
and a
बोलूं मैं?
thrifty win from Nongshim.
पिछले मैप में
We've
भी यही
seen
हाल था अपना, पर पिछला मैप
तो बोलो
अटैक,
पिछले
हाँ
ठीक है तो भी
पिछले मैप में भी यही हुआ था,
अटैक को
मालूम है?
डिफेंस
पिछले मैप में भी यही हुआ था। पिस्टल जीते थे पहला,
हाँ
और
ये हारे थे।
एंटी को हार गए थे, और आईवी ही मारा था उसमें भी 2-3। हट रे।
इसका एक किल मार्क पड़ा पता है फर्स्ट तो मेडलिन पे।
Nongshim won the second pistol. Velocity made the force buy happen. What a trend for the series. But hey, it makes it very wild coming into the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, Nongshim, not wasting any time, starts to make their move onto short here with Damara. Ooh, he's got the shorty there. Dambi playing a quieter
घुसो
approach,
कोई,
just
हाँ
waiting for
घुसो कोई
Francis to
शॉर्ट
maybe
पे,
pop a flash.
टप
Maybe the
टप
fake
करके
out.
पड़ेगी।
We'll see. Damara
दो
should
बंदे
not
आना
keep
एक साथ,
this.
दो से ज्यादा होगे तो नहीं मार पाएगा वो।
Damar? Oh, no. Does he get a kill? Not gonna happen. Dambi with the perfect saturate. Now straight on to
Chhi!
the side. Dambi
Lightning
still
fast.
not done. A third kill there
मार
to clear
सकता
out
था
the
यार
corner.
तू। You
It's
have the
gonna be-
caliber,
yeah,
तू चार
this
मार
is
गया।
the perfect round for Dambi.
डम्बी।
Just rack up the kills. Get the convergent paths as soon as possible.
Shut down!
Already, SK Rossi will shut down the highlight. But this
Whoa!
should be... Wait.
Oh my god.
I can believe. I saw it before. I can believe again, but Ivy has the angle.
Nice
The
try.
pinch is here, and Nongshim secure their second.
पर अच्छा मारा दो।
But yeah, like you mentioned, it is.
मेरे को
just
ऐसा
going to
लगा
be,
यहाँ पे शायद लाइटनिंग
a
फास्ट मार
very
सकता था, नहीं देख रहा था
I
उसको।
think just
काम हिम
bonus
रख के
round
मारता ना, शायद हो जाता।
for Nongshim here, especially with
पर
with
ठीक है, हो जाता है, क्लासिक ही
Damara
थी।
getting caught out in the open
Getting
like
too
that.
harsh on
I
him.
thought he had like someone else to assist him to kind of give him the information, and then he's the one that feeds off of the kills with the shorty just because the 3-man push. But again, you know, no information, really hard to read that situation.
Whoa, the push from SK Rossi.
Ah!
So brave and so bold. Works out well, knowing that Dambi was trying to line things up with the convergent path.
कौन बोला रॉसी को वैंडल चलाने नहीं आती?
Madeline, SK Rossi, they're just prepped for it. The orb control was so important coming into the round when Dambi was one away from the ultimate, and literally, SK Rossi catching him mid-utility.
Enemy remaining.
आदि
Down B.
So they get 4 kills.
इंडियन पब्लिक सेइंग रॉसी को वैंडल
It's like a
चलाने
while
नहीं
ago
आती।
from Dambi.
He knows उसको उसकी ऑफ बेटर है
और
वैंडल से।
भाई ऑप तो बेस्ट है उसकी, बट ऐसा नहीं है कि वैंडल बिल्कुल भी गोली चलाने आती ही नहीं है उसको। गोली तो चला ही सकता है। तो जब पैसा नहीं है तो पब्लिक क्यों बोलती है भाई हेड हंटर पे खेल ले, वैंडल चलान दो।
वैंडल भी इम्पोर्टेंट थी है।
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है भाई।
Brought here into Ascension Pacific, tied
वैंडल
up now.
फैंटम जो भी है।
The conversion path is
अरे
available
कोई भी
here,
असॉल्ट
and
राइफल चला तू।
Longshim are playing it safe. The Arcro straight up into the Prowler. They know that that chamber could peek out into B main, and they're using utility. They send out Dambi, and now they're putting the pressure onto B side.
Yeah, they know Madeline's gonna be the back of the side because
मार मार मार
that
मार
Han-
इसकी मार मार।
Wow. It gives so much information though, but he's still stuck.
The scan.
एक बंदे को मारने के लिए 100 यो भाई, फिर भी नहीं मरा वो।
Ivy and Madeline
दो
making
बंदे मारे।
Longshim work for it again. Down to a 3v3. And it isn't as
अरे मैं बोटाउस की
as
बात
how
कर रहा हूँ,
the
सिटी की
would
नहीं,
have
मैं
the
सिटी की
light.
नहीं बात कर रहा हूँ,
Spike
बोटाउस की बात कर
planted
रहा
now
हूँ।
here.
10 यूटिल डाल दी उस पे, एक मार के मारा वो फिर भी।
Yeah. We're also waiting for the
इसके अल्टे,
Falcon
वेले
to
के
come
अल्टे।
out. Lightning fast, making sure.
काउंटर के लिए क्या है अपने पास, कुछ भी नहीं
Smokes
है।
on B main. Everyone else from Nongshim is going to be at the back of this B site. So, yeah, conversion pass.
No, look at Dambi. He's looking towards spawn. Now conversion paths will be cast. Does Velocity get affected by it? They're in the lane. SK Rossi will get taken down, sure.
Nice.
Now Russ out in the open. Russ wins the fight.
Nice.
Lightning fast though. No one seeing him coming. X-Ross will get them all in the end. The clutch
Nice
up there from X-Ross to keep Nongshim in the lead. And there you have it, the third round for the Korean squad.
Honestly thought I was going to go the Velocity way just because.
आदि भाई वो पीछे कौन है? किसके पीछे भी?
क्या बोला तू?
पीछे पीछे प्लेयर्स के पीछे कोई थी।
उसके पीछे?
हाँ।
लड़की।
क्यूट है।
But Nongshim, they're a team.
तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, मेरे को प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
My audience knows.
Hey,
lightning fast में मरना था रे।
Lightning fast is caught in the crossfire. Francis X-Ross in position. Russ making the aftershock count from afar. But Velocity, they're banking on their IGL to do it all here towards the A
nice
side.
one.
Nice.
Sure, or in this case, the Cade.
Crazy.
But Russ doesn't even need to hear where his opponents are
Aga,
coming from.
Aga.
He brings 2 to the grave with him, 3 overall.
जीत
The
सकते थे ये
damage has
राउंड,
been
पता है,
done
2v2
here
था।
by Nongshim. Spike planted now by RB. Madeline needs to do it all in a 1v2. And with the C's, he avoids it for now. Madeline
नीचे देख ले, नीचे देख ले।
crossing through bit by
Left
bit. here.
deck.
RB.
मर गया वो।
वाह!
Madeline still wins the fight. Ivy gets the trade. And yet again, sweat there for Nongshim, but they get it done.
I think we're seeing a pattern here as to some certain situations. Russ is a tank. He basically 1v4'd Nongshim before they got into the site. There was nobody from Nongshim. They got delayed enough that Ross was able to isolate fights when he should have been pressed by 4 players on the Nongshim roster.
मार दे जाना वो।
Rossi, I
भाई
think the
crazy
only
हो
one that
जाता।
has effectively
Crazy
won the
मतलब
1v4
crazy ही हो जाता
on
है।
the Nongshim roster has been Ivy. If Ivy gets shut down,
पूरा
the
टीम
capability
सेव
for
करता है,
Nongshim
इसको
to
अकेले को
potentially
अलग चुल
clutch
मचती
around when
है।
Ansgar Ross is still alive. I feel like
वो भी
just
ऑपली है।
वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, पूरा टीम सेव करता है।
Nongshim are doing a really good job finding where to hit the sites. They stay away
Hero
from
बनना
the
है।
chamber who has the operator. And here for Velocity, it is their only real saving grace coming into the round. Francis now blindside straight into the market. Nongshim investing utility. Position here for Velocity to take mid. And Damar now with the takedown onto RB. Still SK Rossi alive. Forces Dambi to refract on out. This is dangerous though here for Nongshim because of the courtesy of Velocity. Dambi though with the double. Dambi's not done. Dambi's not done. He finishes the round on a high note there. A 3K for Dambi to give Nongshim the 3-round lead.
हाँ?
wow.
दो अल्टी यूज की।
perfectly holding mid. Not
हगा
overly
तो मैं दे
panicking
बोल
once
सकता,
they
लेकिन
heard
दो
the
अल्टी
Rolling
यूज
Thunder
की अपन ने।
was thrown
बड़ी
behind them.
अल्टियां।
But to be fair, that Rolling Thunder hit nothing as well.
रस को
On
बिना
short,
इन्फो
it
वहाँ
did
अल्टी
allow
मारनी
them to
चाहिए
sit
थी।
out
उनको
for
उसको पता ही नहीं कि मार्केट तक पहुंचे पहुंच गए करके। उसने अल्ट मारी करके कि ए शॉट पे होंगे या फिर मिड बॉटम पे होंगे।
because Nongshim was still holding mid.
But to be,
I mean, they played off the refract so well. They knew they wouldn't just leave Dambi to his own devices, and that is the beauty of the Nongshim system. So aware of what could be their weakness coming into the round. The mid-round there from RB helping out too. Velocity. SK Rossi has gotten away with this before. Dambi. He expects it now. Arcro's broken. Prowler into the light speed. SK Rossi has to bail on out again. And here we go with contact, perhaps? No. Nongshim. They don't feel it's safe enough, and they're just going to go for the orb instead.
Yeah.
ये राउंड
Gonna be
खत्म
slowed
होने
down
दे,
as
एक
well
बात
by
बोलनी है मेरे को.
Russ, knowing
क्या
that these
राउंड खत्म
flashes
होएगा
are
उसके
gonna be
बाद.
there as a response. X Ross. Ooh, spotting out the Mara though, but no assistance for him, so he's not also comfortable pushing that location at least.
Steel Garden on the Fury will be the response here.
बढ़िया.
Madeline looking to
Crazy.
line things up, and Dambi is the first to call RB as
Crazy.
well. Absolute value here.
रॉसी भाई एक आपको बात अभी बोल
Velocity,
देता हूँ
and
मैं
just
जो राउंड के
taking
बाद
it
बोलने वाला
all.
था. मैं रॉसी भाई के
Four
लिए बात
down
बोलने वाला
on the
था.
side of Nongshim already. X-Ross will at least get rid of the Mara. But at this point in the corner, what can you do? Rust here, ready to check alongside the rest of the team. The Flood, wow.
असेंट मैप पे रॉसी भाई आप ऑप मत किया करो.
रॉसी का एम हिल रहा है पता है.
हाँ.
रॉसी का एम हिल रहा है.
लेकिन कनेक्ट
हिल
कर
रहा
रहा
है
है
in the
ना?
sense, नहीं कनेक्ट कर रहा है ठीक है बट इट्स शेकी.
शेकी है वो, थोड़ा सा वॉबली लग रहा है, लेकिन ऑप में वॉबली एम काम नहीं आएगा ना. वैंडल में तो काम आ जाएगा.
हाँ वैंडल में ठीक है. और सुनो उसका शेकी है.
माउस बहुत ज्यादा शेक करता है भाई. झक 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 करते रहता है. इसीलिए बता रहा हूँ रोशी भाई मत करो. वैंडल अच्छी चला रहे हो.
Set things up for the play
नजर
here,
लग
but
गई यार.
IB, you just can't challenge him with those angles. The best shot from Nongshim so far, 30 kills in the last map, by the way. Lightning fast though, bailing out as Nongshim. A stellar execute onto A. The lurk still here from IB, and the Mara
Shot rate हमारा.
finally gets the takedown there.
Dambi's got his ultimate once again. Perfect lineup. It'll stop basically everyone coming through from spawn here. And immediately throws
Perfect
it out. I think it's only Lightning Fast that
precon.
gets hit by it, so there's still a chance for Velocity to rush into the site.
Yeah,
Nice.
damage front to hell.
NT.
Again, Shim still
2v3.
so prepped for them. And with Madeline trying to play onto that angle, going
क्रॉस
for
बैठे
broke.
नहीं हो पाएगा.
Lightning fast, looking for the push. Trade
बोला
for
ना
trade
क्रॉस
again.
बैठे नहीं हो
Just
पाएगा.
Nongshim
भाई सब 1v1 पे
pull
जाके
on
अपन
the one-up.
कहीं ना कहीं मिस आउट कर रहे.
And these post-plant positions from Nongshim looking stellar.
बहुत राउंड ऐसे हुए जिधर
allows them to
1v1 गए
delay
मिस
things
आउट किया. VLT
for
जीत
as
गई.
long as
हाँ
they
एक मैप जीत
possibly
गई.
can go, and then they just
We won the first.
मारने का बाद मारा है वो.
हाँ?
stretching for as long as they
टीपी
could
मारने
as
का
well,
बाद मारा है.
just so that they can survive longer. They don't have to fight Velocity for a longer time, and because they can isolate these positions with the
Animation
smokes and everything,
होगा.
it's working out well.
वो में
It's
भी
a
एनिमेशन
beautiful,
वाला सीन
a
है.
way to kind of
एक मैप जीत गई.
dismantle
हमने
the-
सीड 1 तो पक्का
this
कर लिया, लेकिन
waterfall,
सीरीज
this
जीतना है भाई.
just absolute force, right? When Velocity comes in.
The
as a
matter
whole
is
unit.
winning this.
Yeah, the retake is basically
क्या बोलते
a
हैं?
utility
Series.
salad given what the Sova and the Breach can do for the map. But a timeout now called here by Velocity. Their set plays have been read bit by bit here by Nongshim. We talked about how Nongshim really prepped coming into this game, right? And as of now, they have a firm understanding of where Velocity loves to peak. They've been stifled by angles like B-main before their Aserai, and this time, especially in that last round, the shutdown on the chamber was just so clear-cut.
And with that, it is going to be, you know, a bit of a slowdown here for Velocity. Not as much as I think we were experiencing on that Lotus map, but to be fair, it still is the first half
Lotus
here.
करके
We're
खेल
kind of
रहे
set if Nongshim still
थोड़ा
wins
तो
like
जीतने के लिए खेलो.
3 more rounds, and then
वो
we're
खत्म
gonna
करने
have
के लिए खेल रहे हैं,
almost
पता है?
identical
तो सीरीज खत्म करो.
first half from last game.
Yeah, I mean, after that last game, we
ये
did
मैप हारे तो
never count out
नेक्स्ट गेम
Velocity
खेलना
gaming
पड़ेगा.
from
वही
any
दिक्कत है ना, वो समझ नहीं रहे. और कल अपना गेम 12:30 बजे है वापस.
coming into this tournament to play the
2:30 बजे भी
Breach
नहीं है
on Saturday
शायद.
on
12:30 बजे
Saturday
वाला
used to
गेम
play
है.
Metacom. Still did learning curve here for Velocity, and Lightning fast now. He's holding close with the judge. Nongshim, they know something's amiss, and a team like Nongshim, you're gonna wait.
ये
to
राउंड
see
होने दो गाइस, उसके
what's
बाद
on the other
देखते हैं
side
कितने
first.
बजे वाला
The
गेम है.
Prowler gets confirmation.
क्योंकि गेम तो फिक्स हो ही गया
Plays
अपना.
from Velocity right now. It's even more so amplified by them clearing mid into B.
They're gonna spot them? Just the one though in SK Rossi. I think they're
Oi!
fine for them, but oh my god. Okay, a shot connects, that smokes down, and then Lightning Fast has nowhere to escape.
He's playing so disciplined right now here for Nongshim.
कोई बात
Safe
नहीं.
rather than sorry. They commit the Nightfall.
हम वैसे भी डिफेंसिव नहीं, अटैकिंग टीम है. हमारा अटैक अच्छा
At
है.
this point, it will have to be Velocity hitting shots like that. to
डिफेंस
make
में
this
4
possible.
राउंड वो
Madeline
दे.
does get rid of the smokes though from the Nongshim side.
So with that, it does still make it a little bit easier to dissect.
डिफेंस में
digest
4
those
राउंड
knock
बोते
shots
हैं,
that
4
they-
निकाल लो. क्या हुआ? आवाज कट रहा है जरा.
से डबल कंट्रोल चलेगा प्रो गेम में, मतलब अभी नहीं, नेक्स्ट अपडेट के बाद जो है, मतलब अपडेट जब लेंगे.
सबको डबल ही खेलना पड़ेगा.
छट पड़ा इसको
120 या तो डबल इनिशिएटर तेरे को खेलना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो तुम फिर डबल डुलिस्ट भी जाओगे तो सही है, गलत नहीं है.
इवन तो मर गया है.
तो योरू कौन सा जिंदा है? योरू की अल्टी कितनी गंदी कर दी है, देखा? एक्सपेंसिव ड्रोन बना दिया है खाली. ये बकचोदी कर रहे हैं अब, ये बकचोदी कर रहे हैं अब, सच बता रहा हूँ.
Nongshim updates.
Gosh, what a flank. What a B main push that we saw from Dambi there.
बॉट प्ले कर रहे हैं.
Look at that replay once again. They start the push. And
भाई
again,
फ्री हो
this
जा रहे हैं
is
अभी. बीमेन का एंगल ही नहीं देखा,
of
स्मोक क्या हुआ है तो.
timing. I think they might have caught they might have understand the tempo right now for Velocity because it's
माथारो सीरीज क्लीन 4-0 खत्म करो.
once more. Still, at least in the first half. Last round we go. Velocity weaker in terms of the firepower, but we'll see how they're going to be able to make this happen as Madeline has that ultimate of his, that Hunter's Fury. If they can just maybe stop them from getting into
रॉसी
the fight,
टीपी में कैसे मर रहा है?
But no, there's just no shutting down Ivy. Go next for Velocity in terms of those initial set plays.
तीसरा या चौथा राउंड में देख लियो, टीपी करता है, कभी बॉडी इधर रह जाती है, कभी बॉडी उधर रह जाती है.
But you lose your chamber, and now you lose Rust as well. Two heavy hitters from the Velocity side, taken down early on. Madeline trying to respond with the Hunter's Fury, but Dambi, that was so daring. Scared off.
डरा है खाली.
Actually, you did see Damara try to protect his teammate, but in any case, it's still Nongshim seeing an easier take towards his B side here.
Yeah. Damara unsure of mid, so he's double checking it with his teammate. Since they did see a few players of Velocity or Nongshim there, but now that they realize nothing's up, yeah, they're just gonna have to march their way back into this B side and try to retake it.
गलती किया पता है क्या? अगर ऐसा डैश ही करना था तेरे को, एज नियॉन इस राउंड में, एज नियॉन अगर डमारो को डैश ही कर रहा था तो जद लेके जाता, वैंडल लेके क्यों गया? देख मार्केट से फ्लड इन कैसा किया डमारा ने. हाँ, ये टाइम पे जज होती तो एक ही बात नहीं है. तू भाई तेरे को एम करना पड़ता है जज में, तेरे को एम थोड़ी करना है, तेरे को धप 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 करके स्पैम करना है. तो क्लियर कट हो रहता ना कि लाइटनिंग फास्ट के पास वैंडल दे रही है. क्या?
Is it 9-3 curse?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe a 9-3 curse with Rossi in it, लेकिन साला VLT के बैनर के नीचे है ना, तो पता नहीं. हाँ
जी में 3 पे था ना, तो
अरे
4-3 थी.
जी में भले ही 3 पे था वो, लेकिन अभी बैनर तो वीएलटी का है ना, वीएलटी ना इधर से है ना उधर से है, दोनों साइड से वीएलटी ही आती है, याद है मेरे को। Everything will come on to this pistol now. अगर पिस्टल में डमारा 2 मारता है और हम पिस्टल जीतते हैं,
पिस्टल जितने भी डिफेंड मर गया, कोई तो मरा,
कोई नहीं मारा।
हमारा कोई तो लो हुआ ना,
लो
नहीं हमारा
हुआ,
तो मारा।
हमारा 26 है, 37 पे रॉसी है, लेकिन मार दिया ना उसको फ्रांसिस। मैडलिन ने एक और खोल दिया, मैडलिन ने एक और रस और मैडलिन ने मिलके एक और खोल दिया। Once again मैडलिन, once again lightning fast, flawless pistol.
Neo Matrix styles.
क्या
I
मारा?
always thought like Francis did a pretty good job thinning down the HPs of the velocity players. Like I think he tagged down
क्या
250, less
मस्त
than
मारा
50.
ना?
So I thought like there's a chance here
मैडलिन ने
that the rest of
सारे
Notion
shit
can
पे
just
shot
have an
अच्छे
easier
मारे।
time, and then Velocity were like, we're just gonna keep pressing short.
लेकिन
not
पिस्टल
give any
जीतने के
chance
बाद
for
दूसरा
Notion
जीत
to
तो रहे।
regroup, and it works.
Spirits high here for Velocity. Gotta be wary of the
ले फिर
anti-eco
मर
though.
गए।
Here we go with Zambia already taking out Damara. Immediately Nongshim in the face.
ले एक और मर गया।
Lightning fast tries to make the paranoia count. But Nongshim again just clearing these close
यही तो
corners.
दिक्कत है।
This is what I'm talking about. The struggles on the anti-eco. Velocity. Gotta be careful with what awaits on the other side of the smoke here. And all in all, Nongshim just stopping Velocity before they can even get started.
Yeah, seems like Velocity is calling SK Rossi back. Just bolster the firepower if possible. Pick up some of those dropped weapons right in front of them and use that to their end. The problem here is, yeah, X Rossi has a... Yeah, he's got that Bucky in his hands. If no one clears him to the right, this is going to be catastrophic.
That's Rossi priming the utility. No way to catch the chamber, but they've lost Russ and the spike also in touching distance here for Nongshim.
अभी क्या बोलने का?
35 seconds left. The flank from RB head spotted though. SK
वी राउंड के बारे में गाइस क्या बोलने का? मैं क्या बोलूं?
30 seconds left.
Running out of options here.
गुस्सा नहीं आएगा ये राउंड देख के?
Either they save and just try to
हर बार हम पिस्टल जीत रहे हैं ये सीरीज के अंदर, हर बार हम पिस्टल जीत के एंटी को हार जाते।
फर्स्ट गेम नहीं हारे थे,
हारे थे
सेकंड राउंड,
सेकंड पिस्टल नहीं जीते थे।
At these eco rounds, just went descendant, went to catch velocity. Don't let
हाँ,
it set on up. And
जितने अपन पिस्टल जीते ना इस सीरीज के अंदर, उतने अपन एंटी को हारे हैं, और जिधर अपन पिस्टल हारे थे उधर एंटी को जीते थे अपन।
ये हार गए, ये गेम हार गए,
खत्म हो गया ये
परसेंट हार गए। लास्ट कौन सा?
लास्ट हेवन है शायद। सनसेट है, सॉरी। हट भाई भग। गाली पड़ने वाली है आज।
All right, seems like they've realized how this is going to go. It is going to be the full commitment of Velocity.
आज गाली पड़ने वाली है बजाज सबसे।
And Nongshim are having none of it.
Timing
Pushing aggressively. Already we have the Jambian
हमारा
X-Ross.
ओह,
High
देखा
low
था।
situation as they're going to clear out Lightning Fast and SK Rossi. SK Rossi, always a hero.
Hell
Wins
nah,
everything, but not
Rossi.
this time. Only good for, I believe, the one kill. And they will move on. Bit of an awkward fight there between the two of the teams, but still, Nongshim looking to take this lead to the next level. They had some difficulties on Lotus, on Ascent. They're looking a lot more the Nongshim of what we were expecting. And now they need only 2 more rounds for us to
Phantom
get
थे ना हमारा के
into
पास।
the final map of the day. And it seems like Velocity, feeling that pressure, is going to be calling for their last timeout of the day. Yeah, seems like I'll be monologuing for just a little bit longer, guys, as I wait for Dax to come back. I miss him already. Oh, you're here? Okay. Sorry, I thought I heard Dax for a second there. He's so close.
हाँ actually अपन दोनों anti को जीते होते 6-9 था.
Anyways, moving on. This does feel like such a different.
और वैसे अगर सोच एंटी को अगर अपन जीते होते, एक मैं तेरे को बात बताता हूँ, नॉट नेसेसरी बोनस हारते, बोनस जीतते, कितने वेपन्स गिराते.
To Lotus, or the rotations are just faster for
Hey,
Nongshim together, but it seems like they are keeping up with the pacing of Velocity, in all things considered.
I mean, they have these two duelists that can get quickly in position.
Francis off करेगा.
But yeah, Jambi, Francis, these guys are just happy to consent early on, and our panel talked about it a while ago. Operators of the Yoru, Francis. He's gonna try to find a pick here early on, looking towards top mid. They go for the courtyard push anyway from the side. Jambi the one to watch out for. Refract on the way. Velocity still with the push, the fast lane to keep going, but Francis right now gets two anyway. No matter what distance he close, Francis will take those kills there.
वाह.
Nongshim.
Rossi और इसकी lightning fast की जोड़ी.
Lightning fast RB trying to play it close, and as the dust settles, it's still Velocity who wins out the trades.
Absolutely. Now they're going to be calling in that smoke, allow them to at least regroup first, and a teleport away for Francis as he moves up and checks up onto A main. His gate crash is not close enough B that if his teammate, if RB gets pushed, they're not going to be able to respond. So it's going to be them syncing up after the spike gets planted and then playing for the 2 versus 3 retake.
Yeah, I mean, the situational awareness.
अभी देखिए ये रिकॉन किया ना बोट हाउस के लिए. अभी एक मैं बात बताता हूँ. अपडेट के बाद बोट हाउस के लिए ये रिकॉन नहीं कर पाओगे तुम.
All these different angles, spike now planted. No, it's a tough ask to make it happen with the operator. RB trying to find the angle towards main, but then again, a regroup perhaps could be in the cards here for Nongshim.
Oh, that's gonna definitely slow them down. Now they know what their operator is gonna be going through. Han gets thrown out. A lot of the starting utility of Nongshim placed right in front.
Shortly, Francis trying to dip in to find the kill.
Without
that confirmation, right? Nongshim knows he wants to save this operator. Proud dodge though. RB instead with a fast RB getting some nasty work with the frags there. In the end, Velocity Gaming still taking round.
That's kind of overwhelming.
ये सही में हुआ?
Because that will also, force the economy for Velocity to be just incredibly thin. Sure, they did get the round in the end, but it's kind of those at what cost situations. But we'll see, though. We'll see. In the end, at least they do stop.
They are happy, रे. दुनियादारी की पड़ी नहीं है.
Again, slowing down the pace, definitely a big plus here for Velocity.
Hey, they found their spot. Velocity.
Oh, short red हमारा.
Contest from B main and shut down Francis just like that. Example made here by Damara. RB goes for the trade. Velocity. They do keep an eye out towards mid a lot more often than Nongshim would like.
Nice shot.
In position, but now RB slipping by. No one notices him coming. A small lapster for Velocity, and Nongshim will take the advantage from there.
Let's get Rossi running into the site, create some openings, but that is not shaking RB whatsoever. Showing off his operator skills, finally shut down by Rush.
ये ना ट्विटर के लिए वीडियो काट रहा था.
Hard position to be in as Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, an experienced player like RB, he can do it all. And he makes sure that Nongshim are ahead here. Lightning
Twitter के लिए वीडियो काटी है यहाँ पे आरबी ने.
He's heard there by Ivy. It's really just
Ascension frags.
He does have a sliver of HP to work with here. Ivy, yeah, again, notice and now posted. It's a due date here, courtesy of Nongshim Red Forest there on map points.
That's incredible. Look at just how quickly RB was able to respond in time. He's showing to us that he's got some operator chops as well. Still, this was a very, very strong showing again from Nongshim. It just looked like there was a forced play there from Velocity on mid, which it truly was. But Damara,
क्या लगता है थर्ड मैप की
there's always going to be such a quick response again from the
थर्ड मैप की स्कोर लाइन बताओ भाई.
Right now, Nongshim have all the answers here, and Damara looking at least to make this a contest. And with Bucky on hand, straight onto the side, Phantom right now, and Damara continues.
Ace मार गया.
Damara the ace! Blink and you'll miss it. The Predator ace delivered here by the duelist of Velocity.
That just was.
अबे ये सारे अभी रील और YouTube के लिए भाई वीडियोस काट रहे.
Got the kill, opened up the lane, kept chasing.
इनको पड़ी ही नहीं है.
Insane. I honestly thought he was gonna get shut down by Francis there with the operator. And you know what? When you just allow him, he will perform.
हाँ दे हेलो.
Exceed expectations.
यहाँ से कमबैक किया तो.
अरे कमबैक छोड़, इनको पड़ी नहीं है. ये लोग रीले और ये काट रहे हैं, YouTube वीडियो काट रहे हैं.
It's tough though when there's a judge in your face, and now Tamara.
Ascension frags नाम से.
नेक्स्ट गेम तो होगा ही.
अबे लेकिन ठीक है ना, YouTube पे वीडियो मिल जाएगी फ्रैग्स की. एक हाईलाइट मिलेगी. Ascension frags. टाइटल मैं देता हूँ.
And also trying to play the cross angle with the shroud step. SK Rossi still with the operator, but Nongshim, they don't overstep their bounds here. Holding into tree.
Rossi! मम्मी मिस कर गया ये.
SK Rossi, the kill into the wall bang headshot, lightning fast. Next on the chopping block perhaps, but Madeline's there to help out his teammate. It's VLT keeping the pressure going here from Cubby. Francis now in the thick of things. Madeline with the overrun. Bit by bit, it's Velocity making that space.
लो भाई कर दो. X-Ross ने भी रील काट ली. ठक ठक ठक.
We're going to a decider here, folks, as Nongshim answer back here on Ascent.
And what an answer it really was. Look at how incredible the I think synergy has been for Nongshim here. What they lost on the second.
एक रील दमारा ने काटी, एक रील X-Ross ने काट ली भाई. कर दो. हो गया. एक रील मिल गई दोनों को.
Nothing looked like it was going to stop Nongshim. All the strong points that the panel us was discussing about how Velocity was just the kings of Lotus. It just seems to evaporate here on Ascent. You saw how good the timing was. Dambi was just feeling himself. Sure, SK Rossi was going to hit shots. Sure, we were going to see highlights here or there, but it was definitely not enough to slow down Nongshim at all. Maybe at the start, but again, with that Eco Destroyer from Nongshim, that really disrupted, I think, what Velocity wanted to start with the first few rounds of this game.
Second half में मजा कर रहे थे.
Rounds was very much so a critical point for Velocity. Losing out those rounds, losing out on that momentum, and instead, it's Nongshim who picks up from that good work. And just overall, it's the game plan from Nongshim amplified to a T. They picked the set for good reason. They were confident that this Yoru Wele would be enough to stop Velocity in the traps. We saw that even more on the defense. Yes, it was a great half there, 9-3. But when you look at Nongshim as well,
रोनाल्डो आने वाला था, आया नहीं.
Francis as well.
सिंपल कौन पता है?
CS वाला ना.
This is the form that they would love to see coming into this one. It's been a roller coaster ride when you follow Nongshim Red Force here in the Session Pacific, but these are the highs that you.
ये आके गया, ट्रेविस स्कॉट आके गया.
This is why they're still
वो चूक गया भाई.
Fiend.
Dambi just
Fiend के अलावा कुछ पता ही नहीं है.
Never go back on the controller. We love
वो भी नहीं सुना.
on this.
नहीं वो मैंने रील्स पे सुना था.
It just feels.
अरे दिल्ली में गए. उसका शो हिट हुआ. उसको ऐसे वो एक ही शो करने वाला था. अभी दूसरा शो मुंबई में है.
Yep, Nongshim will just not let this end. Statement made from them here in Ascend.
ट्रेविस स्कॉट का शो है मुंबई में.
ट्रेविस स्कॉट का शो है?
They had in the first half to convincing victory. I believe Nongshim had
एक अभी तो बुक माई शो पे जाके देख.
भाई नहीं मालूम मेरे को.
पता चलेगा.
मैं गाने भाई मैं सच्ची बात बताऊं, मैं बॉलीवुड के अलावा हॉलीवुड बहुत कम सुनता हूं. जो एकदम ही फेमस गाने हैं ना.
If they're going to go down to this lower bracket, they're going to go down kicking and screaming and burning up as much of a fight as they
सुने
can.
होंगे बट
Looking
याद
very,
नहीं
very
होंगे कभी
clean here.
वैसे भी
Almost
होंगे
sent
क्या
much
बॉलीवुड
more
के
better than the
इंग्लिश?
Lotus. Like you say, I feel like they had the
हॉलीवुड
answers
इंग्लिश
cooked up and prepared here.
सुने
And
हो
the
नहीं
coach
हॉलीवुड
was finding maximum
बॉलीवुड के
impact.
मैं सुनता हूँ
Yep,
ऐसा नहीं
and of
सुनता
course,
नहीं
Francis here, his
अभी
operator
के जो
again,
रिसेंट है ना बहुत
also
कम
as the
सुनता
मैं
हूँ
वो
final
नहीं
fighter
सुन,
that
मैं
moves
अभी
us
वाले
to
नहीं
decide
सुनता,
the
मैं
map.
सुनता हूँ
He's
भाई,
been
मैं और
absolutely
पप्पा वही भी
phenomenal in
करते हैं,
this
वो
map.
अब तू समझ जा क्या
Yeah,
क्या
just
सुनता
did a
रहूंगा मैं.
fantastic job. I feel like this is
वो
such a
तो
natural
90s
fit
के
for them.
अलग
I mean,
थे.
I'm as
80s
surprised as
90s
anybody.
मैं
Going into
70s
this
भी सुन
tournament,
लेता हूँ
you thought,
कभी
yeah,
कभी.
Francis is such a great Yorion.
70s
So
हो
great on the
shit.
operator. I would have thought you lost your
19
mind.
से
But he's
late
really
70s रे,
proving it now. He's doing an
75
excellent job.
76.
So I got to say, I'm excited by this
हाँ वो भी है.
Notion team once again. They're trying to relight that fire inside themselves. They know that they're going to be starting in that lower bracket.
अभी क्या किया
They
जाए,
wanna
साले
send a
मैप
message
3
of, hey,
लेके
look,
चले गए,
we can
अभी
beat the
कुछ करने
first
को नहीं है
seed, we
मेरे
can
पास
beat
यूट्यूब पे.
whoever
चलो
you guys think we can't. And
Dragon.
Francis is going to be.
अरे 5 मिनट में चालू होगा. 5
क्या?
चाचा जी ने मंगाया था
5 से 10
Yeah,
मिनट.
yeah.
अरे वाह वाह अब्दुल
Bro, लोड का रियल है ये.
I don't get it. How does the brain remember that I forgot, but can't remember what I forgot? I really be thinking like that, and it really pisses me off.
बात तो सही है.
क्या बात कर रहे हो बेंच? The fuck?
रैंक पर जो गेमर आते हैं वो ऐसे वैसे स्ट्रीमर नहीं है. ये पीसी कम्युनिटी की वन ऑफ द मोस्ट रिनोन्ड एंड ओल्डेस्ट स्ट्रीमर है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट राका जोन गेमिंग. सो 2016 से लेकर अब तक उन्होंने अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1 करोड़ 35 लाख.
इसको कैसे पता है?
2016 से लेकर अब तक उन्होंने अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1 करोड़ 35 लाख रुपीस अर्न किए हैं.
क्या? 1 करोड़ 35 लाख अर्न किए हैं
9 साल में ना.
ये सीए है क्या राका की? यूट्यूबर बन गया क्या? थैंक गॉड
क्या
मेरा
बोला?
सीए अलग है.
बट देन रैंक
मैं टीबोन का वीडियो देख रहा हूँ रे कोई.
मेरे भाई इससे
अच्छा.
भाई 5x तो इसकी घर प्लस इसकी गाड़ी.
अरे मैं क्या बोला?
सर्जिकल कपड़ा चाहे ना तो एक बार टाइम वो देख लो भाई
मुझे 30-50 के अराउंड मुझे ये चाहिए, क्या बोलते हैं, पीसी के लिए कंपोनेंट्स.
भेजता हूँ मैं. मेरा शायद 30-50 नहीं, मेरा 30-60 है.
हाँ तो 30-60 का अराउंड भेज दे.
भेजता हूँ.
पॉजिटिव मैं क्योंकि मुझे बिल करना है तो हार्ड डिस्क नहीं भेजे तो भी चलेगा. मतलब ऐसे भी है मेरे पास 2 पड़े.
आयरन मैन $50, सिडनी स्वीनी $25,
क्योंकि मैंने एक को बोला
सॉरी गॉथ
भेजने के
गर्लफ्रेंड
लिए.
$1, बैक
वो अभी तक
मोबाइल
भेज रहा है.
$25.
किसी को तो बोल दूं बना के भेज दे.
बैक मोबाइल और ये तोरा भाई की आयरन सूट पकड़ के कहाँ जाएगी मेरे भाई? अबे यार आयरन मैन सूटमैन और ये इससे बढ़िया मैं बैट मोबाइल लूं. एक और सीट है, समझ रहे हो? अच्छा तुम्हारे पास दिमाग नहीं है. मी इन द माउंटेन्स 15 वाली मैगी का पैकेट कितने का है? ब्रो
क्या बनाया?
छोटू समझ गया वीडियो कैसी वायरल होगी.
तेरी दीद मेरी ईद तेरी हुई मैं.
क्या हो रहा है भाई? क्यों नहीं जा रही आगे देश?
ओ भाई
What the fuck was that, dude? How can I unsee this shit? Cypher, Haver, Cypher to Angrez Radness.
अबे इंग्लिश मीडियम बच जाऊं क्या कान के नीचे.
Hey, hey. हमारा PM चोर है. If you say dirty words for Modi ji, can put super chat. Sorry. SCST act on you when you go to jail and see. Hi. Your mother very daily 2 time daily. क्या हो रहा है भाई? देश में क्या हो रहा है मेरे भाई? स्ट्रीमर समाता 2.0 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिन्यू करे. फैंस रिएक्शन. चैट सच्ची में ऐसे करोगे? ऐसे करोगे चैट, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ। भाई कैसा लग रहा हो गया समात्वा को? इतना सारा पैसा खर्चा करने के बाद आज एंड हो गया भाई सर्वर। सारे भोसड़ी वाले स्ट्रीमर्स को इतना पैसा फेंका, भोसड़ी वाले छोड़ के एंड करके गए। ईडी सीवीए ड्यूरेसिव सर्वर, ठीक है रुको। क्या बात कर रहे? न्यू मैनेजमेंट, न्यू एडमिन्स, इम्प्रूव्ड सर्वर, 50% समात्वा ओनर टू शकुनी मामा। शकुनी मामा कौन है?
वो सड़क है।
टेकिंग लोन फॉर टेकिंग लोन फॉर स्ट्रीमर कॉन्टैक्ट 2.0 समात्वा 2.0 राका भाई।
क्या हुआ?
बात कर। पैसे की बात करें। कौन है व्यक्ति? ये वो हैकर है। में शादी करा दिया ताऊ जी और राका जी की। चलो यार, that's it for the video. I hope तुम्हें मजा आया होगा यार। अगर अच्छी सी मीम है तो डाल दो। Thank you so much for watching. Discord में heavy मीम शेयर करो। Love you all. See you in the next video.
मजा आया भाई लोग। आदि भाई, हेलो। Guys, odds changed once again. 2.61 velocity हो गया अब। जिंगी बॉय लाइव है। हेलो जिंगी बॉय। बाय द वे गाइस, स्पॉटलाइट सीरीज के लिए ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स ने मियाओ और कैस्पर को साइन किया है।
We
भाई
would
ये पूरा दिन
expect no
वेले ही खेलता है
changes.
क्या?
They love this style. Time and time again, they're going to play to what they think is best for their own strengths.
Yep, the same as well for Nongshim here, no changes. Again with the double duelist, Waylay and Yoru. This feels like Ascent. Like what you said earlier from Nongshim, the difference is just Ivy here with the Cypher. I feel like this is to provide more information for them. So well, let's see. Velocity, they are going to start as the attacker first. I feel like this is their most preferred side to start with.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure, for sure. This team is an attacker-sided team in how they are built. I mean, that core pack of Russ, Madeline, and Demara is so effective. So I think they're going to try and run up the numbers here.
Absolutely. Well, let's see. Here comes the decider map sunset between Velocity Gaming and Nongshim Red Force. Who will be the victors in this matchup? Whether it will be Nongshim or Velocity, of course, with our casters here to answer the question, Dax and Azurai.
Thank you again to our panel. It's been a week of incredible action in the group stage, and here we are in the final map, in the final series, a decider to see who'll take it between Velocity and Nongshim. Our panel mentioned it, that's right, kind of similar to what we saw set in terms of compositions, but Velocity, they can set the tempo early, being on the attack first.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those maps where SK Rossi, though, is not going to be on his chamber. Again, I'm not sure how big of an impact that really was, because the last time that they played here up against, I think that was Riddle Order, they did still win pretty convincingly, but he didn't perform as well on that chamber.
Yeah, but Dambi now acclimate on the Waylay, gets the first pick here. Francis also in position, and Nongshim trying to use that backside for their angles. Velocity still making this contest. RB also catching lightning fast, busy. And with Russ all alone, the 2v1. Beautiful taps there onto Dambi to confirm the kill. He has options. So much time in the bank, can go for the rotation, and RB's trying to cut it off.
Man, they could have actually peeked with against each other on mid there. I'm not sure if RB's able to hear the footsteps, but maybe right now he might. And oh my goodness, is Russ gonna go for like the big brain play of just wrapping around and going back through B? That could be something.
Well, he's gonna stick around the A side though, confirm the plant, and go into elbow. Looking to anticipate RB though. Russ, read, masterminded there by Russ. The Zowie clutch has just outplays the opposition, and with it, it's a pistol here for Velocity.
That was insane. I don't even realize.
Russ अच्छा read कर लिया
He
बे.
actually read his opponent. I just want to hear the comms and just, like, bro, for sure he's gonna be flanking me. He's not gonna go through spawn, and he just times it like you mentioned. There, look at his face, just utter confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Russ has done it all in multiple regions.
अब ये round मत
in the
हारना
tier
बे.
one scene, and here he goes, proving his
साला तुम लोग
diligence
यही वाला
yet
round हारते हो.
again. It's crazy, we just have the two veterans really on both sides being the IGLs. It works out for Velocity. I'm still concerned though. The second rounds, the ecos from Nongshim have been a problem for Velocity Gaming.
For sure. Something to not mess around with. That's where you're probably seeing Velocity not clear so quickly. They're leaving SK Rossi by himself. The stun to connect, and I think they're about to push.
लग गए डैशन करके आया तो.
Comes on through, Nongshim looking to anticipate the push, but no one caught instead. Nongshim.
देख अब मैं तेरे को एक बात बताता हूँ. रॉसी को कंट्रोल लेना चाहिए आगे का.
Velocity from playing towards that side. As soon as it happens, Nongshim
अरे
also
ठीक है,
rotating
ghost है
into
तो भी
B, but
एंगल तो
Velocity
क्लियर करे.
might have other plans here.
मरे या तो
They're
ghost ही
angling
जाएगी.
towards mid, looking to catch Nongshim mid rotation, and here we go. It's working well. Velocity finding the right path here. The GPS online.
पीछे देख. Oh boy,
Apparently this is the
Madeline को फिर
fastest
ले
way
गया
to
वो.
their destination. In 100 meters, turn right
Okay.
into A sites, because this is
None
looking
for
pretty
good.
sure here for
Turn
Velocity.
मिल जाएगी.
Yeah, Dambi did get a very off
रॉसी को देख
kilter
बैठा हुआ है.
kill as
देख रहा है
well
कि
with
शायद
his
सीटी से
shorty,
आ
but
जाए.
that was
या
as
मिड
good
से आ जाए.
as it was going to get. Ivy and X Ross.
छे रॉसी भाई छे.
SK Rossi is going to make sure that he can slow them down as much as he can, but you can't see, even if they deal with SK Rossi here, there's still 3 players waiting on that A site with the actual firepower that Velocity does have. If they can take down SK Rossi, at least that helps them with a kill, extra bit of money, and maybe towards the ultimates, but no weapons will be, you know, massively upgraded when they take down the lurker.
Yeah, they're grasping for straws, and exactly that. Ivy.
हाँ गन मिल जाएगी.
Gun, sure. But what's the scrounge? What's the pickup?
मिल गई
It's
गन.
that ghost only. So Velocity Gaming doing such a good job to assess the situation. Just not lose out on the initial set play from Nongshim, right? Not get any casualties there. And with it, they're bringing 3 rounds, and particularly a Phantom coming into their bonus.
Yeah, this is what Velocity wants. They want to have that solid foundation so that they actually have that backing of the rounds and the weapons to get into this bonus. And at least, you know, they're not gonna freak out when they actually lose this particular round, because
RSS 4-0.
they do have that that foundation. In any case, looking at the positionings,
ये मैच जीत
maybe
सकते हैं.
looking to go for a potential aggressive mid here, with maybe Madeline just making sure that no one aggresses through a main. And I like this idea, just so that you can split the map in half.
Yeah, I mean, they have the firepower too to contest mid and
पिस्टल के
SK
बाद वाला
Rossi
राउंड जीत गए ना, अब ये
immediately
मैच जीत सकते हैं.
telling RB to buzz off. Just making back away, Velocity back into playing towards mid. The Prowler confirms Damara's close contact point. And the Seas, that's great! Damara tries to go through,
HP
but
deck.
Panther will keep him at bay. Springing into
Friendly
action.
HP.
Velocity want to do it all over again. The fast lane to cover the approach. Ivy doesn't see the transition. And with RB low HP, Paranoia
फिर भी
is
एक
supplying
मार गया.
RB
फिर भी
somehow
एक मार
still
गया
gets the kill
spam
despite
में.
being blinded. And X-Ross here, stable
एक था ना
on the
और एक.
side. 2 for 2
देखो
on the
उसको.
break. Here comes Damdi now, looking to make the saturate count. Nongshim trapping Velocity here into the corner. And Madeline,
फिर वो एक मार गया.
मैडलिन को दिखा था.
no real chance. Nongshim brought the shovels and get the teammates too.
मैडलिन को
Great
दिखा था रे.
ability here from Nongshim to corral the rest of Velocity back into the site. I honestly thought, yeah, with this,
भाई वो गलत मार
Extras
दिया रे वो
holding that
फेंक दे.
position on Link was huge. It just disrupted whatever Velocity wanted to do. I thought like, oh, Velocity has a really good way to get into this site, and then you just see Nongshim.
Guys, a very big victory for us वैसे तो. Casters ने at least अपनी वर्थ बढ़ाई है. नहीं तो जब गेम शुरू हुआ था, जब टूर्नामेंट चालू किया था, Casters used to say ये तो अंडरडॉग्स है, ये तो ऐसे है, ये तो वैसे है. Now at least रिस्पेक्ट मिलती है. अच्छा फील होता है फिर.
Away from the conversion pass, looking to play protector here. And Dabby, the distraction, and Francis finds the 2 targets. Nongshim again, the bait and switch has been working for them. And with these trades, they're still the ones ahead. Spikes drop, Madeline. Unfortunately, not really in a position to find
और
any
ball ले
of
ले.
these kills. Picks
भाग
up Hunter's
आगे.
Fury, or rather, the orb to build up that Hunter's Fury. This 1v3 though, Asteroid, just so tough for Velocity now.
Slowed down by the tripwire as well. Yeah, that spike is just... I thought he could maybe get to B main and pick it up on the stairs, but it's the outside stairs. So he's just going to probably, yeah, wrap around from the looks of it. There's not really any economy at the moment for Velocity, so maybe he can save this for a hero
30 seconds left.
Phantom coming into the next round, but looks like he might want to try to do something with the 30 seconds that he has remaining.
I think here would be huge, but it's just so doubtful with the time that you have. X-Ross though, there's the challenge. X-Ross wins it. And yeah, and Velocity can't even bring anything into the next round. These have been some great calls here from Nongshim Red Force. Playing into mid, use the double lose their strengths again. And whenever Dambi's on that waylay, he really tries to set up Francis for success. As soon as that happens, players like Ivy can crawl up to the same position. And you see how it works, the trade system for Nongshim.
It's very smooth. From what we saw on Ascent, it's definitely carrying over here on Sunset. It's a much more cohesive Nongshim so far, and it has broken this rhythm that we've been discussing so much about, that you know, Velocity to be feared about. But when it's not there anymore, the slow approach, Francis can do just these kind of things. Morgan was the one that was discussing. He was such a good Yoru player to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the tempo that works for Nongshim. Francis does have to back away as Damara has taken command of the site. RB clocked here by Boba. And Velocity get the plant going. Options limited now for Nongshim Red Force. They throw the Paranoia out onto the site. No one really home to receive it. Market control, sure. Damar already repositioning here. And interesting enough, it's lightning fast playing in the forefront. He throws the Paranoia. Ties to Dambi there. And speaking of Dambi now, in position to play onto the spike itself. Flash comes through. Rolling Thunder, of course, can be a factor. Dambi stuck onto the corner here. Velocity Gaming just playing the timer well. Nongshim, they want the defuse going. They get the halfway, the aftershock. Too much problems, too little time. And Damara, also another ace in the cards for him. A Predator ace here for Velocity as they take the lead.
That was incredible.
Serious लग रहे हैं?
Again, Russ, an expert at saving those utilities with his teammates.
इसी गेम में 2 हो गए.
Able to just wait out the rest of the defenders and still have a aftershock fault line.
But serious लग रहे हैं ये map में?
Which led to Damara picking up that ace. Velocity really has so many tricks up their sleeves,
इस round serious नहीं लग रहे थे.
especially once they have these
Second and third round में serious नहीं लग रहे
such a
थे.
scary team to
इस
try
ये
to,
round में बहुत
again,
serious लग रहे हैं.
you know, try to defend against, just because of how much understanding they have in that post-plan scenario.
Yeah, it's a
Hey,
breach
sir,
valve.
recon क्यों नहीं
It's
तोड़ते?
what Russ brings to this roster. And just how his utility has defined the strategies, the playbook of Velocity.
help करो.
अरे हाँ भाई पीछे वाला तोड़ो ना.
Getting 5 on the board in the last round. The overdrive now available. Another tool to help out Velocity. As Nongshim can only rely on the Phantom of Ivy right now, all the way towards mid.
Timing.
So bit by bit, Velocity
Mara
carving
Rossi.
a path onto the ace side. They show the presence into
Bola na,
over
timing.
onto the objective itself.
Mara
SK
Rossi.
Rossi though on the lurk, caught out. So another thing to be picked up here by Nongshim.
Yeah, that pinch though, he felt very pressured. Timing was just off with his ADS, and that'll cost him. This gives an option right now for Francis to send it with his ultimate.
Hell
no!
no.
Shut down immediately. The lights turned off. Courtesy of X-Ross, and here comes Nongshim as well to make the trades happen. Francis still on site. What a shot from Francis! And as soon as Velocity give us their moment, Nongshim again off through these thrifty rounds. It was bound to happen, courtesy of Nongshim Red Force, and they show it off here to tie it up.
What an insane battle. Like you mentioned, between the two, they keep trading blows, highlight for highlight.
Yeah.
And let's look at that. Yeah, as soon as Francis hits, he immediately goes and uses his ultimate. It puts Velocity for a spin, and then he just keeps doing his own thing. He did this in this round. He did it in that one round on Lotus, where we thought the Velocity should have had it in the bag. Nongshim really has that Francis Sheriff factor.
It's been the weak point for Velocity here.
Francis
and Nongshim
Sheriff
have capitalized on that fact. That's the case. Aces go Velocity, Nongshim gets Thrifties. You gotta wonder which brings more value here coming into the series. But SK Rossi has found struggles this time around as he tries to hold into tiles. And you can feel the pressure on that SK Rossi since
हर बार
Nongshim
हर राउंड में वो
are so
टाइल्स जा रहा है और
active
उसको प्रेशर
providing
फील
for
हो
that
ही रहा है
weak
तो
control.
फिर काहे के लिए इन्फो में तू कैम लगा के छोड़ दे टूट जाएगा तो टूट जाएगा और क्या.
Seems like Velocity now reeling it in. Full 5 once again. SK Rossi was lurking a few times on mid, but now he's joined the rest of the roster. Make sure that they have enough hands to hold this retake from their opponents.
I mean, Velocity has a lot of time to work with. Francis still miles away with the operator. Hunter's Fury.
जल्दी नहीं मार दी यार.
First goal here from Velocity. Dambi's gonna send it though. He wants to try to make it happen. Make some space happen here for Ivy. RB also in position, but Tomorrow's
मार रहा है
already
भाई.
in the perfect spot to catch anyone
वो
crossing from
अकेला मार के
alley.
क्या ही होगा.
Now Francis has the intel.
सनसेट में वो अकेला मार ले रहा है. हम गेम जीत जाएंगे, टेंशन नहीं है.
1v3.
30 मार के गेम जीता था.
So unlikely. Damara has been the saving grace of Velocity so far. The Vanguard, the tip of the spear. And he's always in an angle to catch anyone crossing past the space that Dambi provides on the Nongshim side.
अकेला मार के क्या ही मिलेगा रे.
Velocity is just so difficult to
इस
try
मैप
to
में मैं
break
तो
that
बोलता हूँ भाई
threshold.
अकेले भी मार रहा है तो मार.
It's just
लॉस में थोड़ी
at least for
होगा.
now,
सनसेट में सिर्फ सनसेट की बात कर रहा हूँ.
they will be able to make that happen
तो
regardless.
सनसेट इसलिए लिया किसी ने तो.
Look at that replay. It's all really
अकेले
clear.
मारेगा.
Again, beautiful counterplay that we keep seeing from Velocity time and time again. That paranoia was just able to blind everybody.
Madeline 06.
You saw Lightning Fast holding the high ground, which definitely was not completely scoured out by Nongshim. The dash in from Dambi, even though he did get into the site, he didn't get the spot on that. So Lightning Fast had a free pass to keep holding his position, and it was just such a hassle for Nongshim to try to deal with.
I mean, Velocity, and especially Damara, they've been picking their moments, and they have found the right calls at the right time. 10 aboard here for Damara already. And VLT playing it so safe here. Backside still held. Now Nightfall comes on from Boba. Here comes Nongshim, preventing the plan from even happening. And here we go again. The lesser buy providing 2 kills. SK Rossi tried to hold over to the corner. The blind side comes through. Velocity blinded right now. The Seas as well. And how does Nongshim keep getting away with these rounds? It's not a thrifty in the game, but you saw the difference with the guns. And Nongshim still keep
ये राउंड में मैंने बोलूंगा थ्रो था, ये तो लोग का बेटर राउंड था, इतने फ्लैशेस। कुछ करने के लिए बचा ही नहीं। एक सेकंड गाइस, मैं इसी का रिमोट लेके ही आता हूँ भाई, गर्म हो रहा है, बैठने ही नहीं जम रहा है। करो 7-5 करो कम से कम। पेट फूड तो होने से रहा, 7-5 का। हाँ बजाज साहब, करो इनको थोड़ा। चेयर जगह क्यों नहीं है चेयर के लिए? ठीक है। फोर फोर। अभी तक अपन ये राउंड, ये वाला राउंड अपन जीतेंगे।
No one to follow up after him. He's pretty much dead in the water, and that's so difficult to, you know, to I guess adapt to as velocity. Oh, that's interesting. Charging up into A.
Now the Velocity do leave the spike behind. Trying to sell the commit over at the A side. It's a big utility dump here from Nongshim in response. And Dampy just wants to find value with the refract, but no dice. A lot of utility used by Nongshim, by the way. They use the Seas, they use the Prowlers. Paranoia loved as well. And now Velocity immediately on the re-hit. 2 kills here for Velocity. They carve a path towards A. But with the Neural Theft, it keeps their options opened. Bit by bit, SK are also trying to find someone towards mid. Francis doesn't spot the Cypher in time. And VLT just playing with the timer here.
I wonder once they realize that Francis still has the operator and the Yoru clone is there, are they going to try to challenge him? Looks like it is. A peek between him and Rossi. Oh!
There. Finally has his number. SK Rossi has been looking for that kill throughout this map. And this is going from good to better here for VLT. The slow and steady pace. It's working for them now. As Madeline is trying to get the intel going. Velocity needs to go onto the side. RB, does he play Disruptor here? Can he cancel the plant? Dangerous waters now here for Velocity Gaming, but Lightning Fast delivers the goods. And VLT with their own thrifty here.
पता है वो क्या बोला, ये राउंड हम जीतेंगे।
How do you just
rest? जैसा भी हो जीते ना।
Yeah, just look at that. This was right after that initial contact that we saw from the start of the round, and they just kind of keep pressing on that A site. This forces, you know, after that initial util dump, like you mentioned, from Nongshim, for them to try to attack again, and it just didn't work out. You saw the commitment from both Dambi and Francis, and it just, or excuse me, I think that was like Dambi and RB, and Dambi falling down was huge.
Hey, the whispers from their coach, so effective. The mid rounds from Russ as well. Just that kind of patience, that temperance from a team of South Asia. Gaming. Oh, they even just get the punch onto Francis, who by a miracle, by the way, survives with 1 HP. So the operator could be a factor still.
मतलब अपन ऐसा मजाक में बोलते हैं 1 HP, ये तो सच्ची बोलेगा 149 है भाई.
Flushed out by the stun. Velocity getting a bit of space past the one way. But it's similar to what we saw in the last round. VLT using the slower pace to try and drain Nongshim of their resources here.
Oh, X-Ross. Cover going out. Spots out SK Rossi still outside the A site.
I'm out of here.
VLT. Again, the double, the triple back at this point to the A. I love this. Look at the reads. The fakes as well. It seems like Nongshim are reading the situation to be a B, but now it's only X-Ross holding this A site for the meantime.
Layers and layers of fakes and hits. It's just hitception onto A site, and Damara right now trying to fight Dambi there. X-Ross though still into the corner, protected by this box. And with it, he sprung to action, the spike in his hands too. And now Velocity, they're concerned. They delivered the objective straight into the hands of the opposition. RB's waiting. Patience the virtue now. But Velocity find the shots. Russ with 18 HP. A 1v1. And that one single breath from France.
आना चाहिए था रे
149 का वो
चल मैं 1 HP है
अनलकी ऑल बैंक कनेक्ट हुआ रे
The converging paths from Dambi here, but it didn't really, I feel like, stop the rest of VLT, but then it was Exros that really got that value.
नहीं तोड़ते रहे लोग
Comes in though. RB knows exactly the lay of the land. Nongshim looking to double down on that intel with Dimensional Drift. Dambi's just been waiting, and now he springs into action there. Here comes Nongshim! They just erased Velocity from the round here with a flawless.
There you go. No one from Velocity, if I remember correctly, pushed up into elbow. All of them went through Link. Especially easy meat grinder. It was just the one on Madeline, sure, but then again, how is he going to be able to do much up against the shotgun right in front of his face? So with that, that's going to definitely stop the tempo, at least for Velocity on the A site. Will they try to work their magic elsewhere? Seems like they still will try to go for A. Here they are.
In the immediate round adjustment, but Damara can't even play the game. Zambi, he changed his angle. And we are gonna miss what we just heard from that overdrive. Nongshim with the utter shutdown. VLT. They've been playing a tempered attack here for the past few rounds. Now it's forced here by the hand of Nongshim. And Francis, he's gonna dare look into this one. The collaterals collect! And here comes Dambi still for more. Francis with a third. Dambi's not done. Where do you look? Where can you go? Dambi will turn it all around and bring Nongshim to 7 to end the half.
Man, as soon as they slowed the pace of that one, still trying to go for A. Yikes. Dambi just like started using the judge, and then every bit of play that we saw from Damara completely erased. And then Francis with that collateral with the operator, just adding even more insult to injury, as that will end our first half. We'll be back for the second.
Backside.
Got.
And showers.
Down A.
और भाई क्या कर रहे हैं
बोलो जल्दी बोलो ओए बाय द वे फाइनल्स जो मतलब प्लेऑफ्स जो होएगा वो स्टेडियम में होगा अरीना में करूँ ठीक है let me cook 7-5 half है ना $13-10 VLT wins.
कैसे हो मैं का टठा
अरे हम ही जीतेंगे पिस्टल देखने की भी जरूरत नहीं है कंफर्म जीतेंगे पिस्टल वी गॉट दिस पिस्टल
7-7 लग रहा है ब्रो पता नहीं
होपफुली
सीट लग रहा है पूरा गंदी वाली सीट चैट
How many teams will go VCT from Ascension Pacific? दो टीम्स जाएंगी इस बार
क्यों बे दो एक ही रखना है
क्यों भाई
लास्ट टाइम भी गई अच्छी बात है ना भाई दो है
हाँ ना इसको क्यों दर्द देता
ये खुद से कुछ नहीं कर पाते ना दूसरों को वो करते हैं
नहीं भाई जी फाइटिंग की है
खड़ूस बुढ़ाऊंगी ऐसे ही
For synchronicity for Nongshim, right? Just with
क्या लोड नहीं हो
We've
रहा?
seen from Francis and Danby, they've defined the pace of the game so far, and IB just too daring at this point. He has just been winning duel after duel in this series. He's confident he can get away with that one. Damara and Lightning Fast.
Adi.
They don't even know what hit the rest of the squad right now. Spikes planted here. Nongshim just waiting for any kind of peek out. And IB, that's just disgusting. He's just always left unchecked at this point.
आज एम नहीं लग
Flawless
रहा,
here from
किसी का नहीं
Nongshim.
लग रहा.
Yeah.
गेम कैसा
Now,
लगा?
because of,
फर्स्ट गेम जीते.
Velocity's own medicine.
बस लास्ट
Seems like
प्रॉब्लम
they
किसी का एम नहीं
weren't
लगा
able to
भाई,
anticipate
किसी
how
का भी.
fast Nongshim is able to just
एम नहीं बोल
invade
सकता तो
space.
इसमें.
मैडलिन का एम
Saw
कहाँ
how
लगा पूरे मैप में?
quickly,
मेरे को बता, मैडलिन
again,
देखा
that
तेरे को?
backside was already
तो
exposed
हाँ वो
to the
नहीं
Nongshim
लगा.
roster.
चल तो पहला
And
गेम
again,
जो
as you
था
mentioned, IB, great
वो
lurks
जीते.
altogether, really just helping them out. But this,
Relax हो
सही से
गए.
जीते.
back to the site, he had just reckless
हाँ
abandon,
वही.
charging in.
बहुत ज़्यादा रिलैक्स हो गया.
पहला जीती एकदम रिलैक्स हो गए, खत्म ही हो गया. मतलब क्या क्या करने का है अब? 1-11 है बच्चों मैडलिन.
Nongshim can continue their trend. The confidence is
रस मर
buzzing
गया.
for
रस
Francis.
मर गया.
The
रस मर
Vandal
गया.
already into the second round of the second half. Angling into mid
नहीं, बस
again.
है.
RB confirms presence.
मर
in
गया
his
वो.
market.
देख तू.
This could be a good pinch if Russ stays along in this angle. And that's what Nongshim are thinking of right
इतना
now.
लंबा
There you
पिंच
have it.
आएगा तो
Francis
मरेगा
taking
ही ना.
his time, and Russ just staying too long, trying to
रस
make
क्या
that
पूरा
decision.
टीम मरेगा.
Damara does catch RB. The rest of
मर
Nongshim
गया
are
पूरा
there to
टीम.
protect the rest of the team. And with it, it's another clean round from Nongshim Red Force.
And we'll let the dogs out on that one for Velocity. It seems like they were just hiding in the pocket as a 5-4-5 man. And then once they got figured out, it's like, scramble! Try to get a kill as quickly as you can. It doesn't show it here on the replay, but just the X-ray a while ago just shows how many of them were just in that pocket, reading that their opponents were going to push through market. I like the idea though, but Nongshim not wasting any time or not
Great
or
run
always
of
making sure,
group
rather,
stage comes to an
check every
end
single possible nook and cranny.
with a tough loss.
I mean, they were aware of that possibility thanks to RB, and that's the call.
अभी हारे नहीं है,
Play
but
mid the boba and get it going. SK Rossi though, one thing you can always say about Velocity is they're willing to challenge. Beautiful pick onto Ivy now, trying to shatter that confidence. Like fast, no escape. Damby still in the fight, but Madeline finds the real.
अभी
winner,
हारे नहीं,
Francis,
लेकिन बात वही है
through
ना
the smoke,
यार.
Gone to the bench. Spike planted here. Nongshim Red Force.
Having a scoreline of 5-9, I would say भाई तुमको 2-3 राउंड एकदम क्लीन निकालने पड़ेंगे और वो क्लीन राउंड्स VLT से वैसे ही नहीं निकल रहे.
And while the stun comes on through, Damara just can't find any targets at all. Blinded up close.
क्लीन
Damby
राउंड
also
छोड़ो,
an
राउंड ही नहीं
extras!
निकल रहे भाई अब तो.
He's finding his form now! And with those 2 kills, it does tip the scales in favor back to Nongshim. We're not done though. Madeline trying to find his form here, but Nongshim Red Force, the bonus confirmed. Double digits attained, and it's 10-5 in favor of the Korean squad.
That's scary. I honestly thought that was such a good start for the retake here. And then you see that, and then
ये तो ठीक है, अपन खाली कितने पूरे 4 गेम्स में 3 मैप्स गिराए तो अपन मैप में आगे. नहीं तो अपने को सेकंड सीड मिलता.
Near that spike. The timing again on the flash, on that haunt, was just too much for Velocity to.
क्या सोच रहे हो भाई कि आगे जाके तुमको नॉन्गशिम नहीं मिलेगी? आगे जाके भी तुमको नॉन्गशिम मिलने वाली है. आगे जाके भी मेरे को तो लगता है प्लेऑफ्स में नॉन्गशिम आएगी तुम्हारे सामने.
क्या आ गए ब्रैकेट्स में?
हाँ,
वर्सेस बूम
ब्रैकेट्स बना लिए.
ये वाला
हाँ,
में आ गए.
That they have here. It's been helpful here for Nongshim to be playing the aggressor.
जीत सकते रहे अभी
The
भी.
challenge. And with a your waylay throughout this series, it has been the combo to beat. The
जीतना
stats say
चाहिए.
it all, man. 19 on Francis, 14 for Damby. And this is the Nongshim Red Force everyone expected coming into this tournament.
Now, ooh, Damara on the Bucky. I'm kind of curious about this. It looks like they have a nice little 4-man play on A main. But yeah, no heat. I feel, or rather, feels like Nongshim feeling that heat and tries to find a more a longer angle potentially if there's any shenanigans coming out from Velocity.
बट कभी भी लास्ट गेम मैं बोलता हूँ अगर ग्रुप स्टेज का हारते हो उसका प्रो भी है उसका कॉन्स भी है उसका दोनों चीज है कि यू आर फाइंडिंग योर वन बैड डे वो हो गया तुम्हारा और तुम्हारा मोमेंटम भी टूटता है तो दोनों चीज है
not just in this map but also in the last map there on Ascend. Nongshim to just get so many more opportunities with playing into tiles and looking to pivot from that angle.
So both the things are there. अब क्या चीज वर्क करती है यहाँ पे VLT के लिए? That is the question.
They also throw the haunt towards elbow. So RB, he might walk straight into that one. Heard the flash. Russ hits a good shot. Dambi and the rest of Nongshim though, they use that space thanks to the fake and go straight into the B side.
Look at Dambi there. Force the back away. No noise whatsoever, so there's some resistance. Ivy, though, he's taking a big risk. You're peeking mid, and now he sees the brunt of Velocity coming through Market.
Yeah, huge intel here, courtesy of Ivy. Dambi knows it will be close from Market itself, and that's why the conversion path is going to get right now. Tamara trying to get in space, but Dambi is just a step quicker. Francis trying to hold towards Boba, but SK Rossi gets his number. Bit by bit, Velocity getting some great damage in the round, but Ivy's lurk left unchecked. Here we have it, the spray on the Russ. Also, Madeline falls to his hand in the smoke. Dambi confirms it. 2v1, lightning fast. Just trying to make it happen through the smoke here, but Dambi again delivering another round. Nongshim 2 away from taking the series.
What was that micro from Dambi in around the smoke?
आज मेरे को लगता है ये लोग एक ही गोल के साथ आए थे कि हमको एक मैप जीतना है, हमको सीरीज जीतनी नहीं है।
हाँ, वही लग रहा है।
क्योंकि साला
फर्स्ट मैप नहीं जीतते
तो सीरियस खेलते।
हाँ,
अभी चिल हो गए रे एक मैप जीत के, इनको पता है ब्रैकेट्स आ गए, खत्म करो।
ऐसा थोड़ी यार, उनको थोड़ी पता है
क्या उनको
नहीं आया।
अरे कौन बोला? देखो कैलकुलेशन तो वही था ना, सबको पता है कि एक मैप जीतना है।
वो भी रे यार,
इसमें कुछ हार्ड एंड फास्ट वो थोड़ी था कि क्या स्कोर लाइन से जीतना है, कुछ क्या कैसी स्कोर लाइन से जीतना है। पता है सबको एक मैप जीतना है, कोई भी स्कोर लाइन से जीतो। जीत गए एक मैप, हो गया, अभी घर जाओ। रस एक पे बचा है।
Russ will have his fault line up and running once again. Seems like Francis still wants to commit for the fight. X-Ross about to hit 4 players, but he will get overwhelmed.
Yeah, and with RB all alone, IGL's got a lot of work to do. High low, the spray comes through. Got close, but lightning
148 lightning fast को भी मार दिया था इसने।
We've been waiting for a statement here for Velocity. We've been waiting for them to get around on the board. And there you have it, at least. Just willing to challenge Nongshim from the get-go.
Look at just how close that fight is. Or how close they were in front of the faces of the Velocity players. That 4 swing. A Velocity classic. Still, Nongshim having enough money. Still gonna go for the A site though. I like the idea here. They do have a bunch of ultimates, but the Mara there to deny.
Yeah, they're gonna look to punch the Mara again. Hunter's Fury though, this could be huge. After the scan, Madeline does some damage.
Huh?
It's like the fast actually does find.
ये क्या हुआ? डैम्बी कहाँ था? कहाँ मरा?
Real deep there from mid, that's right. But Velocity did.
अच्छा डैम्बी डैशन करके मिड चले गया था और मिड से लिंक पहुंच गया।
It's a good kill. Here for the defense. Francis and the rest of the squad, they are wary of the Cypher's presence, but Ivy again caught out more and more. Velocity are reading the trends of Nongshim here. It's giving them a good chance. SK Rossi playing in the Cyber H2 has another one. Does get hit by the Nightfall. Some space for RB to plant perhaps, but really Velocity is ready on the other side here.
Yeah, the biggest thing is there will be on the flank, but then
एक तो ये रिकॉन ने तोड़ देना, मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों गुस्सा आता है वे।
Teammates as he comes in for the swing, maybe if he gets his second kill, but then again, Velocity is already halfway done to that defuse. And they
नहीं नहीं
are
रिकॉन था
clawing it back, Dax.
अभी था
अरे लास्ट सेकंड टाइम रिकॉन था रे
Here from
हाँ
Velocity.
रिकॉन भी था अभी
Shut
भी
down
थी
Ivy. Viper mid, catch that lurk. And from then on, even these kills onto players like Dambi prevent
ये देख यहाँ पे नहीं
from having other angles
यहाँ पे मारा
on the sunset.
यहाँ पे 4 रिकॉन हुए थे
VLT is chipping away. We've seen them do this on the first map. That's right. We've seen them
तोड़ो ना वो रिकॉन
bounce back against Nongshim before.
कभी कभी भाई क्या कर रहे हो बे
Red Force squad who has to call for a timeout here because they're getting answered.
ये नहीं कल भी 230 का ही गेम है बच गए
Yeah, most of their setups now being denied, or rather, it feels like
22 को गेम है फिर 23 को छुट्टी है 24 को गेम 25 को गेम 26 को गेम
faster and faster at just how they set
तो क्या ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है ही नहीं
their counterplay. Or rather, it's just initiation.
होना चाहिए बिकॉज मेरे को क्या लगता है नहीं तो फर्स्ट और सेकंड का ही शिट डिसाइड होएगा
Because of that, Nongshim, as they
जो अपर ब्रैकेट से गया वो फर्स्ट लोअर ब्रैकेट से गया वो सेकंड ऐसा
main, there's already stuns. There's already blinds. The hell are they supposed to do? So that kind of
तो हो भी
interaction
सकता है
from
मेरे को लगता है होएगा विकिपीडिया पे चेक कर दे
has to be
नहीं है
at
नहीं
least
है
well taken note of as the Nongshim roster, just because they can't keep doing this now that they've lost so much economy, as well as it feels like the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, the retakes have been effectively immediate right here from Velocity. And as long as they know Francis and Dambi won't just go straight into their faces, it's VLD confident
कुछ लिखा ही नहीं है
play
बक
off the utility, that double initiator that we've been harping on throughout the series. That's where it's strong when you're given the time to set on up. Fault line right now, but the Haunt already confirms the intentions here of Velocity. Lightning fast though, playing a different game. With Extras found, it's tough now for Nongshim to even set on up for the execute. No more smokes, no real chance. Dambi though, winning the fight. The classic too. Wait a minute, Dambi trying to pull off the miracle here. But Nongshim, they've gotten the kills, yes. Dambi's one away from the convergent paths. There is a conversation to maybe pick up that orb, but they're so concerned of Velocity's position around the map here.
Yeah, the thing is as well, they've called the ultimate from Lightning Fast so
क्लासिक से
quick
मारा वो
to
गलत
that
मारा
A
मालूम
side to assist Russ here, that now they're kind of still figuring things out. This lurk from SK Rossi is going to be huge though. Now that he's going to be able to sandwich with the rest of his team, this might allow them to just clear up the rest of Nongshim that's now on this B position.
Yeah, Dambi's trapped here, and that neural theft confirms immediately what Velocity was sniffing. Convergent bats though, thanks to the spike
लग
plants,
गए
Dambi
पूरी तरह से
trying to buy some precious time for the squad. Here we go with a stinger swing, and he's just going for the Ferrari peak there. Speed kills, and Dambi's good for the 3. But SK Rossi and Russ now in position. Gets tap on the spike. RB, the off angle, unexpected now. It's all up to Russ. Here we go again. The C's connects, the decay is there. And off the tap, Ivy goes for the swing. Nongshim Red Force.
क्या बोला मैं तेरे को
So calculated.
वो क्लासिक से मरना बहुत भारी पड़ा वो क्लासिक से मरना कितना भारी पड़ा
इन्होंने वॉल्विंग क्यों नहीं किया ऐसे कोने से वॉल्विंग होता है पैंडल का क्या हल करेगा ओमन अब नहीं करेगा
To die, he can't afford to die. But luckily, Extras still.
हट रहे अभी
has the
9-11
shadows,
होते
but I'd
थे
say the same. Extras, you can't fall here if you still want a chance in the
ये
round.
राउंड जीतेंगे तो फिर वैसा 9-11 होते थे पिछला थ्रो थोड़ी करना था इको में जाके थ्रो करते
Ross now stuck at spawn can make it at least a slightly expensive endeavor, but this is what Velocity needed.
Yeah,
then a couple of catches outside of B. The smoke, X-Ross just cannot push through. The paranoia's already been used.
The anti-omen from the
अच्छा हाँ ट्रिपल
still work nowadays. Well, that works. Just get rid of X-Ross.
हट रहे यार.
I think it still works.
They made like a triangle there. What? Okay, guys, you need to each pick a spot on the spike itself. Okay.
30 seconds left.
Spike is triangular and, you know, so all angles definitely covered.
It's triangular. It's not a triangle.
Hmm? Yeah, I
It
said
is a
triangular. That's what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why we're
Triangular-like?
I don't know why we're discussing this or arguing about it.
I mean, there's nothing
10
else to
seconds
talk
left.
about. Dambi,
Yeah, no, fair.
his saving grace would be to save this rifle. But I guess we saw this from Velocity in the last map, right? They would make
Yeah.
these aggressive plays once Nongshim would reach match points. But the question is it too little, too late? That's a great round of Velocity Gaming nonetheless.
Yeah. I guess it'll be a lot more felt once we actually see
Comeback कुछ ज़्यादा late नहीं हो
another
गया?
cohesive, another dominant round from Velocity. Because 4 rounds isn't that far,
हाँ,
for
दी.
sure, but we do know that Nongshim, at least in Sunset,
8-12
has a
भी
very
हो तो
quick
सकता ही
bounce
है.
back. So that's why we're kind of looking for here for Velocity. Again, it's not just, you know, to dismay them. It's more just 4 rounds feels a lot when they haven't figured out how to deal with Nongshim's ability to just threaten the push and pull with the rounds.
And a win here would just be huge momentum for Nongshim Red Force moving forward. The seeding's already set. But as our panel has mentioned, right, you'd love to be the one to get the dub at the final match of the group stage. And with Demaro spotted there by Francis, Nongshim playing the early default. The shooting gallery, and Dambi's the one to win it. He gets
ये
his
क्या
first
था? डबल
prize
पिक क्यों नहीं
with a
किया?
head of
मैडलिन डरा
lightning
क्यों पिक
fast.
करने से?
Nongshim, they want more, and they're looking for more here.
Yeah, 50 seconds though, so there's still some
भाई
time to
ये छोटे
maneuver around the
छोटे
map.
स्कूल बॉय
They've
एरर्स
gone
मत
for
करो
smoke on
रे.
top mid already, so that gives them some access potentially.
जिसके लिए पब्लिक रैंक में गाली भरती है.
Oh, but the call and the neural theft, I love that. Aggression onto mid though with the, oh my god, they didn't even spot him.
Yeah, they don't know where to look. They don't know where to go. And Ivy's the one who makes the decisions for them.
GG.
Now, Velocity. They can't cross any lane. They can't go anywhere. And it's Nongshim looking to be the real deal here for the series.
No
They get the
worries.
numbers keep going.
A good day indeed. एक मैच जीतना था, हम वो जीत गए. बेयर मिनिमम हमने कर दिया हमारा. The seeds are ready. जहाँ हम बूम को फेस करने वाले हैं. बूम में कौन कौन है और बूम का क्या सीन चला है. बर्सर्क, फेमस, शीरो, नाट्स और एन स्लैशर खेलेंगे. नाट्स काफ़ी बढ़िया है, सुनने में तो यही आया है. एंड एसएलटी से हारी हुई है यहाँ पे बूम, और जेटा से भी हारी थी पहले, जिसमें जेटा में तो कुछ खास थे भी नहीं बंदे. 10-10 और वो थे बस. मतलब अगर जेटा हरा सकती है तो हम तो हरा ही सकते.
उनका गंदा कह रहा था 0-5 था उनका टेस्ट 2.
हम अगर हाँ तो मतलब फिर हम जीते. हम तो अगर ये हो सकता है तो हम तो हरा ही सकते हैं.
ये हैंडशेक नहीं किया. किया था.
क्या सर्च कर रहा था मैं.
पीछे कैसे गई?
कौन? तो नीचे ही रहेगा ना. ग्रुप ए और ग्रुप बी के हिसाब से. वो ग्रुप ए की सीडिंग, ये ग्रुप बी की सीडिंग. A1 B2 और B1 A2 का मैच है, तो A1 ऊपर रहेगी, B2 उसके साथ मैच रहेगा. सिंपल है.
वो देख व्हीलर पे देख.
क्या VLR पे देख रहा हूँ?
ग्रुप स्टेज पे जा.
अरे राउंड डिफरेंस वीएलआर का जो पॉइंट्स टेबल है वो राउंड डिफरेंस के हिसाब से रहा है, जबकि टूर्नामेंट में मैप डिफरेंस बोला था। ये देख क्या हुआ, पहले राउंड डिफरेंस देखा तो नाउस 21 प्लस 21 पे है, नोंगशिम प्लस 8 पे है, वीएलटी भी प्लस 8 पे है, लेकिन हेड टू हेड में वीएलटी नोंगशिम से हारी है, इसके लिए वो थर्ड पे रह गई, लेकिन थर्ड पे होगी नहीं, वो इम्पॉसिबल है कि वो थर्ड पे हो।
उसको हमने हराया।
हाँ
हम फर्स्ट है क्योंकि उसको हमने हराया है,
हाँ
इसलिए फर्स्ट है।
हो गया अभी सही, वापस रिफ्रेश कर।
हाँ हाँ हो गया।
हुआ क्या, हमने नाउस को हराया, नाउस ने नोंगशिम को हराया, नोंगशिम ने हमको हराया, 3 वे टाई आया।
बट
हमारा प्लस पॉइंट ये रहा कि हम सबसे ज्यादा मैच जीते, हम 7 मैच जीते।
और दूसरा नाउस को हराया।
हाँ नाउस को हरा
वो
के
भी
हम
था।
7 मैच जीते। किधर गया भाई विकिपीडिया का, वीसीटी असेंशंस नहीं, असेंशंस नहीं, ग्रुप स्टेज, स्टेज दिखाओ रे मेरे को। वीसीटी पैसिफिक स्टेज 2, कुछ देखने का है क्या? कोई ना, नेवर माइंड गाइस, फोन कर मेरे को, करता हूँ मैं। भाई तो आदि सुन, कल 12:30 का गेम है। लेट्स सी, कल का एक शेड्यूल बनाना पड़ेगा, 2 रील्स आज शूट कर लेता हूँ, कल का एक शेड्यूल बना देता हूँ। चलो टिल देन बाय बाय, टेक केयर। हो गया भाई, आज हार भले ही गए, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्वालिफाई करना था वो करके। सी या सून टुमारो। कल के यार, कल के तो इसके लिए भी बोलना पड़ेगा, आज मेरे को लगता है मेरी वजह से भी हारे है, मैंने इंस्टा स्टोरी नहीं डाला ना, तो सम व्हाट सुपरस्टिशंस पे काम करते हैं, बट नेवर माइंड, जी जी, बाय बाय।